think we're live.
3363 416.
Again, welcome back, friends, for the very sad reason we're all here. Obvious arson. On a red flag, particularly dangerous. PDS. Red flag day. What you're seeing is both of the. I'm going to explain this right away because I don't clickbait people, unlike some channels. So this is my thumbnail. It's real. It just happened. This is the start of the two fires that are just obviously arson. What we're hearing on the radio, plus just what you can see for yourselves. This is looking south at the still burning right now Palisades in the foreground. And in the background distance, that's the Lilac fire. And we think we lost structures up there. We've had a camera burn over, and it got very ugly as that occurred. So thanks, guys, for coming back who were just off the 12-hour stream I just did. I was hoping to go to bed, but every time I say let's go to bed, that's when all hell breaks loose. Hey, good morning, Eric Saddletramp. Hey, it's good to see you. You guys just missed my other broadcast. This doesn't do very good at notifying people. So I'm awake still. I've been tired a long time. We'll see. This is a trial hour. We'll see what happens in the next hour, and if I can go to bed, because there's more high winds that still happen. This foreground is the palette, and like I said, the background is the Lilac, and this one is still going, and it's tentative right now. And it raced up this hill, overran the camera, and we think we've seen structures lost just live on the camera. And so this is the worst kind of arsonist that there is. A little bit smart. This is premeditated, possible attempted murder, and I don't use any of these terms lightly. Very infrequently will I use these terms. I do believe that's what's happening. There are some arsonists that just want to start a fire, and they want to watch it. Big flames, woo. They don't particularly want to kill anybody. They're just dumb and impulsive. And or don't care. This is like premeditated. This is like premeditated. I want to kill people because this is about what you do. Go down a freeway, like many different fires down the road, which has been occurring. Welcome back. And then we heard a suspect vehicle. So in the description of my video here, I explained briefly which fires are pretty suspicious, and if you know anything about them, or have security cams that might show traffic even going by, really keep them, call the police. Riverside County and in San Diego, and this is not a joke or anything. As we were listening live, one by one, little fires started that were sort of big, but they pounced on them. I didn't know they were all connected, even though I had a sneaking suspicion. So the first one was the Chambers fire earlier. And it started over here. This is technically Riverside County. And it got big. Pretty big. But they were able to catch it. And already the fire kind of had limited places to go because it's gated by all these roads. So they caught it at Domingany Parkway, or however you say that, and they successfully kept it from crossing. So it was a light show on the cameras for, about 45-ish minutes or so before it really started winding down because it's grass. Grass burns off real quick, and then it's a done deal. So if the arsonist watched his or her handiwork, that's about how long that they watched, and then it's a short drive down this way to the next fire. At these crossroads, the Winchester, which was I don't have any more information except the one watch duty update. But it said fires burning on the north and south side. Huh. Moderate rate of spread and stuff. On the north side, they were making good progress, so a quarter-acre vegetation fire, light flashy fuel. So that was 9:40 p.m. by this point. So I started getting quite a bad feeling, like, yeah, that could be unrelated. I joked a little bit about, but said, this could be serious. Next fire that occurred if the arsonist drove down the 79, got on the 15, there's a major exit off the 15. It takes you right to the next weird, suspicious fire, still in Riverside County. But that one happened after midnight, 12:34 a.m. So the timeline here is just like, that one happened. They thought it could get bigger. They pounced on it.
31 and Patrol 32 in Quarters Goose Valley, available for AdminNet, Zone 11.
So we keep monitoring. I think maybe that's the end of it. Maybe that's coincidence.
San Diego.
No, it wasn't.
San Diego into 123, we've been released for the new incident. Switch it back to Electron.
A little bit later, the
Two
Pala.
123 release. 422.
The Pala then starts up right just before 12:30 a.m. And that's when they put it on watch duty. A little.
Right spot. We are supporting with rotors.
Okay, so Sycamore, if that happened at the same time, it's probably not the same persons. Could be weird coincidence. Yeah, this was reported around 12:34 a.m., but that's when it shows up on watch duty. There's been considerable delays and such, so it takes them a while to type up a new thing on watch duty. They get pretty quick, but there's little delays. So unless we go back to all my notes that I took, I'm not sure the exact timeline. I did take notes. Hey, Ralph, good morning. Welcome back. Steele's Island says, I'm about 11 miles from the Lilac. Hope it stops moving west. Me too. It's looking better. The two helicopters are really helping. But, God, I'll show you guys crazy images. I just want to do a quick timeline before I get into that. So the Pala was first. So we have that beginning, like I said, just before 12:30 a.m. And then the Lilac just down the road minutes later. And that one is the one of a big concern. And I even said, hey, they're confusing these two fires. We're still innocent about it for the moment. He's saying that they confused the cameras.
Investigating.
I said they confused the cameras.
Engine 3384, 0424.
Because Red Mountain is on the other one. It's on Pala. It's not on the Lilac. I didn't know it showed both fires, and basically starting one right after the other. And then they said there's a suspect vehicle, a Toyota dark and colored sedan, 90s make and model, going down the 15. They said, oh, we have multiple fires here on the 15. So these are the two that became something big enough to be called something. But there were others. And that's when we went, oh, okay, that's different. This is absolutely no bones about it. It was taking it straight up obvious arson. It's now 4 in the morning. The 3-hour time lapse doesn't do anything. Just after midnight is 6 hour. The 6 hour now will go back to, normal, the HP red camera. This is looking to the south. Boom. This one after another, they both start. And they all have these two have a pattern as well. If the arsonist was unsatisfied with not really getting the chambers fire going like they wanted, they seem to have learned from their mistake and started lighting the new ones on the correct side of the freeway, because the freeways were stopping the fire spread. So the weird thing about the chambers is, they kind of started it ran up against a big highway, got stopped by the crews there. And the next one was both sides of the highway on fire. Same road. But fire crews responded real quickly and put it out. So if they learned, even criminals, can learn and perfect their craft. Oh, guess I have to light the fires on the correct side of the freeway and downwind. And then they did. Or he did. Or she. You don't know if it's individual or couple or whatever the hell's going on here. But you see it start. So the big flames just really start. There's a timestamp on this somewhere, but it's tiny. So that's showing 10 after midnight. Like I said, the timestamps and when Watch Duty picks up the fires is a bit delayed. According to this timestamp, that's 10 after midnight. And boy, you see the Lilac start a little further down the line. And the things they have in common are chilling. Boom, there's the Lilac. So, like I said, the southbound lane, and the vehicle was last seen going south. That's the correct side of the freeway to start fires, where they just run up hills and into neighborhoods. Fire races uphill regardless of wind speed, but when Santa Anas are driving it up a hill, that's too extremely. That fire doesn't move any faster than that. Driven by Santa Anas and uphill, that's it. So this is about as fast as fire possibly can spread. And that's why we have two really big ones just to go off at the same time. The first one, the Pala, had more defenses. There was a green space of a golf course in between, and they even tried to stop it. They had Old Highway 395 right there. They tried to stop it at 395. When it breached, I just said, okay, pick up the phone, call people. These are going to get big. So thank God the Pala went a little bit better, but it raced over the hill. Both of these fires were set at the base of hills with homes in the way, homes at the top, and homes on the other side. So this is a thinking arsonist.
Phoenix in 3384 Tango.
This isn't just, I want to start a fire. This, I want to burn homes down. I possibly want to kill as a motivation. This is a lot more insidious than your typical one.
Phoenix in 3384. We've cleared the area a mile past the pin on your CAD. Negative wires down. We do have a low hanging wire that's still intact at a high profile vehicle. High profile vehicle would have touched with an antenna, but all antennas are intact, and engine 3384 is available and returning to quarters.
Engine 3384-0429.
Yay, we confirmed since we drove into it that the wires are not really down. I mean, they're just sort of hanging. But our truck didn't melt. Yay. Is that what he just basically said? Okay. So, meanwhile, there's another series of fires, 3 that showed up in Fullerton. However, they're too far away, and they're behind a gated community gate. It doesn't fit the profile of this individual or persons in the Toyota. Presumably, Toyota, that's what the vehicle description was. I mean, it just doesn't get any more obvious than that. A lot of criminals on the smarter
Medic
side.
11, traffic collision with engine 151, engine 265 on request. He's southbound 15 at West Lilac, under the Lilac Ridge, on 10 Charlie Tyndall.
Okay, just a public service announcement. If you're going to look at a fire, I know this is like what you see from the Highway 15, don't do this and run your vehicle and to a bridge or whatever somebody just did at Lilac Road. That's where the fire is. We've seen the heartbreaking images of not only the camera burn over, but multiple horrible images of the Lilac, which the Pala is less of a deal right now, but just take your pick of the horrifying time lapses from multiple angles. And really, yeah, Debbie M is super suspicious. We even have a vehicle description. Somebody saw something. And that'll be the make or break for catching arsonists. Let me turn up my heater and move this plate. We're doing a trial hour right now. At this moment, and I've got more horrible images, and you haven't even seen the structures burning down yet. We had a camera burn over. The camera was on top of a shop and filmed a house burn down, is what I believe. You can be the judge. We're not really sure what the structure is, but It really looks like a house to me. And it just straight up burned down the front row seat. It was really confusing how quickly the Lilac raced up over the top of that hill. I didn't even notice there's a panoramic view. And when I noticed it after doing a time lapse, I went, holy beep, because the flames are surrounding the building. The cameras were on, and that's about when we lost the feed. Many of these are out of focus and from a long way. This particular one shows both fires for a brief moment. See, both of them just kind of blowing up, different wind gusts, and they tried to hold it at the old highway. What is that, 395 or whatever? And you can see winds change direction a couple of times with the smoke column going different areas, and then they settle back down into mostly driving the fire west. So they had some major wind gusts, and I guess that blew the embers straight over. They kept saying embers are going over the top of your fire engine as a warning, like, look out, other fire crews. And then we heard them say it breached, so they couldn't hold it at the old highway. Embers just flew by. So many of these cams show both or flip back and forth between them. And this is going until now, which has a weird junk image on it. There we go. If we did a 15-minute on this one, it's starting to kind of weirdly pan around. But I think what we just heard is a traffic accident due to somebody rubbernecking the fire. I mean, please, if you're driving, eyes on the road. Otherwise, you'll just get killed, man. Watch my stream later. I'll show you anything you need to see. And this is a really sad and eventful night, and I'm just mad that people are out there that exist that do this. I can't even tell you how I feel because I'll get banned off this platform. It's because I'm in a rage right now. I'm just nice and calm by choice. But internally, I'm not having a good time with this. I mean, power companies and them starting those fires, man, that's one thing. Arsonists, though, that just go, I mean, power companies are just evil. They just want to make a buck and don't care who they kill. But wanting to kill people and trying to set that up in the worst kind of thing that can happen, I'm not happy. Oh, Brian says it sent a link to the email. They may have better San Diego radio coverage or the agencies involved. Thank you, Brian, and welcome back. Are you unable to sleep, too? Big Al just went to bed, so I texted him and said, thanks for being here. I'll check that in a minute. I have to get people caught up. This may just be a 1-hour stream, and I have to rest my voice because we've been like 12 hours covering all this. We have to restart our stream. Sorry, everybody hit the like button. Sorry to nag you about that. We are fighting the algorithm again. So we have to claw our way back to the top. You know, if people are desperately looking for this info, YouTube will not hook them up with it unless it's trending, a video that's trending. So we have to fight over it. Have I eaten? I just ate a bunch of pasta wrap. Thank you. I'm going to go get some chocolate, though, because I don't drink, but chocolate. But I need some chocolate. So, multiple cams. So the ones that show the front row seat to the fire, that hill. This is the last image that we got. Like I said, the panorama. This is what we last saw. The fire just racing up over the top of the hill. The embers passed, and so we're not sure which home we think burned to the ground here. I guess at this point it's a 6-hour time lapse. Okay, I'm so sorry. Strobing light warning for the seizure sensitive. I can't stop it. It just happened. So if you want to close your eyes, if you have seizures, do so now. I'll let you know when this stops. So I can even just kind of freeze frame it best I can. It's about to get ugly. This is a private residence. In order I just must explain the pixelation. There's no conspiracy stuff with pixelating. A lot of people who are new are like, what is that? They're censoring a fire? Are they protecting who did it? No, it's in order to put more cams all over the place. They're asking private landowners and business owners, can we put a camera on your property? You know, it has to have a couple of, you can't just put them everywhere. You're going to have a good view, good internet, good power source, and a stable place to mount them that won't be torn down the wind. So in order to make these agreements happen and put more of them, then a lot of people always said no, like you can't film my backyard, so people will come rob me when they know I'm not home. So in order to get these cameras on landscape, they put privacy pixelation or just straight up bars of solid chunks, and they're there all the time. Fires or no. Really upsetting when it's still there when the fires are going, but hey, if they have a contractual thing, then they have to do it. But it makes it really difficult to understand just what the hell is happening. That's the moon, I believe. Not sure. Remember, these cameras can really distort. But at this point, there's something going on. You can see the hot smoke and flames coming up over. It's still in black and white. Here's the hot smoke coming up over. This is the Lilac. 11,000 subscribers. Yeah, thank you, Rath. Thank you, friends. Remember, hit the like button. Thank you. It's been an upsetting, emotional night. Now you can see the really hot smoke. Remember, white is heat, light, fire. It's all the same to an infrared camera. Heat and light is the same. It's just going to be white. But now you can kind of tell, like, not all is well. Then so much light hits the camera, it flips into daytime mode, and now all hell breaks loose. We still have the pixelation on this. It rotates around a bit, but then we get to seeing the building beyond this tin roof with a big round tree. Now, we looked at street maps. I think I've identified what burned down. It's something by a big old round tree with palms and stuff in the distance. We have 2023 imagery for the neighborhood, and Street View doesn't go exactly right here, but we've been looking at things. So, frame by frame, and you can watch now if you have seizures. I'm going to just frame by frame. That's when embers just fly. And we lost a bunch of frames.
In 244, 439.
Since this is a 6-hour time lapse, they dump some of the frames. You don't see the same ones. Sorry, there are more frames if you do shorter time lapses. But to go back to the start, we had to go to 6 hours. You can see the frame by frames that got crazy last broadcast. I'm going to do a 3-hour time lapse. So, sorry about the flashing lights. Didn't realize we would do it on a 3-hour. There's a super bright light. And that's a house. Now there's no house. See that? When the embers show up, I think the roof has collapsed. And that's one of the reasons why the embers just shower this camera. And the wind goes this way. Look at the crazy amount of embers. You cannot defend this with a garden hose. There's too many of these. I tell people ember storms are like a blizzard with every snowflake fire. I mean it. There's no better way to explain it than just show it. You can't chase all these down with a garden hose. It's not possible. Now, this is a tin roof building, but it probably ignited too because the embers, we all know now, I've been trying to tell people for more than a year.
Operation Lilac AirStack on ground.
Embers going up into the roof attic area. They light the attics from the inside out. It's not space lasers, conspiracies and stuff. It's these embers, and when high winds, they did a bunch of wind tunnel testing. And they burnt down a bunch of homes for practice. And
personnel on the ground, so if I got a ground contact on those, great to separate the personnel, but that's a little bit more good. We got one rotor on the scene right now, 602, and 608 going into gas.
Okay, they have one rotor, meaning a helicopter on scene, and something else is blah, blah, blah. They've had 2 nighttime droppers, which probably have turned the tide, but not before some losses up here on the hill. So they did wind tunnel testing. They found that when high winds hit the side of a building, it drives the wind up. Bam, it hits the roof. So that's why roofs lift off of houses a lot during hurricane footage. Houses really need to be redesigned for high wind areas. And if you have a vent there, a soffit or a gable vent, especially just a bunch of mesh screen right there, the embers are smaller than that. They're going to get in. And if the screen is torn or missing or anything, you're totally screwed. So if you have any little gaps underneath the roof edges, these embers go inside and light the structures on fire from the inside out. So it doesn't matter that much that you have a fireproof roof from the top down. What about bottom up? You know, Molly Drake FTFO says, hello, I'm new here. Glad to know I'm not the only one up late at night, early morning looking at these. Yep. Welcome. How did you find it? Here says, my best friend has a home and is shared. Yeah, good morning. I was hoping it was a better morning than this. He says, oh my God, I'll be there in 45 minutes. Oh, you're on your way to Fallbrook. Fallbrook's okay. That's the next thing to talk about. Fallbrook's all right. I don't think it was the arsonist striking in Fallbrook. It was behind a gated communities thing. It's in a really ritzy neighborhood. What happened at Fallbrook was they said 3 separate fires. I went, what? It was likely a structured fire. There was something fully involved. There was a delay getting past the gate for the gated community issue or property. So fire crews were about to bolt cutter the gate open when somebody said, no, a resident just opened it. And they went, oh. And they said, by the way, it's sliding electric, so bolt cutter wouldn't have really helped. So, but they were about to destroy that thing, but it got opened. So the Fallbrook situation is stabilized. It's okay. And this is a different part, significantly, of the county. But as the flames rolled over the top of the fire, this hill, these buildings had a chance. It just raced up. Insidious place. The selection of where to set these fires is designed to burn down neighborhoods. It's just not a coincidence. It's 2 hills with homes at the top and neighborhoods on the other side. Santa Ana's is an insidious thing. This isn't just like, this is not like, say, insurance fraud arson. It might be just a car torched or something. Or like, a firebug at work just likes to see fire, sort of thing. This is like somebody with a vehicle planning and driving around to do it. This is, sometimes on the fire stream we come across this, just obvious stuff on the radio. Once on I-5, it happened near Myrtle Creek. People called 911 and said people are pulling over and lighting fires in bushes. They had a vehicle description, but none of the witnesses got the plate. Gotta get the plate. You got to. So if you are driving anywhere, anybody who was driving Highway 15 at any time around midnight, check your dash cams. Honestly, and just hand over whatever you have to the police. You don't even have to look yourself. They're going to be trying to find Toyotas or something that matches a sedan description, and try to find plates of all of them and then check the backgrounds of all the owners. That is how they caught the suspected line fire arsonist in San Bernardino County. They had a vehicle description, and then they did plate checking with traffic cams and stuff. So your own dash cam, video cam, whatever, of traffic in your neighborhood or down your street can really matter. So save it. You won't regret it. This is a home of some sort, or a building. It looks like a home to me. And I was really confused. The moment that we saw this on the cams, this was all fully engulfed, basically. And later, you just see less and less of the building. And the poor tree, I don't know what became of it. It may be okay. But the Amber storm may have been from the building collapse. roof collapse. You can see the whipping wind. It's the palm trees just being thrashed by this. As we checked the wind speed, and they had 45 and 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Yeah, hey, hello, Francois. I can't really read your name. Welcome back. So yes, hit the like button to help other people find us, because every 12 hours, I mean, I was live for 12 hours. If you missed the other broadcast, we just found us. Welcome. When every 12 hours, YouTube won't save any videos that go beyond 12 hours, so I have to cut the feed to restart my video. So, but this is
171, yeah, affirmative. Division Whiskey, I'm trying to get a hold of Division Alpha. Can you have comms with him? Yeah, let me see if I can relay for you.
best we can tell, the building that burned down.
The Valley. Respond RBC Command 112, CDF TAC 2.
Ironically, the satellite image is from a fire, but a different year. I checked it. There was a fire in 2019 or so around here. I don't know when the satellite imagery is from, but this is not. Now it probably looks very similar, but with missing buildings. So if you go to Street View, though, you can see that all the brush grew back. 2019. So this is, yeah, there's a weird castle in the distance. Don't ask me why, okay? I don't understand why there's a castle. But there's a castle. So yeah, this is a playground of the wealthy. Lots of private roads and stuff. And unattended, abandoned palm trees. They're just giant fire hazards. So, but very, very narrow roads. Brush everywhere, leaning vegetation towards power lines. That's so criminal. Right? The Eaton, Hurst, and Palisades are, in my opinion, very likely caused by SoCal Edison's power lines. And they do stuff like PG&E. They just don't give a damn if trees are leaning towards the power lines or bushes growing underneath them. Thank you, Jan.
Yeah, copy. I have the Gold Strike Team, one working the spot just to the west of 395, one working the division break, Alpha and Whiskey. It's going to be west of 395 and east of Interstate 15 on the north side of the fire, and Rainbow 6 is working the south side of the fire.
I'm so happy that heat detection of the satellites has not expanded. They did mandatory evacuations, and the proud way.
Negative, the crew is going to cut from the division break down to the 395, but I'll either push them up to you or have Rainbow 6 when they're done with their cut. We're just short on crews.
Short on crews. Thanks so much, Palisades and Eaton and Hurstfires that we just didn't need to happen. I could see the spot fire way over here. Do you guys see it? I didn't notice it before. They worked on it for a while, but that's where the embers flew all the way from here to here. Gotta be half a mile. So that's what they're up against. So they did have nighttime helicopters. You can see their searchlights. They have to look out where they're dropping, so they don't drop enough water to break somebody's neck on somebody's head. So yes, there's been 2 nighttime helicopters. I'm sure they totally turned the tide here. Otherwise, it'd be rip-roaring halfway to the Pacific Ocean by now. Santa Anas are no freaking joke. Californians are very, very careful with fire. Only the insane and the evil do anything with open flame during Santa Anas. It's actually quite difficult to get a fire going during Santa Anas because the winds are so strong, they blow out open flame. You can like try to light a match. It's not going to work. The wind blows it out. It's like holding a match in front of a fan in the room. It goes out. So there's only a couple of things that get things started. One is, and the most traditional and happens all the time, there's thousands of fires that the SoCal Edison and PG&E start together. many thousands. They just don't maintain their power lines like they should, and they don't do their tree trimming like they should, like the law requires. Why do that when profit means you can let the lines fail? It's more expensive to maintain power lines and just let them fail, replace them when they finally do. They really, this is not my own supposition. This is a quote, basically. Butte County investigated PG&E after the Paradise Fire. So they found out that was PG&E's strategy. Let lines fail. Let them become rickety, dangerous. Let them fail and fall over during windstorms. Because it's cheaper than replacing them. So that's why they had to plead guilty to 85 counts of manslaughter, PG&E. That's not the only people they've ever killed. You can watch the Aaron Brockovich movie, where psychopathic, executives gaslit communities that said, we're getting rare cancer. Is there something in our water? No, there isn't. And in reality, they're dumping their chemicals. And so extremely rare cancers were taking out families and communities. So Erin Brockovich, she's a real person, and Julia Roberts played her in the movie, goes up against the big boys and sues their asses off and wins. However, PG&E still wasn't broken up as a company. They just paid something and kept operating. And then San Bruno blew up, and PG&E killed people, and they just kept operating. SoCal Edison has started a lot of fires, including the Bobcat. But there's no real penalty, and they keep operating. So they really don't have a motivation to stop. Politicians are there to limit their liability. So even if all these lawsuits sue their asses off and they owe fire victims something, they're not going to pay fire victims everything they're owed. Because politicians will ensure they don't have to. Politicians are taking their money. So that's what happens in California. Same thing happened in Maui and Lahaina. Corruption, the public utilities, they get phone calls. Hey, your lines have gone down to start fires. But they still don't do crap about turning off the power. Pacific Power got sued. There's a criminal case, too, that they lost in Oregon because the jury was not sympathetic to them. They just let their power lines fall in people's homes and businesses, and it made the Beachy Creek fire get huge and deadly. It spread much faster than a normal fire would. That's because power lines went down one by one ahead of the fire. They knew about it in their headquarters. They saw surges. People wanted to hit the power shutoff button, and they said, but we just couldn't find a manager. It was Labor Day in 2020, so a manager couldn't approve it. But these people are terrified of losing their jobs because these power companies are allowed to say you are fired if you shut the power off without approval, even if there is a fire. So these employees have to go through stupid ass hoops, such as if you have to visually confirm it yourself. And so the Dixie Fire started that way. Power company lets trees lean over on their lines. PG&E employee wants to hit the button to stop it, but he'll get fired unless he goes and drives 30 minutes up a road up into a hill to see if there really is a fire. Yes, there was. Up there's no cell phone service. Right. He tries to fight it himself, fails, drives 30 more minutes down the hill to cell phone service. It's already raging out of control. And that fire is a multi-billion-dollar disaster that burned through 5 different counties, California's largest single-star fire ever. That could have all not ever happened. I just need to give you a taster of just the evil of the power companies. Usually, they are the ones that start fires during Santa Ana's and Diablo winds. These two, this is some evil person in a car. So, while power companies, they're just ambivalent if they cause mass death, just don't particularly care. They're not trying to kill people. It just happens, oopsie. This is somebody trying to kill people. They will repeat their behavior until caught. So this, look at the canyon reflecting off here. We are very lucky. These crews are very competent, but we could have the next Eaton thing just tearing to San Diego County right now. And
3365 in quarters at Station 71.
we could have a same similar mega fire happening in Riverside County, but these fire crews have been pouncing.
Quarters to 457.
With 4 people who lost whatever structure this is, man. This just raced up the hill and there was no time to get there. They just watched it. But there's no way to get from the freeway down up to the top. So we lost all communications with the camera right after major images like this, with the embers just overwhelming the frame.
When the CNA crew is done on the west side of 395, they're going to tell you a CNA 16 and cut into Alpha. Confirming that, is it better to push the crew from the Alpha side on Stewart Canyon or on the west 395?
That's been raking my ears all night. I just don't want to listen to the radio any longer, but alright, how do the controls work for 3D? I don't know how to look up. Remember, this is Google Maps and not Google Earth, so there may not be a way to look up. But there's the big ass tree. It's either this that burned down or that. Here's the tree. Big tree. Now, Watch Duty has the cameras located. I'm sure, though, quite possibly every structure may be rubble by now. We don't know. We have not been able to hear much of the Lilac till now. They switched to different channels and also cluster beep. They lost communication with each other. Even though the firefighters could visually see each other down the canyon, they couldn't talk to each other on the radio because of radio problems. I'm so sick of that. There were 3 different major fires pretty much simultaneously happening, and 2 obvious arson. It's true.
Cleveland and 336 on Tone 13.
Calistoga Refried says, I think the pyromaniacs get triggered when fires are already happening, so you'll find a few in very large. Yeah.
Cleveland and 336 released from the Riverview incident, returning to Oak Grove.
Were there other that I forgot, Jan Johann Smith? Does PG&E only do San Bruno, or did they blow up other neighborhoods? I'm not sure. Nathan Smith says the Palisades, Eaton are still active. What else? Well, all the 8 that started tonight. Some of them have been sort of wrapped up. The Eaton might reach 100% containment within, I hope, 24 hours. Palisades, of course, still going. The Hurst is 100% contained. Kenneth and Sunset looked like straight up arson, but to me, the Palisades, Eaton, and Hurst were probably SoCal Edison. I mean, it's a smoking gun with the video of the power lines basically having damage and fire starting underneath them. When we have confirmation it was the big high-tension power lines for the Eaton, the fire started right underneath them. There's later a journalist, man, maybe I should just show you guys the funny journalist that it's like unintentionally funny. She was pretty pissed and kind of confronted SoCal and Cruz or something. As she said that the power lines looked even damaged. Wow, that's a good example of a lens flare right there. It focused zoomed in on a fire, but the next frame it changed, so I have no idea what this camera was looking at. So at some points you can see from this view both of the Lilac and the Pala. So without those helicopters, I don't know. I like I said, these fires would be halfway to the Pacific Ocean by now. You know, from San Diego County. The Eaton is, ironically and strangely, the Eaton is being helped out by Santa Ana. I have a map to show you. Where is it? Here's the Eaton's briefing map. The one they used for yesterday. They're probably printing out the ones for today. So mind you, it's always last midnights. It's only accurate to the last time they printed them out. They usually print these out around 2 a.m. every morning. So if it's labeled for, you know, the 20th, like this one is, it was printed out midnight. So it's basically the information from the 19th. So Intel 24 did fly over the Lilac.
Engine 335350.
Presumably that'll be mapped. I hope they upload something to their Twitter so we could see it. But as you can see, that with the Eaton we have almost full containment. Where black line is, they don't think fire can pass. So their only open line, shown in red at the north. Why am I saying that Santa Ana's are helping the Eaton? They did such a good job racing its time, black lining down here, that where the fire still has open flame fronts that unchecked, or incomplete lines, whatever this is, the Santa Anas are blowing them back into the fire area, where it already burned up all the fuel. I mean, this is not like a major forest, so it mostly burned up all its fuel. So the winds are keeping it away from the north, so it can't find new fuel. It's being blown back. We can't find any. Fires go out without fuel, so this is a great thing for considering only the north part is still open, and these winds are pretty much preventing the fire from spreading to the north. So after being tested, this next 24 hours, they just might consider this black. They may even have the ability to light fires around where their lines are, with the assuredness that the wind would just push it back towards where the fire already was. So they've got extra opportunities because of this Santa Ana event. So it's strangely good news for the Eaton. That the wind's coming from the north and northeast from one direction, because they won their race against time. And every fire is a race against time for the next big wind event. They won it, barely. I don't have the Palisades battle map for this morning. I can get it if you want. Palisades is a lot less containment. I was in the middle of that when all hell broke out loose here. It's clear, Arson. But yes, I say that a lot, and you're right. What, Raph? Don't say creepy stuff like I'm watching you. Of course people are watching me. But don't say creepy stuff like I am watching you randomly. Okay. I just have to tease you there. So I hope that's a good recap. It's just taken me 49 minutes to recap what's going on about it. But like I said, the first couple were, maybe that's coincidence, but it really clearly looks like somebody drove down this way. The Sycamore fire is a question mark. Here's the thing. Just because it was reported right about the time of the Palo doesn't mean that's when it was started. Doesn't mean that rules out the arsonist. I mean, they could have just pulled right off the 15 and got right back on. That's a major road right there, leading straight to it. So if they already knew that the freeway is its own fire barrier, and there's a quick response on freeways, They could have just taken an exit, gone down, started one. Hopefully it'll go into the neighborhoods now. But it got stopped. Sometimes a fire just sputters there for a minute, and it takes a bit for a wind gust to really get it going. So they could have been unattended. They put some incendiary in the grass, kept driving. So it's not like the timeline can rule that out, because fires can go undetected for a while. There's plenty of frustrating camera views where a house is on fire for like 20 minutes and nobody knows. It's like a Ring doorbell cam or something in this house, normal across the street, and 20 minutes it's burning and nobody knows. And there's just there's sound, and it's just a light crackling sound like a campfire. Nobody's waking up. There's no alarms. There's no nothing. So there's a person sleeping in the back. And by the time the Ring doorbell cam thing, like, I don't know if it was motion detected that woke up the people, but they go out on their porch. They go, "Oh my God!" I'm just talking about something I saw once. They tried to pull the victim out, who got trapped by this point, and they were trying to break windows and stuff. It was just so frustrating to watch. Like, a lot of times, fires are going, entire homes are on fire, but if nobody's awake and looking, as driving by, if they don't get detected for an awful long time. It just really depends on so many factors. So I'm not ruling out the Sycamore, but Chambers was active and burning for like 45-ish minutes, where it was exciting on the cams, and then we turned away from him because we couldn't really see anything. So almost exactly 45 more minutes. It's just a short drive down the road. Boom. If the arsonist learned from this one how the main highway stopped the fire and lit the fire on the wrong side, I'm just assuming they did here. It's a big assumption. Then they may have learned, oh, this next one was a fire on both sides of the highway, which is very suspicious, by the way. But quickly extinguished, quick road access, quickly discovered. I went, oh. And then, short drive away, the Sycamore happens, Paula, the Lilac, and others that did not show up on watch duty because they didn't get big enough. So, but the Riverview, what they called vegetation fires / they renamed this like 4 times, which got really hard to understand. And they said there were 3 that broke out at the same time, but this is too far away, I think, and it's not the same MO. Behind gates, and I don't know the driving time. You can loop around back that. I think that would be a major stretch of the imagination. The Riverview.
Cleveland, Arizona Task Force 4. We've been released from the scene, heading back to Zone 37, available by cell phone.
The Riverview, and these are smart criminals. They seem smarter than the average. They are sticking to freeways where they can quickly get away from a scene of crime. A lot of criminals are like that.
Returning at 510.
I don't even know how they would access here, even though the fire crews had trouble accessing. So we have a potentially gated community, dead-end road, and it just seems like a structure was on fire, and then the wind spread it around. So what happened at Fullerton, I got less on edge, but these all kind of happened right back to back, back to back, back to back. A little bit of a lull in between what happened in Riverside County and San Diego. So, the overlay's blocking what I'm showing. Oh, sorry, guys. Sorry. What overlay? Oh, God, I'm sorry. I'm so tired. Thank you. Yeah, I was just zooming in on the map. So, I just zoomed in and showed you the river view. That's all I was doing. You can see, that's a stretch. For them to get loop around from the main freeway where the others happened, that would be, I don't know, unless a local would explain drive times. I hate how all the evacuation zones are showed. That just clutters up everything. Watch duty, please stop this. the police stop showing irrelevant, cluttered up crap. It gets on top of what we're supposed to be paying attention to. Only show evacuation zones that actually need to be evacuated, please. Okay. So we haven't had any new evacuations. They expended them twice. I'm extremely happy. And I think helicopters stopped it from running through all these neighborhoods. It would be well past them by now. And over ridge tops and other areas. So I've been listening to this horrible crackly radio that's been destroying my ears for 12 hours. Actually, like 7. And I really want to sleep. So I took a poll right before the 12-hour mark, and we had to restart the stream. Should I sleep? Or do you guys want me here another hour? The people began showing up, and oh my God, what happened? Understandably, so I said I'd do a trial hour. So that's just about coming up on it. So any questions, please, right now? Time lapse, you want me to go back and look at? They're all... I have no idea what they just said. Really, my last broadcast, if you want to see how it all started, it's all pretty obvious. Where's this show fire to distance? I think so. These traffic cams are a lot less reliable. Time lapse thing. When I first looked at them, they were looking down. I didn't realize that later they looked up. And no traffic cams could look up. And there's just been a lot of scary imagery. And somebody wrecked their car, apparently looking at all this on Lilac Road not too long ago. Thanks for being here. You're very welcome. Thank you, friends. Go to bed. Here's the thing. There's high winds until at least 9 in the morning. I'm terrified of going to bed, and then I'm not here when we're needed. Glad I didn't go to bed at 10 when I got sleepy. All this happened around 12:30 at night, and right after I said I'm going to bed. I curse things doing that. But community, you have to be on alert. Arsonists do take advantage of the chaos. They do get excited with fire weather, and so they come out of the woodwork, and they're much more likely to do something if fire crews are busy doing something else. Like with the Eaton and Palisades, they probably were hoping that fire crews were busy, and these acts that they're trying to do, and they could have gotten something big started. Now, I already went through the whole thing where inevitably a bunch of people are going to stumble in the chat and say, immigrants! Okay, yeah, apparently one homeless guy with a torch found by the homeless illegal alien / ex-felon on probation. Not deported, but on probation from LA County. May have started fires or the Kenneth fire, but was released, or not charged, I should say, due to lack of evidence. Yeah, there's always some element of the homeless, the crazy, and illegal aliens, but I have to point out that you can't get in your head this idea of who does these things. They have multiple causes. The power company is the biggest offender. Oh, the Guardian, oh my gosh, $100 super chat, thank you. I'm so upset that I had to turn off my World Central Attention donation drive. It turned off my super chats. Oh, you're so wonderful, thank you. People said, I was wondering why was I not getting any donations. I want to stay ad-free. And for the last couple of broadcasts, I got 0. Except occasional PayPal or something. but nobody was doing super chat. And I was like, why the heck not? We had 8,000 views. Nobody super chatted. So somebody brought to my attention that if I do another fundraiser stream like World Central Kitchen, which was doing feeding the Eaton and Palisades fire victims, it turns off my own buttons to get donations for myself. Thanks, YouTube. Now I have to choose between helping others and surviving financially. Great, thanks a lot. I got quite upset about that. It's very, very difficult to survive on YouTube, especially if you don't monetize your videos, meaning you don't allow ads. If I were to hit the monetization button, ads would play randomly. I have no control. It could be right in the middle of me explaining evacuations and showing a map of evacuations, and all of a sudden you have to know about the latest movie coming out. You have to know about diapers, and you have to know about pet food and BS. So we can't have that. So I really, really thank you guys for helping me do this. Plus the mods and all the helpful people in chat. I tried to call it Wildfire Tracking Team and ran out of words. YouTube wouldn't allow me to do it. I cannot do it myself. Daisy says, hi, Catherine. Please take care of yourself. You need to eat and rest. Here's the thing. I cannot nap at all. So if I'm going to take what I do to go to sleep, there's at least 5 solid hours if I can't be awakened under any circumstance. I mean, that's it. It's got a pretty sedating half-life of 4 hours. So if I take that, there's no somebody waking me up. Even if there's a crisis, but there's still high winds until at least 9 in the morning when they start to die down. That's why I just, I get in this pickle. Repurposed Art says, San Diego here, nice that you are live streaming. I've been live for 13 hours now. You're welcome. Wish I saw you in the last one. This is what makes me so upset about YouTube. Twitch has one different streaming platform for games, though. Although people do other things like cooking shows. At least with Twitch, if I were to broadcast to Twitch, you would have one website, and I would either be live or not. None of this switching around. What? You've been live for 12 hours? I just got notified right now. I know. YouTube, I also found out, has a maximum amount of notifications for your viewers, period. So it's just not equipped for the thing I do. It thinks we're all entertainers. No, some people are like tornado trackers, and everybody needs their damn notifications. I found out there's a cap, like a 24-hour intervals, where if I make a community post and explain what I'm doing, like, hey guys, I'll go live later. If I do a community post on YouTube on my channel, that might be one notification. Oh dear. So if you don't know that I do community posts, it's like a bulletin board and I interact with people. Well, I'm a lot hesitant to do that now. I mean, YouTube says that I should do it, interact with my viewers. Okay, yeah. So I make all these, almost nobody sees them. Sometimes they're quite important. Sometimes there's me just on the train saying goodnight on the train. I had a sleeper car, it was kind of cool. But then YouTube just does evil stuff. I found out that if I make too many posts like this and then go live, nobody will be alerted to the live stream because there's a max for 24 hours. So I have no idea how to even reach people really adequately well. Sometimes I want to make a post and tell you guys what I'm up to. I'm too afraid because what if I have to go live later? So I'm like silent for a long time. Totally the opposite of what YouTube and what you guys want. It's extremely frustrating as a platform. But the fact that every 12 hours I have to restart a stream, dump all the viewers, and hope they come back. Well, what did we have? I had 189 people. Once we do restart, the like button, please, friends. We're back at the bottom of search results. So people Googling the fire were much more likely to find the old stream because it had 8,000 views. So Google put straight to the top, already popular video. Now we have had 1,400. So we're at the bottom of search results. Any other news agency goes live or says anything about the fire, they're at the top due to how many subscribers they had and the fact that they do ads. YouTube is asking me to pay to promote my videos. I just have a blurry middle finger response to that. That's taking something out of Facebook's playbook. If you ever wanted anybody on Facebook to see whatever the hell you were doing, you had to pay Facebook to promote your post. And so YouTube is copying Facebook.
I've been trying to reach you on TikTok and I just can't seem to get able to copy any of my traffic.
So I can't tell you the frustration of I'm trying to alert you guys and trying to interact with you more, and YouTube like tells me to, but then puts roadblocks in the way. I'm extremely frustrated. It's just so ridiculous. So when we dump the viewers, and dump all the hard work of trying to get views, and literally dump people out of my stream and restart, most viewers just never find us again or don't bother. I don't blame them, but it's because it's a brand new thing you have to click on, and you have to re-engage, and people have to find me again and do something. I can't tell you how my own relatives that just don't know how to use smartphones very well have no idea how to find me on YouTube. I get texts. I get text messages from people wanting to talk and calls in the middle of the stream. I'm like, why the hell are you calling me, bro? Oh, I wanted to chat. How you doing? Hell's breaking loose out here in the West. What do you mean, how am I doing? I've been live for 17 hours covering the crisis. Oh, I thought, well, maybe you had some free time. What made you think I had free time right now? Oh, I didn't know you were live. Yeah. So I get calls from like my relatives, like they don't know what I am or just friends. So that this community post, like most people never have been ever notified that I've been live, and I've really tried my best with this. Like here's me pre-surgery and stuff. People don't see this, so they don't wish me well. You know, very few did. Oh, no. No, every step of the way explaining why I couldn't stream during one of the big crises. The Canyon Crest fire had broken out. I was food poisoned, and then I had to drive all the way up I-5. So I explained that all, and I made a video. It went straight. I arrived 30 minutes before my surgery was, before I was really supposed to be checked in. I didn't even go home. I just drove straight from California to a hospital and barely made it. So I made this post live, you know, I mean, it was not live, but I recorded myself, then I uploaded it at Penny's Diner again on my way back north. And said, sorry, I can't cover that Canyon Crest fire. I've been puking for 17 hours in a row and almost hospitalized with food poisoning, and I have surgery I can't reschedule. So I made that video, and I come out of the surgery, and nobody really has been at all well-wishing me whatsoever. How's your surgery? In fact, it was hellish, and I nearly bled to death in the lobby of the hospital, exaggerating slightly, but not really. So I get a bunch of texts from people that just sort of said, by the way, did you know there's a fire in LA? Yeah, I freaking did. Did you not see the video? And they go, what video? I said, the one I posted at Penny's Diner after midnight when I was racing home, explaining I can't stream while I'm driving. There's no way possible. Oh, what video is that? I found out that YouTube marked it private. So people just thought I screwed off and just didn't cover a fire. No, I was quite occupied, nearly bleeding to death at the time. So I've done everything YouTube is trying to get me to do to engage with the viewers, but at every turn they're really making it hard to continue on this platform. So when we dump the viewers, you can click on the K, you can come, and on the home screen, my latest live will always be right here. And for elderly or people who don't want to make a YouTube account, this is the page you bookmark, the channel page. And then you'll see whenever I'm live, you'll see the new thing. And check it manually if YouTube just fails to update you or notify you. Or if it unsubscribes you, at least a bookmark, you can always go back and check. Yeah. Alistoga says, be well. I just found out yesterday I'm not having another surgery on my back. Is this improving? Oh, that's great. I'm happy for you. Yeah. See, Jim says most Twitch streamers use Discord for the exact same thing. You can ping everyone for all announcements. Yeah, I really wanted to have a Discord channel for a while, but it's the most difficult thing I've ever tried to use. And it's the most difficult thing to explain. I have a bunch of mods. I did start a Discord. It was just personal. I trained the mods. C-Pro included John Stoker, some others, and they could not figure out how to work it, and neither can I. I use it every single day. It's got great everything you could ever want, but they just change the interface. So if somebody says, hey, I can't find you on Discord, and mind you, my own parents can't figure it out either. And I use a
with move up and cover Goose Valley.
All right, let's look back. Oh, is this live? Oh, please tell me it's live. It's looking not good. Please. Wait, something wrong here. Last 30 minutes. What's wrong? Really? Okay.
Head up and cover the Goose Valley. I was showing you there's that 0529 KME 23.
Okay, so that's our last frame, but it's looking better. Is it? Okay, the HP runs have been glitching. Oh man, the nighttime helicopters have really helped. Stop! Frame by frame, you bastard. Okay. Click, click. And it just goes back to the start. I really don't have a lot of hope for the homes at the top of the hill, like I was saying. We clearly saw at least one structure just kind of burn to the ground. We haven't heard much about the Lilac fire as they were on tactical channels until Air Attack came back and they were talking about helicopters. It's looking much better. But so Discord, here's the problem. Discord is a great thing. It's a lot like Zoom. You can have meetings on it. Multiple people can talk to each other at the same time, video or not. Maybe it's just audio chatting. I've used it to game with friends and we all coordinate. You take the left flank, you take the right. Sniper! At 3 o'clock, we say stuff like that and play the games together. Then I found out you can watch movies together too if you want to. All you have to do is make sure your browsers don't have hardware acceleration, and you can stream your own movie and people can watch it with you. So I got real excited. I said to my father, who's in his 80s, get Discord. I installed it for him, made him an account, and I said, all you have to do is get a headset, and he did. But every single time we started Discord, I can't hear you. And I had to walk him through, find in Discord where the damn settings are, go to voice and video, and then check your input, check your output, and then select your different devices on your computer, select the right one, and it'll finally work again. If nothing changed. Even if your headset's still plugged in, computer's still on, you restart Discord, oh, it decided to just throw out all the information, and you're not going to hear each other. So I'd have to call on the phone and say, hey, go to settings, voice and video. Okay, you see that thing? See that pull-down menu? Okay, there's 7 devices. Which one? the thing that says headset thing. No, not that headset thing, the other headset thing. I have to do this every single time that either John Stoker gets on Discord, C-Pro, my dad, my mom, my cousins, my friends, my gaming buddies, every freaking time. Then once they can talk or see what we're doing, once that's established, I'll say show a video, right? And then they'll say, once I started laughing at the show we were watching together, this comedy show, I went, that's a good one. And my friend kept sighing really loudly, randomly, inappropriately. I'm like, dude, if you have a stick up your ass, tell me about it. I just got like that, I was just joshing around with my friends, friend in Australia. She goes, when are you going to start? What are you laughing at? I said, dude, the show's been on for 20 minutes. We were in the same Discord channel. I went live showing a show, just like I do like every day or every week with that person. And it didn't show the person in the same room with me that a live video was playing. What you have to do is you have to walk people through it every single freaking time. And here's the thing. In Discord, if somebody changes, hits the wrong button, like there's an upper right-hand corner button, kind of like, say, something like this. If they select something, God help them. I can no longer help you because you changed the way interface looks. So they change everything. You either full screen or don't, or you move chat to the right, or move chat to the bottom, or move chat to the top, or make chat not visible. Whatever you do, when you start poking around with the buttons, like to join and see what I'm doing, changes the whole thing. So I can't, what I see on my screen, I can't say, hey, go to the upper right-hand corner, press this button, and press that, because what they just did to change their screen, there is nothing in the right-hand corner now to choose. So you compound this extreme problem, and there's a point to this. It's not a complaint thing. We need Discord. Discord doesn't work. So I've been looking for an alternative. But this is why we'll not use Discord. It's too effing hard to use. It's ridiculously hard to use. It's the worst interface I've ever seen in my life. It's like they tried to shoot themselves in the foot. They could have taken over the world because they're way better than Zoom. It's free. Not only can you just do a live video chat or a live call for as long as you want, you can show people videos, you can watch movies together. It's way beyond what Zoom can do. And it's free. It's higher quality sound and everything. Automatic noise cancellation in the background. Really great. And yet the interface is so stupid that you can't even find your own home screen. You can't find where your friends are, and you can't find where the servers are without somebody walking you through it and holding your hand, because it'll change. It'll move around. And it'll spam you. Discord is also a place of great malicious links and scams. And it has very bad security. So somebody that looks totally official could put a link in a Discord, people click on it, it'll say, oh, breaking news, new fire. And then people that click on the link, all of a sudden their accounts are completely hacked, they're locked out of them, and so is Facebook and all this, and their bank accounts are drained, and that can easily happen on Discord, especially if it's on your phone. So here's the kicker, though, the cherry on top of the cake. That I'm talking about just walking through people doing very simple things, like how to see what I'm showing people on Discord. It's very, very difficult when somebody's telling you every step of the way what to do. Even people have used Discord with me for years and know the drill. And it just is dumb. The interface is dumb. Here's the kicker. It's different on desktop. It looks different on the desktop than it looks on the Android phone versus how it looks on an iPhone versus how it looks on a tablet. There's different versions of Discord for all of the above, and they all look different. And so that if you want to do the same thing, everything looks so different on the other devices. There's no way I could ever even just walk you through doing it. In fact, what I decided, what happened later is I'm really pissed off at Discord. I could have watched since COVID happened videos every day with my father, classic movies, and he gave up on it a long freaking time ago. So Discord sucking that much hurt my own relationship with my dad. And now that we want to spend more time together. He's going blind, and there's no possible way I can help him with Discord. No possible way. Last couple times we did it, I had to take over his computer and remote control it just to get him in the right server. He has no idea how to find me, no idea to interact with me, because nothing's labeled. There's just weird images, and if you don't memorize what they mean, you don't know what the hell's going on. But here's how Discord can help us. This is why we need help, Discord. I ran out of all the characters. I ran out of characters and descriptions in my videos. Multiple fires. You click on the actual video. Always weird to me. And go to the description, which now for some reason you have to freaking click to see. Whatever. YouTube. Here's all the stuff most people don't know exists. This is the description of my video. I section it off. Oregon's down here. California's up here. Washington is in different sections. So I put all the helpful links you could ever want. Evacuation maps, links to the videos, the audio channels, information about my channel, how to donate, Cash App, Venmo, here's my email, everything you could ever want to know. Links to Holt Hanley, weather forecasting, good people and reliable people on Twitter. All kinds of links to different maps, InstaWeb, Wildfire, everything. Nobody sees this. And here's the description of the video. This one right now. Freeway Arsonist is on the loose, traveled down I-5, setting fires with possible intent to burn homes. Suspect vehicle is a Toyota, mid-90s model, sedan, dark color. Please contact the police if you have seen anything suspicious near any of the 8 or so fires that happened last night, spanning South Riverside County down to San Diego. The Paula and Lilac fires are obvious arson, and I suspect arson in the Chambers, Winchester, and Sycamore fires. So, nobody ever sees that. So YouTube restricts characters, meaning how many letters you can type. I am at the maximum, and I wanted to write more, and I had to stop when I went live with this video. It said no more words. So I wanted Discord, because you know what Discord can do? Everything we want. It's just too hard to use. What Discord can do is people can post photos. We can have a room for each fire, the Eaton over here, the Palisades over here. And I can arrange it so that there are talking rooms, that people talk to each other. People come in my chat and say, hey, I have a room in my stable for 8 horses. How do I get in touch with fire victims? And I have to stop people from putting their own phone number and stuff in my chat. That's not right. Well, in Discord, we could keep the riffraff out and just accept into the channel, the specific fire channel, who we wanted.
Possible number there. 1523 via Husk Creek Trail, west of Alpine Boulevard. 12 Charlie, you know.
In Discord, we could make not only a whole room for just each fire, so the people with fires or far apart from each other don't have to listen to the other fire. We could allow people in chat that we trust to go into Discord so that people could talk to each other like that. Victims and helpers could meet up and talk to each other privately. They could start private phone calls to each other, video or just regular, all free. That's great. Everybody could share pictures. They could link videos. They could link anything they wanted that I could vet first. Somebody said, hey, this is my backyard. They could just put it out there, and then everybody in the Discord who was a member of it could see that. You'd get much more reliable notifications than YouTube. We could have like Twitch streamers do. I'm live and going live. It notifies everybody on Discord. However, it's too difficult to use. There are tech-savvy people. Suprove is very tech-savvy. He doesn't remember really the first foggiest how to use it. And I sometimes get lost on how to freaking use it. Doing simple stuff like full screening a video and going back, that's not simple in Discord. Don't ask me why. The normal buttons that minimize, maximize, don't exist in Discord. They have to make random weird buttons with different shapes and sizes that do random stuff. Sometimes you press it and it goes full screen. Sometimes you press the same button and it goes pop-out video. Okay? So once you get a weird result, you've already changed everything so much that you can't find how to undo it. So what people tend to do, like when we were trying to coordinate something simple like watching our comedy show and The Walking Dead, that was great when it worked for a while. But then I stopped for a month and came back. And nobody could remember how to join me or watch the videos. Like I said, I'm laughing and watching a video for 20 minutes, and my friend is just making noises like, ugh. It was frustration. She saw a blank page, was hoping my video would start. Meanwhile, I was already in progress. We were already in the same video watching room together. It didn't alert her with any way that it had started. Not visually, not audio, and nothing. And so I would sit there and try to explain how to start watching. It's too difficult. What she did was clicked on the video and clicked out and got onto a different thing. And so I had to type, like, this is what you do. She couldn't see what I was typing. I had to freaking call Australia. I had to call her in Australia and say, hey, you did something and I no longer hear you either. So, but that would be perfect. Can you imagine that all the maps I have, like showing you guys every day, myself or others could just have this available and you can look at it for yourself. Battle maps that the fire crews use. I can post those every day for you guys to share amongst yourselves. I can post maps. I could be live streaming to Discord too. You can watch me on Discord. That'd be so wonderful. Fire victims and helpers could talk to each other. People could talk privately and connect with each other. You don't have to do it in my chat. And then as long as you talk amongst yourselves, you can talk about conspiracy bullcrap all day. As long as it's not something on my channel, that's fine. Do what you want. Just don't use my own channel to promote that stuff. And I don't mean that all conspiracies are bullcrap. A lot is, like the straight up hoaxes. So we don't really allow any of them. Hey, Guardian 1, Portland here. Yeah. Thank you for your kind support here. I'm so embarrassed that Oregonians have pretended to be fire crews, and did you hear about that? Convicted arsonists that set a fire in Woodburn in 2017. Did you hear about this? Oh, I hope I didn't close it. That was one of the craziest things. That's true. Oregon couple arrested for impersonating the firefighters with a fake truck in LA. And I looked at this and immediately I saw it was wrong, and Oregonians would. There is no roaring river in Oregon. Whatever the hell that is. This is like a movie prop truck. They had a fake fire outfit and gear and everything. So they were wearing Nomex and all that. Truly fire-resistant clothing. But they showed up during the middle of Palisades, and they said, hey, we're here to help from Oregon. And they had burglary tools in the truck. They were just the scum of the earth. Former arsonists ripping off current fire victims. God knows what else the motivation was. So, sorry, Oregon sent you both real fire crews and fake ones. So, here's the thing. Since this is a Hillsborough News Times, Oregon banned showing mugshots. Not possible. So, Oregon News is not going to show it. Maybe California News will. Oregon couple impersonates firefighter. Let's look at California News where you can still see mugshots. Let's see, Portland Tribune, that's not going to work. Mercury News, that's California. They do great. They do great with things. So in a nutshell, what is similar to Discord that is easier to use? People say Microsoft Teams, the candidate. I haven't been able to try it. I was about to try it when fire season started very early last year. So it's right back to where we were, trying to figure out how we can have a Discord without using Discord. A place we can talk to each other, no rules like YouTube interfering things, and share information, share maps, share links without all the shenanigans and horse crap of YouTube. It's where I could notify people. They could sign up for push notifications on that thing, actually want them, and you could finally know it whenever I actually do go live. But the idea of setting up places where victims and helpers can help and coordinate with each other would be priceless. So Discord, Microsoft Teams, Slack, and what else? And some others that I looked at. If you guys have ideas, please let me know. I'm not just complaining to be complaining. I am extremely frustrated because we need it, and Discord's perfect, but Discord is too hard to use. They're just jokers and clowns that run that interface. It's just dumb. So if you do have a suggestion, it has to be affordable. There's an amazing new couple of services. They're unfortunately made towards influencers that have a business and products to sell. That's great if I'm selling makeup, because it does the same thing, much easier to use. However, the fine print on those is that it's like $300 a month. But, oh, so much new traffic is going to be driven to your business. I'm sorry, nothing's going to be able. We're not going to swing $300 a month. If somebody wants to pay for it in advance, for like 5 years in advance, then I'll entertain that notion, but nobody's going to do that. So others have a free version, and then you read the fine print, and it's also just as bad, where you can have hundreds, if not 1,000 people in your group. However, you can only have one moderator. Yeah, one moderator for 1,000 people. Next, you have to pay $300 to $700 a month to have more moderators. Some of these services are just stupid, and so I've been trying to go through them one by one. I was in the middle of that process when fire season started early last year, and well, we just jumped right into it, and it's been going crazy ever since. I want to see mugshots. I want to see these fake firefighters. Doesn't California do mugshots anymore? Arizona family? Come on, California. I know you're into protecting criminal rights too, but please. I want to know who these people are. Yeah. Scottsdale mayor calls for more efforts to prevent destructive wildfires. That sounds like a good mayor. Unique horse therapy available for firefighters in LA. Yeah. I'm going to need a lot more than horse therapy, man. They got calls for people trapped and they couldn't get to them. That's a career ender. Some. What they've seen, they won't really be able to go back to work, some of them. This kind of thing doesn't happen every day. Which makes people like this scum of the earth. Alleged. You know, they are not convicted of a crime yet. They're alleged wildfire impersonators, but it says that they were already convicted of arson, so I don't know what you have to, how allegedly I have to be careful. They bought the truck at auction. It was impounded, and the two suspects are facing numerous charges. Yeah, there's a blank video here. Whatever. Any video that show them? Oh God, it's loud. I'm so sorry. Starts at maximum volume.
2 Oregonians have been arrested in Southern California. The LA County Sheriff's Office says the 2 were impersonating firefighters and attempted to enter an evacuation zone. Police say Dustin and Jennifer Nell admitted to being in an evacuation zone on Friday. Deputies confronted the 2 after noticing this fire truck they were driving appeared to not be legitimate. The 2 claimed to be from the Roaring River Fire Department in Oregon, which does not exist in the state. It was discovered that the fire truck was bought at an auction. The truck was impounded, and the 2 suspects are facing charges.
Can we roll with you, sir? Sure.
It's no big deal to 101-year-old Ed Davis.
Okay, this is a brand new, like it moved on to different video. I want to see their damn mugshots. I don't know who the hell these creeps are. 101-year-old who fought in World War II in Korea sets out to renew his license to see if I can. Okay, here's a feel-good story.
You want to take a long trip or a short one?
Just like other Texans 85 years or older, he renews his driver's license every 2 years.
I guess I probably did it to see if I could. There wasn't much to it, really. They filled out a form and held up a card and said, "Can you read that?" And I could read it, and there I was.
Davis isn't the first centenarian driver in his family. His older brother set the bar.
He had gotten his driver's license, I think, at 103.
His vehicle of choice?
His brother got his driver's license still 103. Wow. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not going to mess with the volume. It's so weird and erratic. That's all. Okay, maybe I can allow it. Yeah.
A Chevy pickup.
Chevy's always been my favorite of the trucks
He drove a lot of trucks for his construction business.
What are you hauling around these days?
Oh, well, I went and got some lumber yesterday.
The father of 5 keeps his trips short, sticking around the Bernie area.
I go to AGB sometime, and there's a Dollar General out the highway here, but too many cars.
But does he drive the speed limit?
No, not really.
A little under?
Yeah, quite a bit.
We need a little bit of an adorable feel-good story every so often. Yeah, morning, friends, guys. Corey Chambers says, Catherine, just practicing the spelling. I'm not Beetlejuice, though. You can't say my name. You can't say my name 3 times and have me appear. Okay, I just want to be clear on that. That won't happen. Glassman's World says, good, interesting story to wake up to. Yeah. So you have just dropped in. C. Jim says, can I ask why you suspect the freeway fires are arson? Because yeah, go ahead and ask that. So I got the timestamps for all my notes for the previous broadcast. It all unfolded live, all the drama. Husky went to bed and missed most of this. He's going to be upset in the morning, man. What? So, first of all, it's very difficult to get a fire to start during Santa Ana's. I know that sounds weird, but high winds blow out open flame. So most fires are already started to get blown out by high winds. And it really actually takes a little bit of a determined person to get them going. So there's 3 things that could really get a fire going during Santa Ana. I mean, besides one that is already happening in big, right? And so that could be power lines. They drip molten metal onto grass constantly, or if vegetation is against the power line, it'll electrocute a tree even if it's alive. And it'll take 20 minutes or so, but all the sap will boil off due to the tremendous heat. That basically leaves dried wood, and then the tree will ignite and burn as if it's a dead tree. So that's what power lines can do. And so they're the most frequent cause of town racing mass death events is power line. Inappropriately still live, even though the power companies know they're arcing and sparking and surging. And maybe it's nothing. Or their employees are too afraid to hit the power shut-off button. Power companies are still allowed to fire them. If they thought a fire started and they shut off the power, they can be fired. Yeah. So power lines can do it. Now, accidents and spills of fuel, like car accidents, with an accelerant like that sort of thing can cause Santa Ana's, big fires to take off in Santa Ana's. And then there's trying hard on purpose. So of all the incendiary devices available, you need something that constantly makes a flame or sparks that won't be blown out by the wind. So there's relatively few things that come to mind, one of which is like an acetylene blowtorch, or the kind and the flame just goes without you having to hold it down with your finger. So that's the difference between, you know, like a cigarette lighter with a gas windproof lighter. You still have to hold it down. So, I mean, usually that won't work because you have to hold it down, and the arsonist wants to get away from the scene fast. Or they'll get burned too. So other than it being completely freaking obviously arson, when they all start, these two start at the same time, we have a suspect. I got a worse and worse feeling as more and more fires broke out along a roadway. That they could be connected. We've had this happen before on the stream before, where like the I-5 arsonist was running around Myrtle Creek, and eventually the 911 calls came in, and then vehicle descriptions and stuff happened. But there were 5 fires at the time. And so the two, I think it was at a county line too. So now we have to go back further to 6 hours. So we get random zooming and stuff. Like, this isn't the right camera, is it? No, I'm on the right camera. Yeah. This is Red Mountain South, the one I can clearly show you like I do in the very beginning of the broadcast. We had a camera burn over and stuff. The one's still live, Red Mountain South HP. Okay. Now we have to go back to a 6 hour. Alright, we got a great view of the Pala. This is looking south, so the Pala is here. And the arsonist drove down the freeway. And then there's the Lilac. And they're both, these have something in common. It's lit one right after another. Some person can go down the road. And they're both lit to cause maximum damage. Try to take neighborhoods out. They're both lit so that fire travels at its maximum speed right towards homes. There's no faster fire travel than Santa Ana's and dry ass, over bushified, overgrown kind of dry bushes everywhere scenario. The worst dry bush scenario we've had in 20 years. There's no faster speed than Santa Ana's pushing a brush fire up a hill. That's about as fast as you can get for fire racing. Both portions have homes at the top of the hill and homes behind on the other side. So by the time that these two started, we already had 6 suspicious firemen. Four of which were just to the north. And then by the time we began listening again to San Diego County, we heard live on the radio the suspect vehicle. So if you go to my last broadcast, the timestamp for the broadcast is...
All stations Cleveland, can resume back to normal traffic on 4th next at a time of 0600 KME 23.
First of all, Watch Duty is only showing those that amounted to something, but there were multiple fires, and they even said in a distressed manner on the radio, we've got multiple fires here on the 15th. There's somewhere between 3 and 6 that were lit right around the Palo Lilac area. And I'm not sure about Sycamore up here, but I highly suspect that one too, because the first really suspicious fire, the chambers went going for about 45 minutes if they stopped to watch their handiwork. Just when the flames burned down, died down. This chambers fire was caught by the highway, so it's like they learned, hey, we gotta light the fire on both sides of the highway. So down here, after those flames died down a little bit, boom, new Winchester fire, both sides of a highway. But fire crews pounced on it and got it. And a little bit of time goes by, a couple hours, and then boom, Sycamore fire, and then Boom, 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 boom. Coupled with all this nearly simultaneously is the Riverview fire, the 3 of them that broke out here. Now, these are unrelated. I have no doubt in my mind right now that they're unrelated because, A, the fire crews were not that concerned about it. And it's a dead end behind a gated community. It seems like one structure burned down and then it spread to vegetation, and so the wind created 2 other fires. But based on radio traffic, when they finally got to it, it seems unrelated. It's pretty far off the beaten path. But by the time these broke out, the Pala and the right next to it, the Lilac, they were very alarmed. You can go back to my last broadcast. It is 12:46 a.m. where they say suspect vehicle is a Toyota sedan, dark in color, 90s model, and headed southbound on Highway 15. So, I mean, other than the obvious, I mean, there's even an MO. You can start profiling already with what we've seen. There are some that just want to light a fire and see fire. There are evil-ass people that want to harm, want to kill. So you don't light a fire at the base. In Santa Ana's at the base of a hill with homes at the top, unless you want those homes to burn down. And I believe that's what we saw with the Lilac. Sejum says, wow, so an arsonist maybe I just drive off into Mexico or something. I don't know. Whoever red flag, if there's further suspicious fires, man. Most arsonists are dumb as a post. It's not really the sharpest tools. Just a lot of criminals often are not. But then you get that dangerous, more scary, smart one or two out there that are a hell of a lot more frightening to me. Most really don't think ahead. They impulsively, there's stuff that can burn, so I light. When people wait for big fires to have been taken a lot of the attention away, when people wait for Santa Ana's to come back when they've already seen death and destruction, there is no doubt that they could cause the same thing. So when they wait to do this and they light fires that are going to race up or down hills right in front of inhabited areas, or a PDS, which is beyond red flag, is particularly dangerous situation, there is no higher warning than that for fire danger. When they wait for a PDS day, this is intent to murder. That's it. And since it's been across 2 counties, they don't particularly care who they murder. That's what is extremely disturbing about this. I am not convinced it's a pyromaniac at all. And some people have assumed that, or it's a fair, a question mark. Like, was it a pyromaniac? I don't know. Mind you, pyromaniacs oftentimes are not trying to murder. They're just dumb as a post and excited by fire, sometimes sexually. Sorry, I have to say that, but that's what I mean. So, straight up attempted murder, I hate my fellow man, my fellow human being. Revenge is the number one motivation for arsonists, and sometimes it's general revenge on the world. I'm angry at the world revenge. So the thing about other things, profile, that may or may not be in play as factors in arson is, like a despicable guy who tried to entrap firefighters and kill them with the Dixie. He lit fires behind the Dixie and hoping that he would surround firefighters to kill them. I was a college professor that went insane and or enraged or whatever. They could be all walks of life. Don't get it in your head that, hey, I will recognize an arsonist. You won't. If you could do that, they'd all be in prison, okay? I tried very hard before all these broke out. Do not get in your head that it's immigrants from you'll be just looking out for brown people. and people with funny accents. You will walk right past you somebody who doesn't fit your preconceived notion. Do not get an idea in your head. You can recognize people by their ethnicity, group, language, sex, race, gender, age, whatever. It really varies. And there are some people who have not ever committed arson in their life, but something happens to them and they snap and they're just different. Some of the craziest fires ever of mass death events, like the Korea subway fire, was a guy, a normal guy who had a botched surgery of all things, and was upset that the world didn't care about him. So he wanted to go light a fire in a subway because he was angry. So he took gasoline to a subway in Korea and did the unthinkable, and was caught red-handed. And that was a very, very bad mass death event. None of that anti-human hate crap, Glass. I don't allow that. Don't ever tell me that humans are bad, or I will just shut you down. Obviously, we're not bad. 99.9% of us would never do anything like this, so don't you dare blame humans. It's like this. Most dogs don't attack children and rip their scalp off and swallow them, right? Just a couple dogs do that. So, are you just going to say dogs are not cool anymore? A couple of dogs attack people and children and kill them? Eat people alive, you know? You wouldn't do that to dogs. Why do that to people? The fact that most people are just appalled by what I just said. There are very few violent criminals even out there willing to commit stuff like violence regularly. Crimes of passion, excluding those. But those who are violent and those who are evil just repeat their behavior. And mostly the problems of the world and most crimes are repeat behaviors of criminals. When they are not put away for life, when they're not caught, they just keep doing it their entire life until caught or dead. So the some of the smallest dogs and the most ferocious, yeah. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean that to be like, don't do that. I'm really on edge and really tired right now. But one of the ways you can avoid depression is stop assigning humans for the behavior of criminals. 99.9% of people, if you are bleeding to death and you knocked on their door, 99% of people would help you. When I was a kid, that's the first thing I learned from a kind cop that came to my kindergarten. And the policeman said, if somebody is chasing you, trying to kidnap you, can you go for help from a stranger? Stranger danger, right? But could you approach a stranger for help? And I thought, yeah, sure. But other kids were like, not so sure. Mind you, it's kindergarten. And they go, I was told not to talk to strangers. So the most important lesson that the cop had was, yes, you can. When you are in trouble, you can approach strangers and you will get help. Almost everybody will help a child in need that just needs it, like somebody's following me, stalking me, I'm lost. Whatever. And so the cop was saying, just knock on the nearest door there, somebody appears to be home, and get your help. Because he was like kind of going down that road. Could it be that you knock on the door and there's a serial killer living there? The odds are very low, because most people are good.
Engine 45 available. Your wishes?
Yeah, it's true, Glassman, it's true. I don't keep up with comments. I'm not here to read comments. I'm actually here to just talk about fires and stuff.
San Diego, engine 45 available. Your wishes?
45 available from the incident. Cover station 11, please.
But you typed a sentence called "humans aren't humane anymore."
45 copies.
I would never endorse that, so I don't want my own channel like anybody to say it on it. Humans are not humane anymore. That's one of the things I fight every day. anti-human hate narrative has just gotten out of hand. Humans are bad. Humans are a virus. You say that kind of stuff in my channel, just anybody thinking it, you're not going to be around very long. Because that depression talk prevents action. It prevents what depression, negative thoughts like that are about. Is when you're so sick of hoping, getting your hopes up, that you don't want your hopes up anymore. You just want to think that negative 100%. My hope will never go up anymore. It'll never go back down anymore. And people like judge humanity based on the freaking news. Like, it's not logical, but that's the way people think. But what it does is it keeps people depressed, but especially about their fellow man. And so I already fight narratives like from the everything from environmental groups that say people are just a virus. Okay, shut the hell up, dude. No, we're thinking, feeling beings that are a lot more than a effing virus. Go to hell, man. Whoever the hell says that. It's the only thing worse than racism is hating all races, and that's what anti-human narrative is. It prevents us from even having the faith in each other to band together and push for change, and that's exactly what we have to do, or we're going to get more of this. We're going to get more worse wildfires and disasters because people will just sit there and drink and get pissed and not lift a finger. Why? When humans are all bad, right? Why help other humans? Why be social? Why, you know? That's exactly how our species survives. We're social. We help each other. That is our key to success. There's no other species on Earth as cooperative as we are. Ants are kind of close, but they see another anthill and they just make war upon it. There are no ants that seem to make alliances with each other. I don't think it goes that deep. Although what they do is kind of similar to what we do in many ways. And here's the thing. If you ask when was warfare invented, it's a trick question. Whenever ants started war. They have soldiers. If war is defined as a conflict between armies and professional soldiers, that's what they do. They have soldier ants and worker ants. Interesting. They build little places and they respond to disasters. And ants, even ants will help each other out. Just only of their own little ant hill. We are very different. We can have no idea. They can reach across time zones, and talk to somebody on the other side of the planet, just cooperate with them for any reason. They're pretty freaking remarkable. Yeah. So you're also spamming Glassroom. It's okay, but I just see kind of like solid walls of chat. I do assume that people are talking to each other when nobody's trying to get my attention. So, Jessica Sweetie Bell says, I found this YouTube channel. He used that same truck before. Oh, really? It seems weird and familiar. Now you mention it. This already went to the next thing. Back and forth. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. Autoplay at maximum volume. Go to hell. I have seen this before. I think I have. I have a weird feeling it's a movie set prop, but I swear I've seen this exact thing before, like in the 2020 organ fires or something. Anyway, just to finish up the rambling part there. Depression thoughts don't come from you, they come from your subconscious. It's something you gotta consciously recognize them and overcome it. If you ever have a thought that already knows the conclusion, I won't do this, I won't bother doing this because it won't matter somehow. It won't matter somehow if I make the effort. Your subconscious knows you're dreading something, and it's programmed to try to make you avoid whatever you're afraid of, because it's a big dumb animal from the Stone Age, and prior. If you are anxious about anything, Your subconscious tries to make you avoid it, so it'll put thoughts in your head that are not even yours, such as, oh, even if I tried, nothing good will happen. That's not logical. That's a stupid emotional reasoning assumption thing going on there. So it'll make you procrastinate, miss out on things, or do things like not go live when you should. And I listened to that depression voice because guess what? I was afraid of going live for years. Super shy. Every time I thought about going live, something bad was going to happen. People would make fun of me. People would swat me, or people would stalk me, or people would say mean things, and I just don't know if I could handle it. No matter what, every time I thought about going live, some thought in my head showed up that tried to convince me not to because I was afraid of it. Oh my God, that one. This is a new color version image. See where the direction is looking south, southeast. Yeah. So many of the most worthwhile things you'll ever do, your subconscious will try so hard to make you not do it. And you have to just arrest it and say, hey, that's not helpful. Support me. I want to do this. And it will, but you got to realize just where these thoughts are coming from. They're designed for protection. And it even goes all the way to how you think about humanity. If you get your hopes up, oh, faith in humanity restored. There's a good news article. Oh, somebody did a heinous thing. Humans are actually bad. Oh, wait, there's a good article. No, there's a bad one. Humans did bad things again. No, humans did a good thing. Don't be on the roller coaster. Don't be a victim of the news. Don't judge humanity by what criminals do. If we were all evil and stuff, if we really were, none of us would be here. Everybody would be dead. We'd all be killed already by murderers and stuff. Where's my page 2? Page 1 and 2. I got 3. Oh, I don't know where to put it. So the good news about all this is it can only be 5 arsonists in a state that could light thousands of them. I know I just said good news. Because if you catch the 5 arsonists, then you prevent thousands of fires. And I'm dead serious. It could be a pool of that small of people. California has got a long way to go. They protect arsonists. Cops can't even see a conviction. Here's the thing. Here's the crazy thing about that Oregon stuff. The cops would have let them go if they were from California and had an arson conviction. In California, arson convictions are wiped off of your slate just for doing probation. Doesn't that make you feel good? In fact, not even cops, when they pull you over and see that you have a conviction for arson, they can't see that on your record. It's hidden from even the cops. So if there's an arson crime and they do a roadblock, or there's a bunch of people that are nearby and they start running people's backgrounds, they'll just let people go because the cops can't see their conviction. It's hidden from the cops. Yeah, special rights for arsonists exist in California, especially if you committed the crime at age 21. Now I'm going to go back up. Which video? Let me make sure. So here's the thing. Oregon doesn't do that, as far as I know. So when one firefighter says, hey, I don't think that there's a roaring river in Oregon at all, certainly not a roaring river, then a cop did a quick background check and found that one of the guys had a convicted arson charge for lighting a fire in Woodburn, which is really heinous because Woodburn was a 55 and older community only. So he would have potentially murdered the elderly I mean, now anybody can move there, but it's still
I see.
dominating. So what if
422.
they had been convicted in California? The cops wouldn't be able to see that. It might have just been like, they may have bought a BS story. Oh, Roaring River, oh, this is a movie prop truck. We bought it, but, you know, we're a private crew, or the story could have changed to something else more believable, and they could have sweet talked their way out. I see a lot of cop videos where on the lam, the suspects in a manhunt sweet talk their way past police and just artfully lie. In a 10-alarm fire plus situation, in chaos, I don't think a background check is going to take very long. I think cops are going to be like, okay, whatever. Oh, you're here to help, whatever, you have a fire truck. I mean, it's so unthinkable that they would be looters and arsonists both. That's hard to even imagine. So they really could have sweet-talked their way out of this if they were convicted in California, because the cops would have not seen the arson conviction. And so when an arsonist with a California conviction wants to apply for the same job as you, move into your neighborhood, your apartment complex, your building, your trailer home, your trailer park, wherever you live, your neighborhood. They want to start a babysitting business for kids or whatever next door. You can't find it out. California says you don't have the right to know. And neither does somebody like a landlord. Neither does an employer. I don't know what it takes to see somebody's arson conviction in California if they did all the things they were supposed to, like did all their parole. I don't know if it takes a judge, court order, what. The scary thing, they were only caught because they were from Oregon. Because the arson conviction was visible. So I just wonder how many slipped through the cracks, because police go, clean record. Go past the roadblock. But here's the weird thing about Oregon. You can't see mugshots anymore, so we don't know what these people look like, and I don't know if it's been revealed to the press. California press can show mugshots. I've been trying to briefly kind of find it. Yeah. Jessica Sweetie says the individual had filmed some bridge collapsing and needs investigating. Okay, hang on a second. Let me finally catch up with you. You used the truck before. This one? This one? Oh, thank you, Jennifer Bowen. I feel like hate needs to be fought in all its forms. Anti-human hate is just about the worst there is. And Grits Kennedy, I have no idea what's wrong with the lawmakers. Some of them are just totally crazy. But I verified this. I found out only last year that California's like this. Okay. You mean this fire truck?
Were you able to copy the update for Huckleberry AC? It's coming in very scratchy on SDU 1-on-1.
Just want to make sure I'm
20% even negative.
Just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, update. Had a very stubborn large tire fire. Fire has been extinguished. 1 hour commitment, time still for overhaul for both units.
Where? We're still listening to San Diego County. Destin filmed the bridge. Yes, absolutely, with that fake roaring fire and river and everything, really. Oh, boy.
Update. On top of your commitment.
What?
And if you need any further and your command channel is taken as it's still just a dispatch channel, just go ahead and try to hail us again on temp.
I'm too tired to take notes. I haven't made a single new one. Sorry guys, I'm at my useful end of consciousness. I was tired at 10 p.m. I barely slept the day before. I had the weirdest experience with somebody knocking on my door in the middle of the night. It freaking me out greatly when I was trying to settle down. Not last night, I was live, but that's it. Stop. Stop. Ah, okay, we can talk now. Yeah, so let's get on the same page. This, I know I've seen it somewhere before, but I wonder if I've seen this in the 2020 fires. There was a lot of private crew and citizen randomly fighting 2020 fires in Oregon, and they were buying old fire gear and then just randomly going out and trying to fight the Riverside Fire, which is not Riverside, California, Riverside Fire of Oregon. Don't ask me why they named it that. Riverside Road, but that was northernmost of the big 2020 fires. So you had vigilante firefighters and random people going around, the Hillbilly Brigade and others. Some of them were very effective, controlling small spot fires and preventing it from getting worse, but also they got themselves into extreme danger. So I didn't know how to feel about that at the time. My stance is go become a volunteer firefighter, go learn. And then get your own private fire truck stuff. And if you show up to things like the Eaton Palisades with legitimate reasons to be there, even if it's handing the keys, here's my water truck, my fire truck, whatever. You guys use it. They're not going to say no. Yeah, so yeah, thank you. Let's see. Dustin Nell is a YouTuber. No way, we have to see this. No freaking way. Okay. Dustin Nell. Alright. I'm just copyright fair use right now. I really don't want to be on the wrong person's channel, so is it this one? That you're talking about in chat, guys? ABC 10 News has live coverage of the Lilac. Hey, thanks, Lori. Yeah, let's look at that in a second. Like the derailment, that just happened pretty recently. It was big news. This trestle was damaged by fire. I don't know how many years ago, and the locals thought it was pretty damn rickety and maybe a little too fire damaged, and they ran a train over it without really testing it. Or a lot of locals refused to even walk over it. So it kind of seems like really stupidity. But yeah, I don't know why the trestle was on fire at some point. Is this it? That's it? Okay, so that happened 9 freaking days ago. They were arrested yesterday. Okay, fair use. 9 days ago was what? They used to January 11th. So this is after the Palisades already started. So when did they go down to California is what I would like to know. The Palisades and Eaton started on the 7th. This is the 11th. But, oh, you know what? Duh. Yeah, I'm really sleep deprived. Yeah, I know this happened a bit more than 7 to 9 days ago. They shot it, but then later uploaded it with a delayed upload. Yeah. So let's see, when was the derailment? Into the Marys River, Oregon derailment. I thought about going and looking at it myself, but yeah. It's a derailed train. What else are you going to say? The locals got very upset at the looky-loos trespassing to get to a vantage point. I thought, man, I'm not going to bother them. A lot more stuff I should be doing. So when did the derailment happen? Near Corvallis. I thought it was Eugene. Removed by crane over the weekend. Yeah, it collapsed on the 4th. Yeah, so they just uploaded it later. They probably filmed closer to the 4th. So I'm not sure when this Oregon couple showed up in California. The alleged fake firefighters, but convicted arsonist if the press is to be believed. Largest antique outboard motor collection, boats. This is just the homepage highlights. Seems like pretty normal affairs. I don't know when the trestle did catch fire. Just looking around at the, underneath the bridges where the homeless generally are, and just looking at the way that the rail companies are running things, I am extremely worried for the rest of our surviving wooden train bridges, which is also called trestle. We have so few left that are just grand. We lost a big one to a grass fire several years ago, pretty close in Tualatin. It was a big, proud wooden structure, and boy, did it burn to the ground fast. That's because grass was allowed to grow next to the trestle. Don't freaking do that. It's stupidity. Let's let bushes grow up under the trestles. And so I took John Stoker when he was here helping me with my surgery recovery. I needed nursing for weeks. When I finally felt able to drive, about 2 weeks later, I took him on a brief tour of the Dick Road Trestle. Yes, it's called Dick Road. It's west of Portland. And I'm enraged about the brush growing up underneath it. One little match, spark, anything, even from the train itself, that thing is just going to be exploded. It's one of those ancient natural wonders full of old growth kind of wood you can't get anymore. And they don't need to burn up. It's just the stupidity of letting bushes underneath them. So later, when we don't have fires, I'll just have a fun day with you guys, and I'll show you fun stuff. Sorry that I keep promising. It just hasn't really ended yet. So let's look at the rest of the vids. I wonder how long this channel will remain up. This is relevant. Totally ordinary. Videos about tractors. These are the latest videos. Baby McKenna at OHU Hospital. Tanks over the years. A lineup. Tank. Old Impala lowrider. Classic cars. Oh, the John Deere thing. That might be the Great Oregon Steam Up. Oh, I would love to go to that. I've always missed them. Where steam engines and stuff are just started, and everything from trains to steam donkeys to there's a yearly meetup. Fewer than 1,000 subscribers. Electric course carriage. Okay, we're getting towards antique vehicles. Standing seam, metal roofs, and wet climate. Roofing advice. Cessna departing Jordan, Oregon on a runway. A fire truck. A real one. Structure fire in Lebanon, Oregon, October 11th, 2024. Interesting, huh? Fire was called in just before 9 a.m. Friday morning. Resources from Lebanon, Scio, Albany, and the Roaring River responded, which doesn't exist. And both structures were a total loss. Oh, look, already in the comments, Dustin did it. And this guy is a convicted arsonist. And, okay, yeah. Let's watch this before this is taken down. And this is totally fair use. I don't believe they're out on bail, but this is the accused, not alleged. Firefighter impersonators that went to the Palisades and got their asses arrested with burglary tools present in the fire truck. Now, I'm going to do the disclaimer, and in the interest of fairness, they could be innocent. They're not convicted of what they allegedly were doing at the Palisades. Why? Because sometimes simply lighting a backfire gets an arson charge, especially by city juries who don't even know what the hell that is. There's a remote possibility that they're wannabes with good intentions, but stupid. And they won't go get proper training, they'll buy their own fire truck, And they'll get ideas in their head, such as, I could stop a fire's progress by lighting another one in front of it. And we've seen people railroaded and given long prison sentences when, in fact, they were lighting a backfire, which is, when you don't have water, the only damn way to stop a fire is downwind. You light another fire in front of it so that it doesn't have any fuel when it reaches that point. That is a very risky proposition. You have to know exactly what the hell you're doing. But it can be easily mistaken for, say, arson. Somebody sees somebody lighting a fire during a fire, they think arson. And we've seen innocent people totally given prison sentence. In fact, authorities doing that in an evil way, it led to the Bundy standoff and the armed protest against that. People who saved their own ranch from a fire by lighting a backfire in front of it, they saved all their cattle. And because they were in a feud with federal authorities who wanted to take their land away from them and create a park or refuge or wildlife thing, they said no, thanks. Those officials were pissed off at them and set them up on fake charges of arson. So when the jury convicted them, they were city slickers who were not allowed to hear anybody testify about what backfires are, what they're for, and how you control fires with it. So nobody was allowed to even hear that, which the judge is just evil to do that to them. And when the only males that could still help run the ranch were convicted with long prison sentences, and one of them was going to die in prison when he was older, that just flew. A lot of people lost their minds over it because it was just a blatant land grab by government officials. Not a conspiracy. You can look up everything. And they were so pissed off that they said, we're going to do a protest, and took over a Mulher Wildlife Refuge building that had been abandoned. I am not for armed protests. I'm just explaining what happened. Don't shoot the messenger. But that's a good example of somebody convicted of arson who was not an arsonist. A true innocent use of backfiring. So, burglary tools. Could be crowbars and the like. They're supposed to have had burglary tools in the fire truck. In the interest of total fairness, well, so do firefighters. Real ones have crowbars and stuff, because guess what? Breaking and entering is what the firefighter has to do. So, if they're just wannabes, it's a possibility. Remote. They didn't do what they're accused of, and so that's what a trial is for. Evidence will be submitted. We have only information from the media. The media did not clear the record of what happened when the Bundy family thing happened. They railroaded just as bad as the officials did. Even said it's not a protest, it's terror, and all this crazy horse crap. But it took presidential pardon and a mistrial and all this stuff to wrong that right. It's one of the things that Trump did while he was in office. And but there was going to be a mistrial thing anyway. But this is my disclaimer. Right now I'm not sure what to think. I'm leaning towards they're doing bad because they lied. Roaring River Fire District does not exist. So lying to the cops, and then they get arrested because a record is checked and there's a conviction for arson. A prior in Woodburn. So either they're really the worst scumbags on earth, the lowest caliber type of criminal, willing to commit arson and willing to screw over fire victims and rob them, or they're completely misunderstood wannabes who have been crucified by media. I'm leaning towards evil, but you judge for yourself. This is my fairness disclaimer. So whenever we're going to watch and everything, it's fair use because these fires concern us. These are people who did sneak into and had no permission to be in the Palisades evacuation area. And many criminals do take advantage of chaos. This is it's one of the two things. You be the judge. I'm not here to tell you. The this is double structure fire in Lebanon, Oregon. This is the channel of the accused. A person, one of the two arrested, that had a fake fire truck. But I still am wondering where have I seen this before. I think I've seen it in 2020. The Riverside Fire of Oregon, which is over by Estacada. I mean, there's a lot of footage. It's just tickling the back of my mind. It could have been by Malala. The Riverside Fire went towards Malala as well. And I evacuated my mom near Salem in front of the Beachy Creek. And the riversides of the Beachy Creek almost merged. So I'm not sure. And I mostly covered all that from my living room. So I'm not sure where. I think I've seen this thing before. So the arson conviction was for 2017. So they possibly could have just been running around during 2020. We'll see what they had to say. Maybe they'll talk to the press. This is their page, and we should look at this before this YouTube channel gets taken down. Let's watch it. So I take a lot of pride in not being a damn yellow journalist. I do not say, hey, these people dead, or I think so, or whatever, without really damn good reason. That's what the court of law is for. So, but it's all intriguing, and we all have a right to know what the hell we're dealing with.
Well, guys, I hate to say,
oh my God, that's
a
loud.
few of these people live back in here. So we're on East Lacombe Road, halfway between Lacombe and I guess the south side of Scio. It's kind of a bad deal. We got Crabtree River right there. Excuse me, Crabtree Creek. And they live kind of back in there. Then the hose is way back, stretched, sits behind this barn, directly back east of there. It's just hard to get back in there. It's kind of a weird deal. That bridge isn't heavy enough for an engine. So, time we got here, it was pretty bad off. It's filling porta tanks, doing what we can. We got Albany, Lebanon, Scio, other volunteer agencies.
There it is, the Roaring River fire truck. So I'm sure something's going to come to light, like it's a joke or something, or a reference to a movie or something, or an actual honest-to-God movie prop or whatever. I think a general Google search is in order, but this has just been brought to my attention. I can't believe they have a YouTube channel that people arrested for this. So that it looks like they are helping out the fire crews. And he said it was pretty bad when we arrived. Well, who arrived first? Let's see if they elaborate on this. Because if this is why it's hard. Sometimes firefighters themselves are arsonists. The Caldor and other mysterious ones could have been started by a firefighter arsonist. Can't ask the person because he's dead now, but boy, he left Arizona, went to California, and then left the state again. And following in his wake were all these suspicious huge fires that killed. So, but he's dead. So I tried to figure out how to interview him, and he had moved to Oregon and died in Oregon. So I left the state when he was still alive, and in California I found out he was gravely ill and then soon died. We may never really know anything about the Caldor, but that's the difficult thing, is sometimes firefighters are arsonists. Like backdraft, it's a real deal. They're the hardest to track down and catch. They're not even really suspected until you think about it. But the kind that love fire, not profile, there's no front license plate. Well, it's not necessary really in Oregon. I mean, technically it's required, But I bet you could drive around here for 8 years before somebody tells you about it. It wasn't even required for a long time. So there's plenty of sports and nice cars that just never even had the attachment for a front plate. It's just the cops don't generally give a damn. Yeah, Kiska, thank you for bringing this to our attention. So I'm familiar with these areas, not intimately, but I do know people at Lebanon. And this is all very frightening to me. What kind of mayhem could they have been doing in order to? So far, this is a basic explanation of what happened and how long we have to. These hoses are going pretty far away. And he's just kind of explaining things in a pretty matter-of-fact way that seems legit. If they are, this raises the hair on the back of my neck. Like, could they really be evil? Could they have been volunteering with other fire departments or whatever, or doing this and have started half of them? The mind wonders. The only thing we know about them right now is they were willing to lie to the authorities and they had no permission in the Palisades. So that is the biggest factor right now towards me being quite skeptical of, say, if they claim that they're just innocent, naive, wannabe firefighters, right? So, let's see, what Glassman's World says strong enough to hold an engine but suddenly collapsed. Oh, this is a different bridge, man. That was a train bridge, by the way. No foot traffic. This is a regular rural kind of county bridge. There's plenty of creeks just all over the place in Oregon. So the strange thing about Oregon is you could drive for many, many miles and not be able to cross a river. Oregon doesn't make a lot of bridges. It's weird. If you have a property and you build a home beyond a creek, it's up to you to make that bridge to your own property, and they'll do it on the cheap. And a lot of times homeowners don't realize, oh, yeah, it could be on the cheap. That's fine. Well, it can't support the weight of a truck. That's fine. Trucks don't need to come here. Fire trucks. Oh, I've seen plenty of properties like that where, after I became fire aware, I just go, okay, this whole place is going to burn down because nobody can get here. Yes, they can. I have little bridges all over my property. They're little bridges. A fire truck can't cross it. Oh! So this is another example. That's kind of what he's explaining. Let's rewind a little bit and watch. So this is the first video scrolling through their content that's fire related with their own weird little, I don't want to call it fake, we'll call it auctioned off retired fire truck, movie prop, or whatever the hell it is functional. That's a pumpkin back there, isn't it? So it's providing pump power and water to this thing where other hoses come out. I think that's a pumpkin. It's like an inflatable doughboy swimming pool. It's not a true pumpkin. It fills with water. If you guys know what the hell that is, please let me know. But you can daisy chain fire trucks, and you can stretch hose a very, very long distance. Especially if you have water tender trucks like that one. They don't have to drive very far. And so this is why I was making a big argument during the Palisades. They could have just daisy chained water trucks together and hose systems and engines and gotten water where they needed it. A lot of different neighborhoods could have been saved because of just lack of water pressure was the reason. So when somebody says, making water pumpkins would not have stopped the Palisades. You're a stupid blonde beep with a stupid channel. Well, no crap, you idiot. I'm not saying it would stop a mega fire's roaring path downwind of it. Nothing does. I'm talking about the majority of the fire damage, which was not directly in the path. The fires spread out sideways, like a peacock fanning its tail. Everything to the sides of the fires, the flanks, mostly those buildings were lost because nobody had water to save them. They fought valiantly to save our neighborhoods for like 4+ hours until they got the word that the water trucks were not coming. They were ordered to leave the neighborhoods they had been valiantly saving. And many neighborhoods they never went to, because they said, don't bother going there if you can't bring water to it. So that's why I was very critical of the Palisades. If you've got 1,000 water trucks, which I think LA does, even more, for road construction, why the hell did they not pick up the phone and call everybody in and say, water trucks of the city, you've been drafted, go to Pacific Coast Highway. They could have easily made a daisy chain system because hoses can stretch so freaking far. They could take 5,000 feet of hose, they could take 10,000, go up and put out fires at the top of mountains. You just have to have enough equip. And so here, where the fire trucks could not go across the bridge, they had to do this elaborate hose lay. So when fire trucks, there's a great lesson right here. When fire trucks can't get near the fire, it goes out of control. Fire access roads is key. It took a long time to set this up. Hell, in fires, every second counts. So explaining the reasons why the structure probably burned to the ground, it's an important lesson. It's just chilling that this might be a true evil arsonist.
It's filling porta tanks, doing what we can. We got Albany, Lebanon, SIO, other volunteer agencies. Sorry to say, guys, but don't leave your stuff plugged in. We don't know the cause yet, but I'm sure they weren't burning any brush or anything like that. So these people over here, they called me, and then the adjacent neighbors called me as well, said the house across the river was on fire. I was hoping that it wasn't this one, because I knew these people. I don't know them the best, but there's not much you can do for them. We can't cannon water on them. We can't roll engines to them or even tenders close up. It's got to be pumped in from a long ways, and all that time stretching that hose in there takes minutes and minutes and minutes to get that up and set up and hooked up and all treed off in there. It's a really nice place back in there too. They've been there for quite some time. Sublimity is looking for volunteers, guys. I think SIO is currently as well, so if you're interested in doing something like that, go ahead and give them a phone call.
Wow. So he says at the end, if you want to volunteer as a firefighter, give him a phone call. It's so chilling. Both structures a total loss. October 11th, 2024. I wonder if I was live then at the time, probably covering something else more major. Oregon just kind of had so much arson, mostly in Eastern Oregon. I couldn't even mention every single fire in Oregon per day. So we're, if you've just tuned in, we are
kind of back in there.
Pretty frightened. We're doing a little before all this gets taken down. What I was scanning is this is a person with an arson conviction, according to the media. Justin Nell, and somebody else was arrested, also last name Nell, impersonating firefighters in Palisades, allegedly. And now that doesn't mean they technically lied if they said Roaring River Fire Department, if that's like a running gag, or their own little volunteer thing they're trying to start. It just could be what they're known as. It looks like neighbors and others would call them personally, because that's the way it was in 2020. A lot of Oregonians lost faith in the traditional response. Too many people died, too many people lost everything because nobody showed up. That's because there were too many fires going on at once. So a lot of people bought their own gear and just roamed around the major roads being spot fires because it was very long distance embercast from the Riverside and Beachy Creek as well. Yeah, but the Riverside was milder. Beachy Creek, if you got in front of it, you died. The power companies really, really got that going, and it spread so fast that fire crews ran for their lives along with everybody else, and it erased like a dozen towns in its path. If you count the Lion's Head, it merged with, on the east side of the Cascades too. So, you know, it was an extreme shortage of manpower because California was on fire, Oregon and Washington all at the same time. You know, once in a lifetime freak wind event, which is almost like a Santa Ana for all three western states at once. That was what happened on Labor Day. We haven't really seen anything since the 1933 Tillamook burn. Like I said, once in a lifetime freak event. Yeah, it takes minutes and minutes. I know that was kind of funny when you said that, but man, minutes count for fires. Glassman's World says he claims to be a volunteer, so he's not a quote official firefighter. So is he impersonating or volunteering? Well, that's a big question now, ain't it? Never such a disruption. I would like to believe they're wannabes with good intentions, that the arson conviction was some sort of a fake misunderstanding or something. We'd have to learn more about it and circumstances. Like I said, sometimes people are just being foolish and think they're doing good and lighting backfires. So if people are in an actual fire situation and you see somebody purposefully lighting the fires, ask them what they're doing in a non-accusatory way if you can, because they're probably trying to panic light their own backfires. And so it is true panic action. If the wind's blowing one direction, and then say there's a grassy field next to your own property or something, and you think, okay, I have a chance to save it. I'll go right in front of my own property and light a very small strip of the dry grass on fire that'll just burn up to my driveway and end and stop. And I'll go a little bit further, because the wind is one direction. And I'll light a little more strip. It'll burn up and stop. Where, you know, and then I'll go light another little strip and get progressively further. Then by the time the big fire gets here and all the embers land, it'll land on nothing but dead grass that's already burned up. So these things go through the head. And some people are panicking and trying to help. When if you really don't know what the hell you're doing, you're probably just going to make it worse. And since most citizens are totally unaware of backfires, how they work, and what you're supposed to do, citizens will just assume arson and testify until the cows come home vehemently on the witness stand. I saw him do it, and you know, because they're enraged, especially if they lost something. I'm just saying, I would like to believe they're good. I have a dreaded feeling they, of course, really may not be. But the communications were so bad during the Palisades, where crews lost connection with each other. They had no leadership. Crews found themselves unable to talk to people for hours. They made up their own division names. They gave themselves their own assignments. Oh, wow. Now, this is creepy. Here's more of their content at a rail museum. This is not the one in Dunsmuir, is it? So because of social media, it might be taken down because already there's a whole lot of bad comments starting to show up. We are analyzing this to see if there's anything that might give us a clue whether or not they're good or evil. Yeah, this is not. It says Mount Hebron. Okay. This is not anywhere I've been. I thought for a second this was the railroad motel thing at Dunsmuir. This is neat. Like I said, we're scanning it, and we saw them use their, really fake, but retired and purchased at auction fire truck. So it functions. We just got verification that it functions. So it's not like it's a fake vehicle. It could have helped Palisades, but you don't lie to get past into an evacuation zone. It could be, though, the left hand not talking to the right. You know, the Red Cross flew a drone. Everybody freaked out, and they said, "Let's another drone fire. Let's go hunt him down." And then they figured out later it was the Red Cross. The left hand was not talking to the right. It was a very botched response. And Palisades was complete communication breakdown. So just scanning for if we had seen something here. Okay, there's fire operations from more than 1 year ago where they kept filming themselves. Oh, we're the first on the scene. You know, that would be really suspicious or something. It's not seeing a lot. There's a lot of just normal kind of content. But fairly interesting to me. Wow, classic cars and wooden boats and trains and planes. That's the kind of content that I sort of produce too sometimes. It's giving me the chills. So I just want to caution everybody to not go out and crucify people. Trials are there for a reason. But I don't blame the cops for just arresting them on the spot. I think that was the right thing to do. Like, if they didn't do a good job explaining if they were just true volunteers, why didn't they come with the real Oregon task force who was sent down there? The real Oregon helpers. You know, did they just follow them as wannabes or something? Blue Heron Paper Mill, yeah. They flew a drone at Oregon City, which the Blue Heron Paper Mill is a historic building that the Indians are taking control again of a place they once had control of, the Willamette Falls. So they will be changing a lot. It'll lose a lot of its classical industrial kind of nature, and they want it to look kind of like a normal river again. So the Blue Heron Paper Mill once looked good as a building in the past, but not anymore. Like I was already talking about the ghost town. This is the site of where Lynn City used to be, but the 1861 flood washed it away. So they put the locks there. This is the East Bank. I've always wanted to fly a drone like this. I got a little chicken. It never was really great weather. Drone goes down here. Goodbye, you know. But hey, I'll try it one day. So the Blue Heron Paper Mill's on the left, and the Indians were trying to bring back the fishing with the nets and stuff. This is not a dam. This is the natural Willamette Falls, waterfall. Oregon City's on the left. We're looking south because the Willamette River flows to the north. This is also where The Hunted was filmed, this stupid movie in Portland that we thought would be a lark, you know. A lot of Oregonians went to see it. And it was just brain dead stupid movie. Because the Willamette Falls are there, and so the guy, it's kind of like The Fugitive 2. They even got Tommy Lee Jones and everything. But in The Hunted, it's a PTSD Vietnam vet or something who hunts people. So he holes out in the woods. Anybody comes nearby, he shoots them and kills them. Because it's PTSD, and these hunters come by and they have guns. It's just a weak plot point and everything, but whatever. We went to watch it because they filmed it all around Portland. It was so freaking stupid. He jumps into the river in Portland, and then all of a sudden he emerges here at Willamette Falls. Every Oregonian in the world was like, really? So he swam upstream like 15 miles? Really? Sure he did. The Willamette flows to the north. Like everybody freaking knows that. It's one of the few rivers that do that, like the Nile. So he swam upstream, emerges on the rocks up here. Man, it's so cool and gritty and industrial. It can all look better again if you wash it, but this is the earliest industry of Oregon that really survives. water-powered stuff before anything else. So this stuff is power generation and other miscellaneous stuff. I don't even know what that building is back there, but it looks really old. There's a mix of stuff you would want to keep to preserve the industrial heritage, and then stuff that really could be demolished because it's just ugly as hell, dilapidated. But the older pictures of all these buildings, especially stuff like this, looks like it's partly deconstructed. Were really quaint and historical. So, well, some of it is concrete monstrosity. Some of it's some of the oldest buildings that survive after the rebuilding of 1861. This is the east side, like I said. So this is where the town of Lynn City washed away from. I've never seen views like this before. Got it. There's the locks. So the Army Corps of Engineers was supposed to fix it, but it got stuck. So big ships couldn't go, or even small boats couldn't go up and down the river for many years in a row. I hope they fixed it. But you see what I mean? Some of these are just dilapidated but classical structures that should be saved. And some of it is just so damn ugly. It's like, ugh, why'd you do that to the river? So here's the waterfall itself. Even though it looks like a dam, this is just a mill race. Place where they got the water to flow nice and smooth on one side. And that fishermen drive right up to it with their boats. This is where all the salmon had to stop. Only on the worst flood years can they go past. So the fish stop here, and the Indians just made platforms where they're trying to jump up, and then the fish jump right in the net. So this is the only place that's not submerged by a dam, where they can still really do a lot of that. They lost Celio Falls, which treaty said they would keep. Aha! Not if it's underwater. Aha! That was really evil to make Bonneville and Hood River dams to submerge it. After promising, hey, you have all the fishing rights there you want. So many treaties were broken, you can't really get into it, but this is the natural waterfall. And this is the east side, so Blue Heron Paper Mill is over there. So what the tribe, there's a confederation of tribes, agreed is that Blue Heron Paper Mill would be just that building. It starts over here. This is its demolition, so it's already in progress. This is a year ago. I can't show you the worst of the damaged fire sites unless the drone turns around. Looks like it's not. There's already a bunch of rubble. I've seen some of this. I drove to Oregon City not too terribly long ago. Just didn't have the ability to film. It was raining. So what happened, the Indians agreed that we'll keep some of that historical building. It was dilapidated. A lot of people wanted to see a full restoration. Building was donated, I think. Yeah, there's a fisherman or something right there. And wish jolly gee willikers, wouldn't you know it? Arson happened. Looks like we have to demolish it. Oh darn. Looks like we can clear the site now and build whatever we want. So it's hard to say what motivation was for the arson, but it was a homeless person, sure, whatever. They even arrested somebody. Sure, whatever. Portland has a bad history. The losing historical structures to fire just as they were about to be preserved. Wouldn't you know it? But that's a thing that happens elsewhere. Hell, could have been squatters. It's not like Portland or Oregon City or anywhere else does a good job of evicting them. It's one of those, we won't do anything kind of things, or worse, the mayor will step in and say, you can't. So we saw Portland buildings being lit on fire. The mayor was like, don't do anything, firefighters. Until his own building was lit on fire. He goes, help! Step in and extinguish the fires. It's no longer a protest, it's a riot. Well, duh. When Portland downtown was on fire and everybody was breaking out all the windows, yeah, it was a riot back then, dude. Oh, the rich, though, So there's a lot of normal content. That's long after that fire. I'm just looking to see if there's just anything that would give us a clue. Be suspicious. Coast Guard cutters on Fleet Week. U-boat. Wow. USS Constellation. Normal travel videos. Touristy stuff. Lebanon, Oregon steam engine. Oh, I want to see that. Yeah, I won't bore you though. Pretty. Well, here's another fire video. Look, Alaska helicopter fire operation. Only has a 30-second blur, so it's not them. I don't see other use of the fake fire truck for the Roaring River thing. Wow, a 76 Reliant Robin, the three-wheeled car that Mr. Bean always bashed out of the way. That's the only reason I know about Reliant Robins. They're just a joke. And Mr. Bean was always, if he wanted to parallel park or something, he would just bash them out of the way with his Mini Cooper. Okay, what else we got? Planes, trains, automobiles, steam engines, tractors. New home construction roofing advice. The Wooden Shoe Tulip Festival, in Woodburn. Where was the arson conviction? Was Woodburn. Now you've got a tulip festival. A lot of times they have hot air balloons. You can go. I think it's right next to Woodburn, that whole area. So that's also 1 year ago. Oregon Abernathy Bridge expansion. Oregon City Falls flyover. More of that. So I thought maybe it was filming the Blue Heron paper mill right after the fire, but that's well after. It happened a couple of years ago now. The Antiem excursion train. Trains, tractors, we're to the bottom already. A Kawasaki burnout, which means some sort of a Papa Wheelie or something. Cleaning a Volkswagen manifold with fire. I mute that. Okay, so this is the only open flame video I'm ever really that I can really see on the channel. We'll see what happens and what if they go out on bail or what the hell happens. But if it is a misunderstanding, because the Palisades fire was one hell of a communication breakdown, putting it very mildly, and somebody gave them permission and said, go help, and they showed up and were helping, don't be surprised if they're released without charges. You know how the media likes to crucify people, make everybody look so freaking guilty, because it sells. Crucifying people, like, it's a totally shocking headline. Period. Not that one. I mean, this is the weird train derailment thing that they made a video of. But this isn't also near Lebanon at all. So it's sort of, but I wouldn't immediately think that they started the trestle fire from years ago. A lot of people went over to film that thing, the collapse. That's been a bit of a scandal. It's like, okay, who the hell is inspecting our bridges? If they could just randomly collapse under a train. That was not an Amtrak kind of bridge, but hello, crumbling infrastructure stuff. So we had to look at it now before the social media is taken down. That's a natural reaction. Once the hate comments show up, they'll probably just disable this for quite a bit. Or forever. So far, that's the only real fire video with the fake Roaring Fire company engine. Well, there's a short about it. The E. Lacombe structure fire. So there's a short. It's them driving the roaring truck, presumably. The filming while driving. Okay. Can't say I'm never guilty of that, but Not an emergency when I'm following vehicles, man. I hold the phone in my mouth and I keep my eyes on the freaking road. That's why there's a ring in the back of my phone. Part of that is, A, I won't drop it. Part of it is I can hold it in my mouth. It's a ring. But hey. So, they followed a water truck or something. So this is almost contradictory to what they said. They said, we arrived, neighbors called us, neighbors called them. Okay, could have happened, but other units were there first. Of course, I don't know if this is immediate arrival or they went back for something else. It just looks like immediate arrival is their narration.
We got the little two-stroke engine fired up.
Command, water tender level.
I got the call a little bit late.
Central, tender 11.
Hopefully nothing too bad. Hopefully we can get water across there.
Command copy, it's wood full, spraying water on a two-story wood frame single family, approximately 2,500 square feet. It's now on the ground. We'll be working in a intensive action for time.
Well, looks like we got here a little too late. Yeah, it's across the bridge. Oh man, that's a bad spot to be across that bridge. Shit. Well, we got a
well, in the short, he doesn't show the bridge. Like, just go and look at it. Showed it in the longer video. So they were supposedly caught with burglary type tools. Well, okay, even volunteer firefighters have that in the truck. And with radios for firefighting. Well, yeah, volunteers have that too. You know what I'm going to do, which is so weird? I'm going to subscribe with a ringing bell. Because I want to know if they make a statement or something. So I've given many perspectives on if they could be innocent or not. We don't know. They're either scum of the earth or they're very nice people who are helpful and true volunteer firefighters. So we won't know until they get a chance to speak for themselves. You know, they were only arrested yesterday. It's an ongoing situation. I don't know if they're on bail or what. But no, there's nothing here that makes me think, oh, they definitely are evil. It's chilling to know they might be. But we will have to get a lot more information. Like the nature of the conviction, if there was just one, never suspected anything else. John Benson says, I'm at Henderson, Nevada, and I work with 100,000-gallon swimming pools all day long. I have lots of water. I just can't get it there. Yeah. Exactly, Ruthie B. Bridges are bad all over the U.S. For that specific one, and as we started the video on the video, yeah, that's probably a private bridge that, like I said, most homeowners just, there's creeks everywhere in Oregon, and boy, when the floods come, they could be more like rivers. So many homes are built opposite a creek, and then they make their own bridge. And they just don't think about it being extra heavy duty. Because they think, I'm not going to ever need a semi-truck to come to my property. Why would I? You might need a fleet of fire trucks and very, very heavy water trucks. So they couldn't cross. Excuse me, I have to crack my neck. Yes, Don, you're totally right. I'm sorry, my ears are just being crushed by my headset. We've been live for 15 hours now. I am going to get off of here by 9. Crapola, I forgot to cancel the doctor appointment. Okay, maybe I still can online or something. I just don't want to make it so nobody else can keep it. There's definitely no way I'm going to make that at like 2 p.m. I may get hit with a $200 fine this time. This would be the second time because of fires. The first day, I gave 1 hour notice that I wasn't showing up. Was the 7th. I couldn't go live immediately when it broke out because I was headed towards the doctor. So when it first happened, I was showering and not awake and doing that stuff, not really like near my phone or watch. Turned around and I'm like, okay, screw the doctor. This is holy crap. Yeah, there's so many things we need to change and do. So in the interest, we had to look at this now. Thank you so much, Kiska, for bringing this to my attention. This is the accused fake firefighters of the Palisades have a YouTube channel, or at least the male guy does. He's supposed to have an arson conviction and starting a golf course type fire area in Woodburn. So, like I said, we'll have to wait. And it's probably this. They're either very good people and scapegoated, and they did have permission to be in the Palisades. They went to help. In fact, they drove more than 15 hours to go and help. Probably more like 19. So they're either very good people or they're very bad. But you know what the media does. Yeah. John Benson says, okay, I love you very much. Get some sleep, but I got to get to work. You're doing a great job, and I appreciate everything you do. Butterfly, thank you, John. Thank you so much for your kind support. This has been a hard, everything's been hard for so long with the prior fires, these two, the surgery, family. Man, I was really hoping 2024, but 2025 would be way better. It started out rough. Maybe years are going to be like in like a lion, out like a lamb. Maybe that means the rest of our year is going to be a better one. Oh, the logging museum. Oh my God. This is the kind of thing I would love to show you guys. A logging museum. Trains. Steam engines. This is what Catherine's one was supposed to be about. But, you know, I always have very insightful and things to say. I don't just show people logging equipment. I will explain like how it's related to this, that, and the other, you know, or why what we're looking at is important. This is strange. It's a little mini drone. Oh God, this will make me car sick really quick. So when I say boring history videos, I mean compared to like, you know, fire action and life and death. Wow, flying a drone to this. It's creative filmmaking, really. Wow. Threading the needle, nice and slow. It is truly a drone, though. Hey, now that is a firefighting apparatus. Look at that thing right there. Yeah, it's a monitor right there. Look at the wheels. That's a water cannon. Dude. It was invented for firefighting purposes. Most powerful water cannons ever, mostly for ships, especially. And then somebody went, hey, we can wash away California mountainsides and just pick the gold out of the mud. Yeah. It was a hell of a lot cheaper and more effective than hard rock mining. Just wash away the mountains, dude. So firefighting stuff corrupted for wholesale environmental destruction. Collier Logging Museum. Where? Chilcotin. But there's good fire teaching everywhere. See the dead wood? The lower limbs. This is a ladder that If fire is on the ground in bushes, it'll reach these lower limbs and then climb the tree. This is a great job of grooming. This would take raking every freaking day. This is an extremely impressive low amount of pine needles on the ground. This is leaf blowing and raking every damn day. Every tree can drop hundreds of pounds of pine needles in a day. It's like, okay, you live under these and keep raking and you burn, you rake, you burn. And then the wind picks up, it's like you did nothing. So that's the problem with, like when Trump went to Paradise, he assumed that there hadn't been enough raking and stuff. Paradise just did all their raking. They had just completed it right before the big Paradise fire. When the big winds hit these trees, just new pine needles are dumped all over the ground. It's like you did nothing. So I've had a lot of people come into my channel and see like fires and, well, that, of course, that neighborhood burned down. Look at all the pine needles on fire in clumps, and it's blowing around on the ground. Like in Indian Falls, for example, in Dixie Fire. I said, dude, you have no idea what high winds will do. It will just dump hundreds of pounds. This is why you cannot have a pine tree of any sort overhanging your roof. It just goes straight on your roof and straight in your gutters. And when the pine tree is on fire, the needles just rip off, and then. But they could make it even more fire safe by just getting rid of the dead limbs up here. That's helpful to the tree. Fire will climb trees, but if there's no bushes on the ground and no dead wood in reach, the tree's old enough, has thick enough bark. Every year it gets thicker and better. Then mature trees shrug off fire and don't care. They're hardly bothered by it as long as it's low key. But you suppress fire for like 75 years and you let them grow too close together and have a lot of bushes straight up underneath. Little baby trees growing at the bottom, they're not cute. They are the assassins of their parents. You should never be happy about a seedling growing up underneath mature trees. It's just there to kill its own parent. Seedlings should only be growing when there's no tree above it. That's the only way it would be healthy. But they're starved of light. That's why all the dead limbs are down here too. And these are pretty spaced out compared to really super overgrown forests, because this is a groomed, well, outdoor museum. But you can still see the competition for light and water has made half these limbs dead. Trees really, really need a lot of light of their own. They only thrive with their own. So having too many trees is bad. It means every single one's unhealthy. When a drought comes around, all of them are dying of thirst. Sacrifice the sick for the healthy to live. Sacrifice the stupid seedlings. You can always get those back for the parent trees to live and be even older and better environment. So you could just, as you make a campfire or something, just remember you're helping trees out by taking the dead limbs off. You're trying to get them to fall off. They just can't move. But they have to stop trying to put energy in limbs that don't produce. If there's no light, then the limb is growing and using energy, but it's not making any. So the tree will cut it off and cut off the nutrients right here at the knot hole thing. So the limb dies, and now it really wants to shed that limb, because once the limb dies, fungus is going to attack. And fungus really, really hurts trees. It's not just the beetles, it's the fungus, beetle, double whammy, drought, the third, trifecta of the crown of fire danger. So you are helping the trees out, and as people like move from place to place, it's nomadic, Stone Age days, the little campfires that people made and gathering up sticks off the ground, pine needles, whatever would burn, and grabbing them right up off trees, that's easier than bending over and getting them. That was really helping keep forests healthy. And so just keep that in mind when you're out in the forest. You see a bunch of limbs, help the tree out and break them off. It just may now survive fire. You eliminated the latter aspect. Okay. All right, Glassman's World. I'm going to promote you real quick. How about that? You can't stop me. There's a lot of heavy topics here. And I've been live for 15 hours. So I do have to take a voice break. Just way too many hours in a row speaking is not good. I'm just wondering when to do it, when to go to sleep. I don't want to jinx it again. Everything was so quiet. I was about to sleep. Said that. Boom. Hell broke loose. Arsonist rampage. Whatnot. So just looking now. Dawn's light in the aftermath of the Lilac and such. They did a live coverage thing. I'll look at that in a minute. Was it ABC 7 or something? Traffic cams no longer looking that way. Here's both fires starting at the same time in case you missed it. One, then the other. Both set on the proper side of the freeway downwind of the Santa Anas at the base of a hill with lots of bushes with homes at the top of the hill and beyond. Just don't fool yourselves. That's an attempted murder. This is somebody who knew exactly what would happen. And this is not the only thing they did last night. These are the two things that are just the most obvious. But if you know anything about a Toyota that's dark colored sedan 90s model, or if you just have anything that might be relevant, were you driving the Highway 15 or know somebody who was, any dash cam just footage after midnight, just hand it over to the police. Because they'll be looking for that kind of vehicle, and then they need to find a lot of plates and start running background checks on owners. They do catch arsonists like that. You have security cam footage of anything. A, you can sell it to the media, but B, please hand it over to the authorities. That's just clear as day arson. Somebody lit something here, they go down there, they lit another. And chose hills where really fire doesn't spread any faster than this, driven uphill by Santa Anas in extremely dry brush. Because of what the deadly East Eaton and Palisades did, this person knew exactly what was going to happen in this region. So this is one of the more scary arson things we've ever seen on the channel. This is rare. It's deliberate, premeditated, and out for murder. Oh, you're not streaming on YouTube? Oh, you're not live right now? I was going to go check you out last minute. Oh, are you banned on YouTube for 2 weeks or something? Did you say naughty words or something? Don't answer that. If it's X-rated, okay. Don't answer why you got banned or something. I'm just teasing you. This is our current. 30-minute time left. There's a big difference between a premeditated, absolutely knowing murder, killing people in the most horrible way possible. People who actually know that and say, yeah, I'm going to do it. I want to do it. There's a difference between those and those who just don't think ahead, didn't think about consequences of their actions. Oh, I didn't know I'd get big and take out a town. I mean, sometimes arsonists are dumb as a post. A lot of firebugs are IQ 75 kind of territory. This is somebody here is a thinker. So it's going to take you guys, the public. Only you can catch an arsonist or prevent one in the act by reporting something suspicious. They just need to revamp the whole Smokey the Bear to include that. This is the camera burn over. We watched structures burn down live. At least this one. They had the privacy pixelation already pre-existing, but a building is clearly there, and then it's not. There seems to be windows and lights. And then a lot of embers roof up, likely due to roof collapse. As the fire roared up and over the hill. And you can see, I forgot to point out the spot fire that was very, like half a mile down the road. There were multiple spot fires. It's really difficult to understand if the arsonist lit all of them or how many were spot fires of the others, but they were very alarmed on the channel. And you just go back to my last broadcast. The time stamping is around, just about after midnight. So on the radio, when the clock says 12:46 a.m., they had the description of the suspect vehicle, and about that time they were very alarmed on the channel, going, "We have multiple fires all over the place, on Highway 15. There are multiple fires." So it could be that up to six were lit around here with the Lilac, and two of them took hold, a Pala and a Lilac, or it could have been they lit two, and the spot fires immediately gave the impression of more. We have no idea. Unless they really want to tell the public. That's just what the radio chaos is like. So, just be careful. Who knows what Sunset Fire was about, the Kenneth. Don't have any preconceived notions in your head of what a arsonist looks like. I just have to remind people, and I did on the stream, yeah, white guy, all-American, baseball lover, looking guys can be your next door terrorist. Timothy McVeigh looked pretty freaking normal. If you think only terrorists are from the Middle East, you won't notice people like the Unabomber, Timothy McVeigh, and the like. That's the Wildfire suspect. Your contracted FedEx delivery guy. Then news articles I read, which I can't find right now, say that he's suspected of lighting hundreds, not just the line. And the line seems to have multiple starts. All the authorities thought they could catch it real quick, and all of a sudden exploded out of control. Well, it made more sense when it was made clear that it had multiple starts. Arsonists not only repeat their behavior, it's not like they once or twice a year do a fire. They're not like a low-key serial killer. It's more like, what are they doing weekly? How many dozens of fires did they start? How many of those, per month actually took off? It's not uncommon for serial arsonist type to light a few thousand a year. The serial, just the general concept is back to back. That's it. Okay, so let's look at what the news footage was. It's probably still not live anymore, but I want to see the remains, or what remains of any of these buildings at the top. All right. I need chocolate first. I need chocolate. I need to throw back shots of milk, but my milk just expired, so it's just going to be chocolate. Water. Iceland drone live. Is it ABC 7? Meanwhile, the rest of the country is struggling until I forgot about their deep freeze. They had 9 feet of snow or something crazy in Kentucky. I was like, what? I don't think that I read that right. Okay. Is this a general news broadcast?
President Trump is now back in the White House, and in less than 24 hours, he has already signed dozens of executive orders rolling back. What's ahead for the incoming administration is loyal.
Okay. There's no rewind enabled. So when you're live streaming, you can allow people to rewind or not. They're not allowing it. So if they were covering it, it was brief. Unless I'm on the wrong channel here. I assume we were on the right one. So I should just look for it. Lilac Fire. Oh, this is the one that keeps showing up even though I reported them as a fake news channel. This is the one I was ranting about. The fake CNN channel from India that calls itself CNN 18. They were clickbaiting everybody and pretending that new fires were breaking out in Hollywood Hills. What they did is they cleverly looped Hollywood Hills Sunset Fire 3 days prior and looped it so it looked like continuous live copter footage of a brand new fire. And their headline said brand new one. And so they looped that for so freaking long. It is a clickbait fake channel. It scared a lot of people. And this crap gets a lot more viewers than mine. This is what I was ranting about and pissed off. Only you could go report BS clickbait like that. But CNN-News 18, not CNN, not even American, it's India. And boy, scaring people after the Eaton and the Palisades, I just want to give an official middle finger to that channel right now, you pieces of crap. That's a good example of what goes straight to the top, right? We barely get viewers. They had 700,000 tuning in from around the world thinking Hollywood Hills was on fire. Clickbait, scam, crap, fear-mongering pieces of crap. All I gotta say. 1 hour ago, retired San Diego fire crew captain speaks out on the Lilac fire response. Okay.
On the phone, we do have retired fire captain with San Diego Fire Department, Bob Lyon. And for transparency, Bob is my father-in-law. Thank you so much, Bob, for waking up with us. You know, you have fought so many fires over numerous years. Can you talk to us just about the response when you're dealing with these wildfires
That's the tree, guys. That's the tree. We saw the structure burn behind the tree. That's where the cameras are. Wow. That's where the fire went up and over the hill. Hey, okay. And that's the tree right there. See that big round tree? It's pretty prominent. And the structure pretty much just appears to burn down next to it. Crazy embers. I just want to point that out. Whoa.
Continue to grow.
Sure, absolutely. Well, in the past, we were always concerned about life safety and trying to get the fires out as quickly as possible. The faster you get them out, the safer everybody is. But given the fires that we've had just this recent month in Los Angeles, there's an even greater urgency for everybody to really get on top of these things. So, yeah, the big fear is that you're going to run into a disaster like they had in L.A. and the thing will get away from you. So I know that the guys are probably a little quicker in their pace and they're really getting into it a lot faster. The air attack, things like that, those will be the things that they'll try to get up quickly at night. It's a little bit more problematic because we don't really know what's going on. You haven't had time to evaluate it during the daytime where they can get a really good eyes on the thing. But the guys on the ground, yeah, they're going to be really getting involved in this. And even though the resources a lot are in Los Angeles, we have plenty down here. We should be able to get the thing handled. It sounds like they're doing a great job on it.
Yeah, we've heard that they've been able to reduce the fire activity. They've gained a little bit of containment, 10% now. You mentioned some of the difficulties. We're seeing a lot of these spot fires crop up in mountainous areas, in areas that are very steep. What type of training do the fire crews do to make sure that they can get into those areas, carry all that gear in, and attack these fires where they start?
Well, we always have all of our gear available to us, and they're probably geared up. And what happens is, especially this time of year, and it's almost been a year-round thing now, that they double-check all their gear. They make sure everything's prepared as best they can, and the speed and rapidness they get it, like I said, there's a little bit more urgency to it. And the good side to what they've got going on is the winds aren't as bad as they had in Los Angeles, and In tightly, very dense populated areas like you saw in Palisades, it's really easy for the fires to get going and very difficult to stop them with a wind-driven fire like that, just because of the proximity of all the fuels. At least in the areas that we have here in San Diego, a lot of our houses are more spread out, especially in the more rural urban interfaces like you are seeing up in Bonsall area. So that does give them an opportunity.
Our working theory is the camera's on top of that white building. It has a metal roof. So this home next to it has survived. If so, Big Al may be correct, or I am. I think the structure behind it didn't. Big Al thinks it's the L-shaped building, and I think it's the more barn-shaped building. So that home was pixelated out, and it didn't seem to have lights in the windows or anything. Don't know if anybody was home, but it at least has survived mostly intact, but we can't see beyond. I also wonder, when the hell are they going to stop battling and start talking about the two fires starting almost right next to each other by the freeway, and the fact that there was a suspect vehicle? When the hell are they going to start saying it's arson, hello, or suspected? Media, please do your job. ABC 10 is usually pretty damn good. People carry the gear around. Okay. Why did they start one right after another going down the freeway? See, you'll get weird little clips suggested to you, but is the media really going to tell you anything you actually need to know, or are they just going to tell you crap you've already heard and just scenes of fire in general? ABC 10 did amazing coverage. They do call out power companies very bravely. They did firepower and money, so I'm really hoping they'll ask something important. Maybe it's just a clip and they already did that, but the public needs to be alerted and to be on the lookout for
areas that we have here in San Diego. A lot of our houses are more spread out, especially in the more rural urban interfaces like you are seeing up in Bonsall area. So that does give them an opportunity. The downside is a lot of times the access is difficult for us because in Southern California, people really like the windy roads, and because of the topography and the terrain, we don't have like straight shots in. The water supply there can sometimes be a little iffy. Not everybody has a hydrant within close proximity to their properties.
And Bob,
yeah, in general, but this big ass water tank at the top of the hill, that shouldn't have been a problem for this one. So it's like, let's find a firefighter that'll talk about general stuff right now. The media.
We've been dealing with these red flag warnings and kind of just the upstaffing for fire crews. Can you talk about the mental load for our first responders? Because we have had strike teams go up to LA. We are dealing with windy conditions of our own. How do you mentally prepare for that kind of stuff?
Well, normally, most firefighters, from the time they come on, they're pretty well adapted and they learn over the years. And from exposure to it and your experience level, it does help calm you down, because it's kind of one of those things like, well, we've seen this before and we've done it before. But unfortunately, some of the fires we've seen cropping up as of late are kind of a new breed, and the dangers that are involved there, the fear that this thing's going to get away from you, because all firefighters come on with the idea that they're going to be able to put the fire out and save people's property and save their lives. And the ones we've seen in Los Angeles are kind of a different animal in that they really have gotten, to enormous degrees because of the wind conditions. So people.
No, the winds are not why they got enormous. They allowed the fire to get enormous, but there are other things that allowed it too, such as piss poor planning, missing leadership, underestimating the fire initially, decades that cities had to learn lessons from the Bel Air and not implementing them, mandating that vegetation be trimmed back but not enforcing it, as we see, not enforcing laws, new laws that went into effect since 2020, not enforced or even outlined yet. Oh God, there's so many reasons. But Nothing could stop the Palisades or the Eaton in their direct path of the wind. You could have done everything to stop it out the sides. Competent and really good response with really good leadership, really good planning, and it's just having the foresight that myself and even Husky even had, just lay people can see. You have to stage a lot of fire equipment and have a lot of backup ready to go. If it's past Christmas and the rains haven't come yet, it's one of the rare red Januaries. You're in critical fire danger. These don't happen every year or every 5, but they do, like every 6 or so. And we have a coincidence of last year's excessively wet winter making brush growth thicker than it's been in 20 years. Okay, you've got to be really an ostrich, you know, anything about fires to just not take that as a disaster ready to happen. Because last month's Franklin fire was the big freaking wake-up call. I have no idea how a month can go by and everybody can be shocked in the region and response can be worse. You know, it's just, that's why they got bigger. The Palisades, however it started, the Eaton doomed everything. 2 different opposite directions, splitting the attention, splitting the resources. That was very likely SoCal Edison. So these are generic canned responses. I'm just saying that the media is just really not going to tell you whatever you need to know. They're just going to regurgitate some really quick bites.
People prepare for it, but I think what you're seeing now, too, is that just like anything else, people are starting to get worn down. And what people don't quite follow is that we have strike teams that go out from all the jurisdictions, and just like they talked about in Los Angeles, they come from all around the state, and up there they've got them from all around the country. Well, the people that are gone on those strike teams, they have to be backfilled. So our people that are here or at those stations, they're working even longer hours, and so they're going on all the same calls they always would have gone on. So there is a time, I guess you'd say, that people do start to get worn down. But luckily, when we go to fires, your adrenaline kicks in, and that kind of helps boost your mental capacities, and you get a little bit more worked up about it. So that part helps. But, yeah, people are starting to get worn down, and there is a factor involved there. And when people start getting worn down, there's a chance for people to make mistakes and people to get hurt.
All right. Well, hopefully.
These are extremely good points. The bullet points he made, not really relevant to this fire, but tired people make mistakes and are not good at what they're doing. It's true for everything. You don't want exhausted firefighters. It's good that California's limited their times to a mere 80-hour work week or something crazy like that, or down to 60 from 120 or whatever the hell it was before. But you can thank the governor for not signing the bill, in fact, refusing to sign what CAL FIRE really wanted. Go read his letter. It's while the LA County was still on fire, he decided to not sign it. And it would be to retain for longer durations of time crews from elsewhere to help a big disaster, like the, Dixie, Caldor, Palisades, whatever's going on, the big ones. When we had a crew change and a demobilization of the bridge fire, which is LA County, last October, and everybody's, including myself, I was pretty pissed. Like, why are you taking crews and telling them to go away, go home, when you didn't have full containment, and the next big wind event that happened spread it out like crazy? It was a fire of least concern. Watch duty wasn't even making a whole lot of updates anymore, and boom, the bridge exploded on a windy day. And it was a scramble to save all these places, and oh God, we got to save the Eagles and the Big Bear Lake area.
Type of training.
So everybody felt betrayed. Well, guess what? They may have had to do that because, and they may have to do that again. The timing out of the crews, there's a 9-month limit. So if you hire crews from out state, out of country, whatever you do, you contract them in. California's on fire, come help. There's this time limit there. They turn to a pumpkin at 9 months. It doesn't mean they've been working every day on fires for 9 months, but you say, hey, we want you for this amount of time. They're not psychics. They just think, oh, this fire season in general. Well, California can have extremely mild winter fire seasons where nothing really happens, or crisis ones with Santana's. They blow October through January, but nobody's just psychic and can tell if you're going to have a boring January or not, or December. So the 9-month cutoff time, even if they need them a few more weeks, can't do it. So the Cal Fire and others wanted the governor to sign the new bill, and he goes, no. And he has a really stupid rejection letter. He said, what I did was hired 2,000 extra firefighters, and that's enough. So we don't even need people to stay longer than 9 months. Okay, right, yeah. Yeah, fires like the Dixie and the Caldor were too big to control, and we had 35% of the nation's firefighters on those, and had to give many of them up randomly when they hit their 9-month timeout thing. So the bill would allow in an emergency situation and others to retain the people beyond 9 months to a possibility of extending things to 12. So there was a little bit of pushback against when I even said that. Like, why would you want people for more than 9 months? Because the green newbies are not good. They don't know the roads. They don't know anything. They don't know how fire behaves. They are learning as they arrive. You don't want people learning to be in charge. You want people who already know to teach new people who are coming in. The actual, what they learn about a fire in that region is priceless. We've had deadly mistakes happen, like Greenville burning down, because fire crews from other parts of the state or other parts of the country just underestimate that California is the 7th circle of hell for fighting wildfires. It's actually one of the worst spots on the planet due to geography. It'll never change, no matter what the climate does, because it's geography. The ocean is there, mountains are there, winds happen, blah, blah, blah. Same thing that makes other places the worst places on earth to fight fires. Chile and Peru because of the Andes and the Pacific. Portugal because of the ocean and then coastal mountains. Greece because there's a sea and then coastal mountains. And wherever you have coastal things, you have big, high winds. And it's much different in very deep inland places that the weather can be quite mild. Storms at sea are the worst. Well, hurricanes don't form on land, they form at sea. So, yeah, sorry, let me look back at the chat. I want to know, like, are they going to explain this as arson or anything like that? This is a clip, and I'm not here to watch all-day news. Those who are, let me know if arson's even mentioned. What really pisses me off, angers me, since it's 8 in the morning. Yeah, there's daylight over there. God. Yeah. David Ottness says, so many geophysical dynamics at play in Southern California. I had no idea. You're an excellent educator, Catherine. Thank you. I try. If I made standalone videos, I'd repeat myself a lot less often, and it's about time I did them. Some of those I didn't make, like how to evacuate safely, I had on my mind, and how to pull over, get out of the traffic jam, and still live through a fire in a shelter-in-place spot. And when Lahaina happened, I was like, oh God, some people could have lived if they pulled over and sheltered in the parking garage. They drove right past it. And then I thought, well, Lahaina is that's town's burning down like paradise in Lahaina and Greenville. Maybe it's not going to happen for a while. I've got time. No, I don't have time. These are happening too regularly. I've got to make some standalone content like that. And I'm afraid to do it. It'll be like this. Hi, you found this channel probably because you're trying to evacuate right now. I won't bother with an introduction. Here's what you do to live. That is the way I just dive into it. But regular videos that people would watch before the crisis would be better. That people could just home harden by themselves. I could also teach people how to track wildfires for themselves. In 2020, I really didn't see myself doing this for more than a week or two. I thought the firestorms would be over. And so I didn't accept any donations, and then months dragged on, 2020, and things are still burning. Over the Bobcat fire, the glass went viral in the Bay Area, the LA area, sort of. Not like millions of viewers, but, you know, many. And just the chaos has never really stopped. I've never really had much time to myself to just do standalone videos. I try to catch up in my own life, and then, yeah. So let's see here. Don Day says San Diego County last year approved a measure to clear debris along fire routes. Yeah, what we need is enforcement. Yeah. And Nuno, you're totally right. We need public involved in preventing or dissuading arson. We need all eyes on the threat, not just law enforcement. Exactly. Yeah, David Ottness says, I hope you make your doctor appointment today. Health is number one. There's no chance in that because I'm already too messed up to drive. So there's no way that that's going to happen. But a couple of strange nonsense chats that I just want to wonder if they probably bots. Yeah. Every once in a while, I think people are testing out bots powered by AI. So they'll come in the chat and say random nonsense words. Guan Seung Bozao. Guan Seung Bozao. Okay. Kind of strange. Hey, Santa says hi, Kevin. Hello. You know, chatting. So that's the tree. I was hoping to get an aerial view. Some flyover to see which building burnt down here at the top of the hill. So this one survived. Here's the white building where I believe the cameras are located. Unknown if it survived. We lost the feed. And I believe this is what burned down. Here's the big tree. But the pixelation for privacy has kind of screwed up everything. Big Al thinks that moderator thinks this one burned down. I really don't know. But here's the big ass tree. The most ironic thing, when these satellite images were taken, you could see how wildfire burned up the landscape already. So when I checked fire history on Caltopo, this was 2019, that this whole place had another huge fire before. And that must be when these images were taken. General fire footprint of what happened in 2018 or whatever. Google Maps, what is your problem? Lilac fire is shown on the Google map over here. Yes. I just want to bring home this is coincidence and not live satellite data or something. The last drive through the town is, or the neighborhoods is like 2023 imagery. But you got extremely neglected palm trees everywhere, one little match, and these are just blow torches that Amber creators. People have to be fined until they take care of their palm trees. You just can't have this. The tree trimmer that got snapped in half and his life ended in a minute. They did a daring high altitude search and rescue with rope climbing and stuff and ladder trucks. But it became pretty clear the patient was dead when his neck was hanging off the wrong way. And his spine, he was just, these things are so heavy and so flammable. And there's razor sharpness on each side. I know because as a child, I played hide and seek behind a palm tree, and one of them impaled me in the leg and went out the other side without me feeling it. So these are razors with points. So it's an extremely hazardous tree trimming job. You let it get this bad, the tree trimmer just might die. One spark in there, and the whole trees are on fire. And we heard about tons of these on fire and saw them during the Eaton and Palisades. This can't be allowed anymore. You can't just trim the fronds at the base. That prevents people like me from getting their legs chopped up. But you can't just stop there. So these are enormously heavy, and as the tree trimmer gets to work, like the guy who got his back broken, a big chunk fell down at once. And so it fell down on the, like, say, left side of his body and kept pushing left side of his head, snapped his neck, snapped his back, folded him like a taco. You see enormous, many thousands of pounds of these dead fronds. It's not just like some leafy stuff. There's a center that's hard. It's like a plate. And I can't find my video, but I filmed it in California, arriving during a winter wet storm. And these things were falling down in a parking lot I was in. And I was running for cover because when they hit the parking lot, it was really tall trees. It could have just taken your windshield out. I got the hell out of there rather than film it live, you know. But I've got little small videos. I had no idea that shield thing. I picked one off the ground and went, holy crap! Literally served dinner on this thing. It's like a tray. So you have so many enormous neglected palm trees. Landowners just can't be allowed to do this. It endangers everyone. Fire ladder, you don't even have to explain how that works. Fire in the ground, and then it's tall trees that cast the embers on distance. So palm trees are perfect fire spreaders if they're not trimmed up. Now there's a weird echo green whatever movement. Palm trees are not green. Yes, they are. They're fine. But they're not like water suckers. There's a weird scapegoating of them, and we should get rid of all of them. No, just when you do have one, understand it's a very wealthy, high-maintenance kind of a tree. You as a middle-class person likely can't afford the palm tree and its true cost of maintenance. So there should be permits to plant them, and you should be able to prove that you're going to take care of the whole fire hazard and extreme danger to the public situation that they pose. And never let them get like this. An abandoned palm tree's got to be removed or adopted by the state or an agency or, like adopt a road or something, but you can't just have that. Remember this 2023 stuff. We did find a castle here, which is so weird. That we were kind of looking at Street View, and all of a sudden there's a castle, but here's the water tank. So if that's not dry, oh boy, do I want to know if that one's dry. Two of them in the Palisades and Eaton were totally freaking dry, so they lost water pressure. Inexcusable BS. I'd like to know, did they have it this time? The fact that this house is still standing, it probably defended itself. It has great defensible space, but the fact that it lived through the embers is incredible. I bet fire crews had a lot to do with it, or it's just an ember-proof house. I'd love to know. It's going to be a great survivor house story. But either this, or this, I think we saw live burn down. This is apparently the building with the cams. In fact, that could be the cams right there. So, mind you, we lost, here's the roof. We lost the cams at 2:13 again. Do I see a threat to the neighborhood? Not particularly. The nighttime helicopters were really the day savers because you could see the crazy spot fires just launching over the hill half a mile away. Yeah, it's called a skirt. That's right. It must be trimmed from a bucket truck. That's if you get that bad. You really shouldn't allow it to get that bad. Yeah, Jan Johann Smith says, tragic that tree climber lost his life for a few dollars more. A risk taker driven by a super competitive economy saturated with extra national labor. Really untrained, unlicensed, just willing to work. Oh, yeah. I don't know many details about that. But it was live that the rescue that obviously after they trimmed away some of the skirt and clear, he was just dead. It was a very tasteful live stream. That was very clear. Like, you know, everybody who tuned in who was, you shouldn't have shown a body. Shut the hell up. In fact, most news agencies around the world are just not as wussy as the United States. The bodies and blood and dead corpses and stuff are shown all the freaking time. It's just that the media treats us like babies. So showing a corpse, okay, don't tune in to a possible body recovery / possible rescue if you don't want to see possibly a dead person. It was very tasteful. The person filming it, who was doing a live stream, hoping, like many of us were, that it might be a living person under there. But it was a technically difficult body recovery where they had to do climbing gear and had a lot of stuff to do. Filming it is going to be an important training video. So if you don't want to see a corpse, don't watch live rescues. Just saying. And the people who are like, oh, how could you film something like that? It's going to be a very important training video for the next rescue. Like I said, don't tune in if you're offended by corpses. It's just that kind of nonsense. But that was a brief cancel culture, huh? Let's cancel the guy that filmed it. Okay, don't watch. It was very tasteful. They never showed a face of the victim. You could see a limp body though, and it really brought it home that it was a real person. When you hear somebody die in the news, it's a real person who had a family and such. There's nothing quite like seeing something like that, tasteful but reality, that makes other people in the same line of work more carefully. You know, that's why safety videos sometimes get gory. It's a wake-up factor. This was the ember storm on this roof as the Lilac came up and over right before it took out the structure. And this is the last image from Panorama as the Lilac just overwhelmed the hill. So this was our last image, but we had different ones. If you look at the clear day, what a difference. Eerie. This home survived, as we just saw. It's got the privacy pixelation, which is so weird, but no vegetation right down here is absolutely a great factor in its survival. Little bushes near the home, I don't know, but giant water tank up there. Here's the big tree. And this structure burned back there with probably totality plus roof collapse. I don't know. We couldn't hear the Lilac after the communication chaos. Like we keep hearing, almost every single fire that gets big or has multiple agencies responding, that there's a radio problem, can't talk to each other. They didn't even resolve it hours later. So what looked extremely suspicious in arson, I don't think is, but at the same time, a little bit later, was what was going on at Fallbrook. That seemed to be they thought it was 3 separate fires. I went, what? It seems like it was a structure, like a home on fire, that spotted in the wind. It was a gated community type thing, so it's not suspicious as arson. It's unrelated. But hell, just read the description of my own video here. Every single one of these that we've seen tonight has pretty much been suspicious, except for the Fallbrook structure fire. But the authorities are not going to say jack about it. We'll probably never even hear what the end of this is. They may never even say the A word. And we'll just never know what the hell's going on, or if they ever catch somebody involved. That's what's driving the public nuts. We've seen that a couple of times on my own channel. I contact local news and stuff. They don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. Don't reply to me. They just go on with the official narrative, what some official will say, and they keep the public in the dark. If you want the trust of the public, yeah, lay it out. Tell us already, for God's sake, what do you think started the Palisades in the Eaton and stop the rumor mill? You can't keep people in the dark and expect people not to speculate and talk. Do we have to worry about an LA County arsonist? What happened with the Kenneth and the Sunset, the most suspicious of those fires? I still think it's most likely the Palisades of SoCal Edison. The Eaton is almost surely that. The Hurst is probably SoCal Edison as well. The whole region right now is so peaceful. That's because they did power safety shut off. But what about the copycats and the arsonists that come out of the woodwork and the firebugs and the people inspired? They always come out. What happened with Kenneth? What happened with the Sunset? Tell the public if we need to be on the lookout for this stuff, or if we can freaking relax. But they'll tell us nothing. Maybe even for 2.5 years, because they didn't tell us what happened with the Bobcat for 2.5 years. I had to say, allegedly, SoCal Edison started the Bobcat, when it happened pretty much live on the cameras. Nobody around. Our substation, boom, it's on fire. Oh, there's vegetation next to it. Yeah. 2.5 years later. I really hope we don't have to wait that long, but this is why the public is getting really upset. And they're clueless. Like, why aren't people cooperating anymore and evacuating? And okay, you had no plan to rescue the pets. That's the number one reason people stay behind, hurricanes or otherwise, is you can't take their pets, or they have no assurance that their pets won't starve and die of thirst. I'm sure a lot did, because it was 7 days later, and at a press conference, finally somebody in the public said, "What about the pets? When can we rescue our own pets?" And they went, no. They said, when? They said, no. No, we said, when? No. You're not allowed back in. Sorry. When will we be? No. That's what the officials said. They wonder why the people are pissed off. The next day, they came up with an idea, but that lets you know that their big wake-up plan, their big plan, did not at all consider rescuing the pets people leave behind during emergency evacuation. Botched, stupid, and you need new leadership, California, man. People who take this seriously. So when the public gets that as an answer, and when they find the skeletons of their pets, there's going to be a huge new wave of people sharing that info, and a new wave of people refusing to evacuate like never before. So this stupid lack of planning is going to have a domino effect of increasing public rage, obstinacy, and non-cooperation. In fact, flagrant, proud non-cooperation, haughty attitude. And they're still like, scratch their heads. Why aren't you guys obeying us? You know, when you blame the public for not evacuating and scold them, but you don't apologize for not rescuing people and having the average rescue time be 10 hours later, that's not acceptable. I've never had somebody come in my chat before and say I had to break into the fire evacuation zone we already left to rescue somebody else who had been calling 911 for 6.5 hours. No, nobody ever arrived, so we had to rescue our own relative. The first time, I just don't know what advice to give people. I used to say you can evacuate, that's the best choice. I don't know that anymore. Now I have to say something like, you can evacuate, your pets might die of thirst. So. And whoever you leave behind may not be rescued. That's how we get mass death events like that. Glassman's World says, luckily my friend got out with his 2 dogs in Topanga fire, but his home burned. Yeah, Nunez is totally despicable. The pets thing's beyond, yeah, despicable. I know. Oh, sorry, don't wake me up. I didn't see that. Oh, thank you, sir. Kind donation. You get your hearts. Hello, Catherine. Just popping in to remind you to get some almonds or something and drink your water. Thank you. The hydration alert. I need my chocolate. It's breakfast time now. I need breakfast. All right, I did it. I did it. 9 a.m.-ish is when the winds were to die down. I did it. It's 8:23. I'm hungry now. If I continue speaking, we've been live for 12, 13, 16 hours. I'll lose my voice. It'll be no good if anything breaks out tomorrow night. So for those who spent it with me during the night, thank you so much. I didn't give in to the sleep that I wanted to have at 10 p.m. Thank God I just kind of hung out for a few more hours because, boy, did everything change. I would be unaware that an arsonist ran up and down the freeway doing this if I just woke up and relied on the news. What am I missing when I'm not covering things every single night? But anyway, you want to win the public's trust, I'll clue you in. Tell the truth. Be frank with people. Don't sugarcoat nothing. Don't make most of your community meeting about congratulating yourselves. Why don't you do that off camera, because we honestly don't give a crap. The Forest Service is so happy and thrilled to be working with CAL FIRE. No, the agencies hate each other. It's like Shia and Sunni Muslims. You'd if you could speak frankly to each other, you'd say F off and die. You probably do behind the scenes. You're lying, you're hugging each other on the stage. Just save that crap for somebody who believes it. You know, like during the calendar. Don't self-congratulate and thank your other agencies. And don't scold the public before you apologize on your hands and knees for not rescuing people who called 911 for 10 hours and then died because you didn't rescue them. You don't say, hey, people who didn't evacuate, you get on your hands and knees and say, we're sorry. That's it. That's how you start the conversation. But heard people calling for help 4.5 hours later, nobody's still arrived. They're still saying it's on our to-do list. We can't get it there. Not the fire crew's help. Fault. I'm sure they really wanted to get there. But we had 911 calls. I'm trapped in a building. It's on fire. Can't get out. 4.5 hour average response time from when they called. When they still called again. The fire crew said 4.5 hours later, still on our to-do list. There are a lot of people who called for help and did not get rescued. That is way too many hours. I'm sorry. This is one of the biggest population centers in the world. You got so many places to call for help. You didn't call for help for everywhere. Whatever system it was broken. Absolutely broken. He operated on a skeleton crew for like 2 freaking days. Congratulated themselves on their preparedness. Wow. Wow. The public scolding stuff, I'm just getting sick to death of. It's always public blaming. The left hand doesn't talk to the right. The Red Cross flies a disaster mapping drone. You guys don't even tell the pilots. It gets really close to an LA firecopter. For an hour and a half, you chase our own tails trying to figure out who did it. Let's do a manhunt. Let's go catch these criminals. It was the Red Cross. They had permission, and you just didn't pass that along. The communication sucks that bad. Did you mention that to the public? No, you just scolded the public and said, stop flying drones. Well, how many of those drones were totally legit? I wonder if the drone that hit the plane was legit. There's a possibility. But don't feed us crap. Tell half-truths, because they're a whole lie. Don't scold us when you effed up bad, so bad. I'm not going to be the same after this. Lahaina, I couldn't hear the death. I just saw, and I just realized not everybody had the possibility to evacuate. That just ripped through. I couldn't hear about it, but this is just like paradise. I heard this. In paradise. I heard this during the Zog. People dying. And we can't do nothing but watch. So it's just extremely hard for me to do this. And I'm sorry, when I need breaks, I need them. It's not just resting my voice too. Holy crap, if I gotta see something for a while, it's not fire. Exactly, don't wake me up. The skeleton crew of heroes that we heard in real time become deliriously exhausted. They started slurring their speech. They weren't on drugs, they were just as tired as I get sometimes. A tired firefighter makes mistakes, and so that if we got anything from that ABC interview with the random firefighter just to fill the airtime, he made good points. The fire crews handle pretty well what they think they're going to sign up for with the job, with their mental health. When they can take blood and gore and amputation and whatever, they get used to that in a way. They're prepared to see that. See enough car accidents, and well, they can compartmentalize, they can deal with it. They can get used to it. But they know that they can't save everybody, but they know they did their best, and that's it. They go home, they can sleep at night. Something like this happens. There's a lot of calls and you can't save homes or neighborhoods or pets or people. That's what rattles them and haunts. And they need all of our support, every scrap that we can give them. The best way to support them, though, is to demand that they have competent leaders who have good plans in place so that they have the support they need to actually do their damn jobs. Their dang jobs, excuse me, it's 8:30 in the morning. Dehydrated water says, hey, I told you I was correct on the arson last night. I'm sorry, what was your exact point about it? I'm sorry. I'm really tired. Been like 15 hours and didn't have a lot of sleep before that. I addressed a lot of what you were saying, but then you were gone. So I realized that after a time. Yeah. Yeah, Glassman said officers blocked access to Topanga Canyon, and they didn't have any fire engines up there fighting them, though. It was a strange scenario because the residents wanted to stay behind to fight them as before. You mean that they did fight them before, or what? That was the road that was so bad that it was popping the tires in the fire engines, right? You just can't have these narrow-ass roads. They called for a snowplow. 24 hours later, 48, they had a snowplow and finally cleared the road. But they will not allow you into a death trap. And guess what a canyon is? It's the same thing with the Caldor fire. I had a lot of people, and people I actually know, very smart people, they started to believe conspiracy stuff, and they wanted it to burn. And I had to take them and sit them down and say, no, it was to save your life that they didn't allow you in there. You cannot outrun fire uphill. Period. You go into a canyon, your only ways out are uphill. Except the one road at the bottom, if that exists. Canyons are death traps. Bowls, depressions are death traps if your way out is uphill. Firefighters won't even go anywhere that they don't have escape routes in different directions that are not uphill. It doesn't matter if you have a Ferrari. You can't race fire uphill. They will not allow you to go into a death trap. They themselves won't enter either, unless they are sure they have a place where they can shelter in place, like a big defensible property with a huge swimming pool, and a place like a golf course where they can be assured they'll live. So, it's that simple. They can't allow people in, and then it's too safe for them to even be there. Then they get the panic call, rescue us. 40 of us went down there to fight a fire, and boy, we're now in trouble. What are they going to do? They don't have a bus. They have a fire engine. What are you going to do, climb on top? You also can't rescue people by helicopter in a canyon. Remember, the Santa Ana's go, the helicopters generally can't fly. Here's the other thing you need to know. What firefighters do is they wait at the top of the ridges where they think they can hold a road, and then they wait for it to come to them. They try to prep the road, do a little bit of like burning the bushes around it or cutting the bushes down around it, but they wait for it to come up to them because going down to fire is death. You don't have training, you don't know this. The biggest loss of life in California history before Paradise was untrained firefighters on their first day, and they died like 24 in the LA region. 1920s LA fire deaths. It's the worst thing that would happen. California Fire Foundation. I'm actually not sure if it was LA. I thought it was. Hell, I don't want to search like an individual level. Where? Okay. Grid. Wildfire worst. So the camp was 86 deaths. What did they find somebody else? 85 was the number for years. The Griffith Park, the 29. Griffith Park, yeah. So the untrained areas per year, it's a very short list. But if you sort by deaths, the deadliest event was 29 deaths were RFC workers fighting the fire. The Griffith Park, LA, a 47-acre, pretty small affair. So it was 1933. Same year as the Tillamook burn. RFC, Reconstruction Finance Corporation, was an independent agency to the U.S. government that served as a lender of last resort to U.S. banks and businesses. The Depression stuff. What? So why did it hire disposable firemen? I don't know. We'd probably have to go into the history of it. But they lost 29 people that day, and others had severe burns. So they followed a fire down into a bowl. And the wind was in their favor. They were just walking casually behind it. They're putting it out. The wind changed, blows back on them. The wind picks up in strength. Flames that were 3 feet high, not 3 feet, 3 inches tall, not even higher than your knee, and calm, were suddenly 7 feet tall and 8 feet tall and roaring and laying over them. So they retreated back the way they came. Fire followed them, and they started to run uphill, and of course they were caught. A human being can't race fire up here, but neither can a Ferrari or anything else. Because uphill is the only way that, driven by winds, is the only way that fire really spreads faster than wind speed. If the wind speeds are 60 miles an hour, and it kind of goes uphill, fire uses hills as roller coaster, and wind uses hills as a roller coaster, and so the fire follows. It ramps up and dips down and ramps up, and roller coasters on the other side. So even if they had outrun the fire, they get to the ridgetop. Can you outrun fire downhill? No. It can, wind-driven fires sweep downhill. really quickly over the other side. Like I said, roller coaster stuff. Even if they had managed to physically outrun it, they would have been caught once they reached the ridge. So that was one of the worst things to ever happen in California, and that it kept the record books from 1933 onward. When people think that mass fatality events are something normal, it's not normal. California hasn't experienced before Paradise anything like that since 33. That's absolutely not normal. Totally unacceptable. Back then, there's no helicopters in 1933 to rescue people. There were some excuses. I mean, technology wasn't even invented. There's no retardant. There's people mostly Smokey Bear fighting fires with shovels and stuff, and the occasional neat fire engine, but it's mostly by hand building fire breaks like Smokey the Bear does. Trails, you know. I did it. I went all night until 9 a.m. when the worst of the winds die down. 9 a.m. the doctor opens. I have to say, sorry, canceling. No way that I can drive now to it. If I get charged $200, it's money well spent. I just hope my doctor doesn't get pissed off and fire me. But it's past the point where I can drive. Yeah. Oregon Valley, hey, welcome. Thanks, Captain, team, and watchers and fighters. Without you, there's no us. Appreciate it. No, can't do it without you guys. Remember to hit the like button, friends, but I'm going to stop streaming before something worse happens. I am very affected emotionally by this. I did a good job staying calm for 11 hours. On the 12th, I kind of snapped. I'm so angry at arsonists right now, I can't even describe. I really hope that the public is told. And we did explore the possibility of this Dustin Nell guy. Just remember that the media sensationalize and don't really give a damn about the truth a lot. They could be innocent, good people who are just straight up volunteers. They could have gotten permission to be in the Palisades. The way the left hand didn't talk to the right, they may have gotten arrested for no reason. Burglary tools inside of their fire engine. Well, we saw videos on their own channel of them supporting fire crews in Oregon as volunteers. So there is something to it. They could just be innocent volunteers that followed the Oregon crews down and got permission to be in the Palisades. And Roaring River is a joke, a running joke. So the media can say, hey, they were fake firefighters pretending to be so. You know why the media says that? Now I'm becoming a little more skeptical of the media. They even had fire radios. Well, everybody does. I even have some of those. I just use scanner radio instead. Okay, volunteer firefighters do. Do volunteer firefighters also wear true Nomex? Yes, they do. If this is it, I wouldn't say that's a fake firefighting uniform. I mean, it's so that journalists wear the stuff too. You buy it online. It doesn't mean they're impersonating. You know, a lot of this could be jumping the gun. I really hope that they're good people. And remember, burglary tools could be something like a crowbar. Well, all firefighters need to break and entering to save your house. So they do have bolt cutters, jaws of life. They do have Halligans, the big crazy axe things, Halligan bars. Like they do have the Halligan tool or bar. I love this thing. It has a real term. It's like a bill hook from medieval times with a pry tool at the bottom. The Halligan tool. Firefighters have the cool versions, which are really, really long, like a staff. Boy, gotta be fun. These are short versions. Here's a good example. They have stuff like that. You ever see firefighters cutting their way through iron bars to get? You have radial saws too to get access. That's like every fire video ever. So just be careful. They're either very good people or very bad, and nothing in between. The initial thing that made me suspect evil was that they may have the guy, and we went through this. This is his channel. Found out that the accused has a YouTube channel. I really just don't see anything suspicious, period. Totally normal. And the video where, this is a video where the quote fake fire engine is supporting Lebanon, Albany, and Scio as a pumping truck. This is the quote fake fire truck, but it's real. It's just it was bought in an auction. So it's old school. Roaring River doesn't exist. Roaring River Fire Department does not exist. But hey, if it's your own private vehicle, you can put whatever decals you freaking want on it. So the more I think about it, they didn't make a big effort to look like real firefighters. So the whole claim they were impersonating them would just be kind of made up. I mean, if you really just want to help fire crews, like many people do, and kind of help them in a crisis, and buy your own equipment, like many people in Oregon did after 2020, it's been kind of a local thing here. The Hillbilly Brigade and others, people took matters in their own hand, defended their own neighborhoods. It was renegade, but as much as I freak out that people can get themselves into trouble, in danger, they did do effective work. The Riverside Fire would have been worse without them. They're saying this Malibu. What cities should do is embrace citizen help and have citizens to call upon. It's another way you could get cooperation. Have some meetings, do some drills, and train people for real, so that they know what to do in a disaster. Don't have to be told, and they can just show up and help. So the more I think about it, they didn't try very hard to quote impersonate. That's it. You'd think if you were impersonating a fire crew, you'd make up a decal for a crew that existed. Somewhere that rings a bell. I think this is maybe something that was used in a movie and had a fake decal thing. It was bought at auction. We'll figure that out later. But they actually used it at pumps. They have supported fire crews. They seem perfect. I mean, he seems perfectly normal, this Dustin guy. So just be careful. We don't know if they're good or evil, but so far I've seen no true things that just stand out as oh dear. This entire video at the end is to try to get citizens to volunteer. Listen.
These guys, I think Scio is currently as well, so if you're interested in doing something like that, go ahead and give them a phone call.
Yeah, he's saying give people a phone call if you want to become a volunteer too. Now, that doesn't mean that they are good. There's plenty of actual firefighters who are arsonists, who just love being around fire, and that's when they get the job. That's scary. That's the thing. But they just have totally normal content, and that's the only fire videos. There's no smoking gun here like, oh, they showed up to fires before anybody else. If there's a series of that, I might have gone, huh. That's basically it. And with all the chaos of communication, I'm just not ready to throw them under the bus. I bet you they'd take this channel down, so we had to explore it a lot more prior. But, you know, I fall victim to it too. I read some crazy news article, and if the headline is shocking, you're more likely to believe it, actually. It's a psychology thing. So, LA County Sheriff's Office, 2 individuals from Oregon arrested for impersonating firefighters and being within the Palisades behind the evacuation zone. When we heard so much chaos, you know, they could have gotten permission and nobody else told anybody else. An LAPD patrol unit was driving through the Palisades fire area with fire personnel, observed a fire truck that did not appear to be legitimate. They relayed the info. The sheriff's deputies contacted the individuals in the fire truck as they attempted to enter an evacuation zone. Upon contacting the two, deputies noticed they were both wearing turnout gear. The occupants claimed to be from Roaring River Fire Department in Oregon. Saying that that's your thing doesn't mean that can also be a misunderstanding. If it was a straight up lie, there's more weight to them being evil, but this is what an officer is understanding in a crisis. Upon further investigation, deputies learned the department name was not a legitimate agency, and the truck was purchased in an auction. The two occupants were wearing CAL FIRE t-shirts under their turnout gear, helmet, and radios. So, under the turnout gear. I have a CAL FIRE patch. It was given to me by a firefighter, but I'm not CAL FIRE. I don't know that it's illegal for me to wear the damn thing, but if your truck says Roaring River, if you're trying to impersonate somebody, it's not a very good job. Two admitted to being in the evacuation zone on Friday the 17th, and deputies arrested Dustin Nell and Jennifer Nell, aged 31 to 44, for impersonating a firefighter and entering an evacuation zone. The truck was impounded. Oh, God. So, people are discussing, I never looked at the thing here. Are they helping or stealing other articles? Like the news media said they had burglary tools. Well, that could just be the Halligan bar or anything. That's normal stuff to have in a fire truck. So until we get a lot more information, I'm on the fence. I don't know. I'm not going to be one of those people that goes and ruins people's lives with stuff I can't prove and don't know about. So yeah, there's something that makes smart people stupid, sometimes temporarily. That's two things, being afraid and being angry. That turns off the higher functioning of the brain. That is, you are instantly stupid when you're mad, when you're angry, and when you are fearful. Because it's part of the fight or flight type response. Fighting is anger, flight is fear. Adrenaline, blood pressure goes up. You go into a little bit of that mode, maybe not the full response mode, but your higher functioning is offline. So that's the way people can control information, make people afraid or make them angry. And that's what yellow journalism is about. Be very skeptical of anybody trying to make you afraid or angry. Pause, take your emotions out of it, look at the evidence. And when I did that, I'm thinking more and more, this is just, it's possibly that they are okay people being crucified. It's not the first time law enforcement has crucified people that helped out in a fire and said stuff like, you did it, or you're a scam artist. Just ask Sarah Luna when she was a journalist going into film as a legit journalist. That, the other journalists that she was with were harassed by Placer County Sheriff's Office. It wasn't El Dorado, excuse me. And even the authorities, they didn't like her showing stuff, even though she had a press pass, everything legitimate, and the people she was working with. She got documenting things. She irritated the sheriff's office, and they put out tweets that later they had to apologize for, saying that she was illegitimate and shouldn't be in fire zones, and she's getting hate mail. And all of a sudden, the local communities are like, "Oh, you're selling fire photos for money and profit. You're here to profit off of our disaster." She lost her own house to wildfire, so she became a fire journalist. Documenting the stuff, it's showing people behind the lines, giving comfort to people. And that one little tweet just turned public against her, turned her into this evil person. I know her personally, and there's a reason I linked to her in my description of my video. She's legit. So they backed the hell down when the libel and slander case raised, but I'm not sure that she should let it go. Journalists have been very irritating to authorities that just want the public in the dark, are satisfied with that. So a lot of times they are absolutely thrown under the bus. There's a reason why a lot of journalists ask softball questions or are afraid to ask anything, because they'll be shut down and never, ever given information again unless they suck up and kiss the asses of others. Excuse my language. Okay, it's 8:52. I said it. I said if necessary, I'd be up all night. The winds die down from their peak around 9 in the morning. We have another day ahead of us, so I do have to sleep. Call the doctor. I'm going to eat breakfast. I'm going to pass out hard. Hey, good morning, KTV production. Yeah. So, Glassman's World says California called in volunteers from many surrounding states. Who is coordinating these efforts? Well, that's a good damn question. They're not going to answer it. Oh, by the way, all the community meetings and stuff, they're over. No more daily community meetings. Still 100,000 people evacuated. They're not going to do daily community meetings. Really, Kiska says there's a place called the Roaring River Fire Tower. I think it's a training course. It actually is really interesting. All right, you've made me Google it. I just said I was going to breakfast. Roaring River Fire Tower. A trail in the Ozarks. Missouri. So really, I really don't think there is one in Oregon, a Roaring River, period. But hey, when you buy the equipment of other departments, Fire Tower Trail. Oh wow, what a cool place. Okay. Oh, to a real fire lookout tower. You can go up it. That's one of the things I just really don't like the Forest Service for. All our historic fire towers, let's just bulldoze them. Even the ones that survived the whole government let's bulldoze everything thing. Oh, aircraft can do everything. We don't need fire spotters anymore. Yeah, you do. We need our fire towers back. We really do. And so some of them are bed and breakfast. If I get enough donations, I'll go stay in one. That'd be sweet. The only reason I haven't so far is that's a long way to go down the stairs to the bathroom. So, heck, maybe that's their fire truck came all the way that way. But if they were laughing and saying like, "Hey, that's our volunteer thing. It's just called Roaring River Department. It's a running gag." A cop without a sense of humor just might not get that, or understand that Oregon has a lot more citizens that buy fire gear and just take matters into their own hands than they're used to. I really like the Malibu mayor. I don't know him at all as a person, but I mean, just from the Franklin and this one, the Malibu Citizen Volunteers is called the Malibu what Brigade? Malibu Brigade. They really helped out. Not only the Franklin, but with Palisades, everything would be worse without them. So you look at two different counties, LA, which said, we don't want volunteers, thanks. That was a shocking thing. On Twitter, they said, any off-duty firefighters in LA, please come back into work. They did not allow other people to come. They, in fact, said, don't show up. There are plenty of people that are just retired firefighters or volunteers, people in town that would have worked. County said no. Oh, my God. So the Malibu Brigade is a citizen thing that works in coordination with real firefighters as auxiliary helpers. They really need to talk to each other. That's the biggest problem. If you're in one of your renegade units, we'll call them that affectionately, you have to hear and be able to talk to fire crews, and legally so. Otherwise, you're not safe. You can't really work with them. You have to coordinate with their radios and all that stuff. Yeah. Look at that power pole. Don't know where this is, but a tree leans on a power pole somewhere else, and it drags the line down elsewhere. start pulling pressure on it. What is that? La Flores Canyon. Oh, what is that? Why is it Heartbreak on the Hill? Sign up for Instagram. Instagram is my. Sorry, excuse me. I forgot. It's morning. It's not late night cussing time. Okay. This may be a great. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to show fire images like that. It's a nice Tale of Two Cities thing. I really hate that phrase, but I subscribe with the ringing bell just in case they make a statement. I'm sure they have to, or they may take down their Facebook or their social media accounts. They'll start getting death threats. Like in the comments, somebody was already saying, "You guys did it." When they start seeing that, they're probably going to shut down social media and do a panic tidal wave of hate that millions will probably start piling in on. David Dillons, hey, welcome, says, sorry I've missed your lives. My wife and I were at Surprise Valley Hot Springs for our anniversary. That sounds freaking amazing. That's what I'm going to do. I asked the doctor, I said, how do I cope? And I asked firefighters and stuff, how do I cope? I don't have the support network of true first responders and the things they have. And so I was given advice like, take breaks. Don't be there every single day. And I said, okay, I don't forgive myself if I'm not. So trust me, I'm not here every single day. And then people give me enough hate when I'm not here every freaking day. So I said, don't worry about that part. Maybe you shouldn't do this. No, then I definitely can't live with myself because you know what? I track fires for myself. If I'm live or not, I'm still sitting here doing it. Absence paradise. So it's not like I can pull away. It's not like you can see like 2 twin arson fires on cameras and just, oh, I'll just go to bed right now. It just doesn't happen. So I said, I need to get through it and then collapse on the other side. Kind of like the way fire crews just have to get through the crisis and then you rest later. So how do I get through it? So the good advice was this. Look forward to something relaxing as hell. Plan it and do it. What have I done the last 3 fire seasons? I said I will do something for myself. 3 years, actually, not fire seasons. The last 3 years. When the things calm down, I'm going to go to a hot spring. I've said this for 3 years in a row, and I've never got any ability. So, hell, I'm doing it. So it's now doctor's orders. If you don't fulfill your promise to yourself, but you ask your body to go through the torture, you just get full-on, straight-up depression. Your own subconscious mind doesn't believe you, so it doesn't give you the energy to keep going. It really just tries to push buttons to make you stop doing what you're doing. And if making you sad and depressed is what it is, then it's like, oh, good, I did a good job. So if you do have to push through, you do the R&R. Hot Springs sounds awesome. I'm going to do it. And I'm going to where I've been planning for more than 2 years. And as soon as I made the plan, a fire started there, so I was freaking out about it. The Lookout Fire. And it survived, thank God. Belknap Hot Springs. I'm going right there as a pool, a swimming pool of hot springs. Fire crews saved it. We watched it for weeks, which became months. One of 2023's like biggest fires. Even the years are starting to blur in together. I'm going there and spend 2 freaking days there, and I'm going to just chill. And I'm going to go to Cougar Hot Springs next to it. That is what we're going to do. Yes. Cougar Hot Springs was once destroyed by fire and rebuilt, but that's thereby. Man, walking in the woods, the end of your walk doesn't get any better than that. It's also called Terwilliger. Cougar and Terwilliger are technically different. I don't care. They're right next to each other. This is where I'm going. It's super crowded, often I hear. But I will check this one out. But if I stay at Belknap's hotel, motel thing, then if this one is full, I'll just go back to the swimming pool, hot spring at Belknap. We lost so much, like Jawbone Flats, and we lost the hot springs like Brighton Bush. Friend's cabin burned down there. I lost so much history, but there's a couple places that survived. Bagby barely survived. Cougar and Belknap are Brighton Bush, rest in peace. Yeah. And Kanita. Is Kanita open finally again? Kanita was this sprawling go hang out in a teepee, Warm Springs Indian resort. Had some mismanagement for a bit and went out of business and shut down for like 8 years or something. Just when I thought about visiting it, it was, oh, we got to shut down. And it was really shocking because it was a staple in the landscape. So Warm Springs had the Lions Head Fire and others that just about tried to eat it. This place survived, and I think they're reopened. You can stay in a teepee. You guys want me to stay in a teepee? I'll do it if you pay for it. Film the whole thing and go live if it's possible. You fund it, I'll go there, because my God, I need a break. ASAP, I need a break. Is it? Do they have a webcam? Okay, last call for questions. My breakfast time. I've been live for 12:30. 16 hours and 46 minutes. So last call for question. Phew. Okay, we made it. David Dillon says it's a great place, adults only and very secluded. Ah, okay. Surprise Valley Hot Springs. Let's see what that one is, just out of curiosity. My original YouTube channel name was going to be Catherine the Curious, and I would just run around exploring stuff. Where is this? Cedarville, California. Drake's Bad partly burned down in the Dixie Fire, but that's over by Mount Lassen. I should do Drake's Bad as well. Okay. Kanita, man. Stay in a teepee? Hell yeah. I'll do that. How hot is that water? I don't know. Mostly the hot springs are kind of engineered slightly. The tubes are out of view, but there's usually a cold spring next to the hot, so you have a mix. So when you go to Bagby, which was totally primitive, they had a cold pipe that went from the regular creek. The hot springs came out scalding hot out of the rock, and I could see it. I found the geodetic survey marker at Bagby. I was so happy. My mom was like, who the hell cares? So if you look on topographic maps, geodetic survey markers are on the landscape, so you can collect them. It's kind of like a contest, an app that helps you find them. Anyway, it's where surveyors survey, so they can be a weird mountaintops and stuff. And they have to survey from the same spot throughout the decades and centuries, so they drive a long staff of iron or bronze or something into a rock or something that's usually permanent, or a building foundation. Sometimes they're lost to wildfire. Occasionally they're in a weird tree stump or something. They get lost, but sometimes the very oldest ones are just driven into stones, and they might be there 1,000 years from now. So, are they open? Yeah. Overnight. Is Kanita fully open? They had a delayed reopening due to fires and stuff last year. It is so cheesy. I love it. That is so 1960s Wild West cheesy that I love it. It's always been like that. They hammed it up. It's always just been like, man, just 1960s. People got lots of memories from this place. Never been there. As soon as I wanted to go to, it's closed. So book your stay. I assume it's open then. Okay, I'll investigate that. Let's see if I can go to Anita. Would you guys want me to stream from a teepee? Would you like that? It's snowing in New Orleans. What? Wow, it is. New Orleans webcam. I was trying to figure out if it was snowing at Anita, but you're not lying to me. This is what? What? I just took my little. The Earth Cam allows you to take control of these and move them around a little bit. Pending. I want a movie cam. Archive footage. What? It's snowing on Bourbon Street. I've never been to New Orleans. I would love to go. Okay. When does it start snowing? Does it show that? People with ski poles. they're prepped. Is this truly this is Bourbon Street? I can scarcely believe it. It's not like Euro Disney's Bourbon Street and this is fake, right? It's not a hoax, right? Has this ever happened in my lifetime before? Oregon Valley Girl says, yes, I want to stay in a TP. Let's go. Let's go together. When are you available, Oregon Valley Girl? Let's go. I'm hoping, okay, and I can't tell, I can't see this too loudly. The devil's listening. Look at these people goofing off. If I talk too loud, the devil will hear me and screw up my plans. When does it start to snow? I want to see the start of the snow. It's not just snowing, it's blizzard-esque. Okay, I know that Florida occasionally has snow, and that's more common than you would think, mostly freezing rain. They lose the orange crop every once in a while to freak stuff like this. Thank you, La Nina. Great. Thanks for the crazy weather. Every single year since 2020 has been La Nina or El Nino. So we've had back-to-back crazy since 2020. Hi there. What's up, tongue guy? 28 degrees. 11:10 a.m. local time. Now that's somebody prepared right there. He done got the big truck. Did they pre-stage that, or is that road construction? Is that like to plow the snow? Unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. Or get in touch with me, Oregon Valley Girl. I'm saying, let's go. You guys, you all want to hang out at Anita? Let's go. So that's organizers. Oh, this is hilarious. Alexa, turn on the heater. Sorry. I forget how I control your guys' devices too. Hey, okay, wipe off the camera, young man. That's fun, your antics, but you need to wipe that, please. We're trying to watch here. Moose hat guy. You guys are famous, Chicky baby. Yeah. You guys ever see some of the memes of Portland? There is a couple of like there's a news crew interviewing people that went out on an ice storm. It didn't just snow in Portland years back. It was ice underneath it. So it was banana peel slippery. And so Portland shuts down for a reason. We don't de-ice. We don't do anything. We just better that everybody stays home during the snow. It's not cost effective for the city to even have a lot of snow plows. If we de-ice, then the salt absolutely destroys the bridges, so don't do it. You'll get some gravel if you're lucky. Ambush from behind, sir. Maintain situational awareness. Yeah. That truck could still get stuck on ice. Yeah, it didn't have chains, but I don't know that chains are warranted yet. Pretty quickly. Okay. What phone? What? The FDA is probing the spread of bird flu in raw pet foods after at least 12 big cats were killed at a big cat sanctuary. I think that was in Washington on an island. It was not just 12, it was 21 that died. It's in the poultry in the United States, so it's not the time to feed your pet raw right now, especially not poultry. Occasion clown show. Hey, WTX girlfriend, how you doing? Right in California is the same way. Whole city shuts down when it snows. It's pretty rare. There's many years go by in a row without any snow whatsoever. So, damn it, wipe the lens. I mean, dang it. Nabbit, son of a biscotti. Holy mackerel. Okay, I gotta get used to my non-cussing phrases again. Okay. Geoengineering, don't say that, man. I'll shadow ban you. I can't allow one person to break the rules. Then I have to allow it all. Hey, thank you. That's fine. Good job. Okay. If only I could mind control people. If only. I'd be like, hey, pick up another snowball, hit the lens right now. Do it. Do it. Pick up a snowball and hit the lens. Do it. Obey my mind control. Obey. Obey. I don't know why it's not working, guys. I have no idea what could have possibly gone wrong there. Yeah, but I think we got our lenses clean. So they're very conscientious, respectful pranksters. All right. I remember the ganja Sasquatch that was walking in the snow behind the reporter. That's the left shark dance, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, I just don't know why my mind control is not working. I practice every day. It's not working. Oh yeah, the meme I was talking about. So it's a very funny news clip. And there's two Portland joggers go by. They look like total yuppies, like hipsters. We were, jogging before it was cool. I mean, I think it's an affectionate way. So they like jogging, and so the news crew goes, "Hey, you don't think this is dangerous?" "Oh no, you just have to get used to it and stuff." And then bam, it's a meme for a reason. You know what I would do if I was in New Orleans and I wanted to? Okay, International Friends Pronunciation Guide is New Orleans. Okay, there's nothing new Orleans about it. It's New Orleans. N-A-W, lens. New Orleans. I can't do it right, but I'm making attempts. No, the rules are we are the facts only research. We are the facts only. It's in the description of the video. The facts only resource on the fires. So you have no idea the problems that we have when even certain topics show up. This is 92 people watching. Do you understand what happens when 29,000 people are watching? It's hard enough. So the rules are there for a reason. I'm the only facts-only resource on the fires. There's conspiracy talk over here. There's political talk over there. There's ravings and nonsense over here. There's religious proselytizing over here. All those other channels are doing that stuff. Mine is the island, the sanctuary. All the other channels are showing death, destruction, I don't. I'm the sanctuary. It's a sanctuary from that stuff. You want to go and hear about it, come back and see us. But the amount of people who call me a lot of evil stuff, the abuse I take, because I don't agree with what they're saying. I'm sorry, this is my living room. I'm going to dictate what and how you can speak to me. Yes, I will. You're in my damn living room with me. If you want to go watch the news or something, you want a stone-cold reporter who doesn't talk about herself, the news is that way. You want conspiracy channels there that way. You want fake clickbaity crap is that way. You want the crying babies, the destruction, and the death porn that way. As long as somebody else is doing what I am, I require that if somebody comes in and makes a claim that they show proof. If there's no proof, don't make the claim. I will be happy to discuss those topics, not during the fire crisis, but I changed all the rules of my channel. I pretty much had none when I started, and I realized you have to have them or you have chaos. And in chaos YouTube chat, you know what that's like. There's a reason that people aren't talking about Allah and his judgment here. It's because I won't freaking allow it. The victims that I was trying to help the most, those who are evacuated and watch for 8 hours plus a day, they just have my channel going on in the background. They can have it on. They know that I will immediately lean forward and say, new fire, if something breaks out. They know that I will immediately go live in a crisis. They just casually listen. They go about their day. There are children listening. There's an elderly listening. The youngest person was age 3 when people came in and explained that. The oldest person I ever had listen was 103. So I then said, hey, they said, we're going to leave. These fire victims I was trying to help. We can't watch the news because it shows homes burning down. We can't, we can't, we don't want to find out that way. It's too fire traumatic. So we can't watch the news. We can't get information. And we can't do this or that. We can only do it here in a safe, supportive environment here. So I listened to them. And I had been joyfully and engaging all for hours at a time. Alternative theories, I'll put it that way. Conspiracy theories, all sorts of things. I was eager, I was game, I engaged people, and I had good interactions with the respectful. But the majority of the people who came in here hear some BS from somebody else's stream. They come in here, they call me everything from a murderer, a psyops, I'm a CIA agent, I'm a freaking lizard. Okay, I've been called a lizard. I've gotten death threats, I'm hiding the truth, I'm part of them. That crowd wanders in here and comes along for those conversations, and I'm just tired of being told I'm an evil CIA agent or that I'm a lizard from the moon, okay? I do not have to take abuse, my mods don't, and if the fire victims leave, why the hell am I doing this? They said these topics, people came in my channel and said, you guys, you're being targeted. Somebody's trying to burn you out. There's new weapons being tested on you. It's foreign governments, illegals. It's China. It's our own government. It's a shadow government. It's space aliens. It's lizard people. It's mole people. It's such and such. You're being targeted. They're going to burn you out. You're next. They're doing this on purpose. They're going to take your land. This is what people jump into my channel and start screaming at the fire victims. You can shut the hell up if you're going to do that. Too many of the conspiracy types had no freaking idea they were being total A jerk. Sorry, I had to say the wrong word. They were there to preach their freaking message, and if I got in the way of their freaking free speech, let alone they're mostly just telling people to go watch other channels. Catherine's not telling you the truth. This channel does. And I said, you will respect fire victims in my channel, or you will get the hell out. You will not tell people they're being targeted unless you have some freaking proof. You will get the freaking hell out. Because the fire victims said, hey, this is too stressful. We can't take more stress. We're under enough stress. We don't want to be told we're being targeted. We don't want to be lectured. People came in and said, you have to find Jesus. Jesus is, God is mad at you. Environmental wacko crazy zealots, the fringe zealots came in and said, nature hates you and nature is trying to take you out. Nature's trying to cleanse the world of the evil virus of humans. Just the wackos. None of this conversation I want to have, especially not in front of fire victims. I'm not going to have it. If you want to misjudge me and say I'm not a conversationalist or I'm trying to impinge on your free speech, you have your own channel. Go hit the live button on YouTube, start your own channel and say whatever the hell you want. I'm not going to deal with that stuff again. The fire victims are my priority. What they want is what they're going to have. If anybody doesn't like that, I don't care. I really don't care. I know what my mission is. I'm going to serve them. So I'll be happy to discuss those at other channels at other times and not during the moment of crisis and when arsonists are running down, up and down. It's not the right time. I have a captive audience. I'm not going to make them listen to anything they really don't particularly want to, like politics and weird alternative theories. They've got enough to worry about. There are very few conspiracy theorists actually, when I asked them to think about the fire victims from their perspective, they didn't stop. They didn't just switch into being respectful mode. Very few did. They usually literally give me the middle finger, literally cuss me out, say, I'm going to block you and tell all my friends that you suck. You're a troll. You have a troll channel. You are part of the psyops and all the abuse and crap, and then you leave. I had a height of fire victim. It's hard to say if they're fake or real. Come in and say I was part of the murder system because I said it was Hawaii Electric. When am I going to start telling the truth about the space laser thing? So I'm sorry, I've never seen any evidence of anything weird, and no geoengineering doesn't happen. I'm sorry, it doesn't happen. They've tried a lot, and it is such a mixed bag of results that it doesn't really work. It was a 1960s dream, and we don't have the power to control the weather. I'm sorry, we don't. We can change it and modify some things with a hit and miss, roll the dice, 78% chance of failure in general for cloud seeding. That's why nobody does it really. Desperate people will pay for it. Governments try it, but you have to have clouds of moisture in them to seed them. So when people come in my channel and say, hey, the government can make it rain and extinguish these fires if they wanted to, no, they couldn't, because 8% humidity, there's no water in the clouds. What do you seed? There's no clouds. There's no moisture in the air. What do you do? So when I fact check people like that, they are wrathfully furious with me for getting in the way of their pipe dreams. You have to make sense. You have to provide evidence. We are the facts only resource on the fire. Even the media these days is not. I am the only one. That's it. That's it. If you want to say that geoengineering happens, you go ahead and email me some stuff. I'll read it. But the type of, oh yeah, it's snowing in New Orleans because of geoengineering, really? People forget what the hell is the motivation to have something like this happen. That's when the crickets start. What's the point of crop failure and blizzards and people getting trapped in their cars on freeways? What's the point? What's the point? All right. That's when I if there's evil motivation, what's the motivation? Oh, it's just because they are evil. Okay, so there's a big psychological thing that conspiracy theorists and religious zealots have in common, and that is the psychological need for somebody to be in control, because they're terrified of the prospect of nobody being in control. For the religious zealots, that's God. So God causes everything to happen, and they come in here and say the victims deserved whatever it is. For every disaster, they're the deplorable, disgusting people that say God is punishing you. gays cause hurricanes to hit New Orleans and all this kind of crap, you know. Victim blaming nonsense. Because if God causes everything to happen and God's not evil, well, he was punishing the evildoers. None of that makes sense. Okay? But the same thing about those who just tightly grab onto the government controls the weather, the government did all this. They need desperately to believe somebody's in control. And the more it's obvious that nobody's in control, and these fires have botched responses, and the government is a bunch of crap, corrupt, utility companies don't give a damn if they kill people, all this terrifying new reality that's real is just too freaking terrifying. Chaos is not something a lot of people can handle. It is terrifying. So those who need somebody to be in control, it's either God or the government. And bad things happen because evil. Either evil sinners caused it, or just they are evil. Whoever they are. So you cannot reason with somebody who has that emotional need. It's an emotional one. There's no amount of logical reasoning you could talk somebody out of. The more that fires get crazy and out of control, and it's pretty obvious that, you know, some are so big you cannot stop them. It's not humanly possible. The more that they get more fearful and the more they cling to somebody has to be in control. So unfortunately, the more conversations, the rational people, I'm totally fine to have a conversation with them. But those where, you know, I beat them in the argument by just showing statistics, how cloud seeding is kind of like a rinse, is so hit and miss, it's kind of useless. There's a reason we still have droughts, because cloud seeding doesn't work unless you have something to seed. The more I start winning arguments, just via facts and logic, I'm either realizing I'm talking to somebody rational. It's cool. I learn new perspectives. I meet their evidence. But too often, I run into they control everything, though. And that's it. There's no arguing against that. So I do not allow arguments to go nowhere. You have the only arguments that could be won or could be useful are ones that have an end. It doesn't matter if both parties even agree on them. Well, that's pretty funny stuff. It's just that if there are facts on each side, you can make an argument. The left could see more of the position of the right could see more of the left's position. That sort of stuff is seeing where people are coming from, those sorts of conversations and dialogues that are civil and like have something constructive. That's what we want to foster here. There are just some dialogues that end in pretty much people hating each other. Like, that's why I just don't allow the CO2 global warming debate. It has no end and there's no solution. And it's not relevant for us to talk about. People will just realize they hate each other in chat and fight in chat. So, a virtual tourist too. Like, dude, we don't get political, so no bashing politicians, man. I'm taking it. You know how hard it is to be neutral? I told Urban, who is being political, to shut up too. My own mod. Mods can't break the rules either. So if the main chat rules are, the very top one is never make anybody uncomfortable here. If what you're saying could possibly do that, then don't say it. Calm down, cool off, come back later, or leave forever, whatever it is you have to do. But don't gloat over political victories. Don't say stuff like, move over, dams, the blah, blah, blah is coming. Or, oh dear, somebody's in the White House that's going to suck. Don't go there. You go watch the politics elsewhere if you want to do that. You're totally free to do that. So, see here, back at the chat. I called for last call. Let's see here. Hello from Holland. Hey, how are you doing? Former Valley Girl says, yep, escaping our hell of politics for the next 2 years or so. Did I ever conspire with anyone? I don't know. Let's see, Portland Andy, virtual tours. I barely understand that Portland Andy exists. I just kind of became aware of his stuff. So no, I didn't really I'm aware that much of other YouTubes in the area. YouTube. So just be careful, Glassman. I mean, I'm not here to take abuse from anybody or how is that breaking the rules? You don't understand it, so you just don't allow it on your channel. Gee, don't go there with me, please. I'm a real person with a heart. I'm right here. I don't really make it a point to go into other people's living rooms and talk to them like that. Try to keep accusations or whatever out of anger to a minimal. My request. I'm a sensitive person and things hit me. I'm only really vulnerable to those opinions of people I care about. And randos I don't really care about. But these are the rules, they're there for a reason, and you just don't understand the level of hate and how bad chat gets when they're not in place and what happens when they take a little break and the mods try to police things. This guy's cracking me up. Yeah. And right now, there's a new thing that, remember, half the people in chats anymore are not real. When the bigger channels, there's a lot of bot info war stuff going on, and now that bots can chat like a human being, they can be very convincing. So you don't want to know what happens when in the other channels where somebody's saying Allah's punishment for Gaza, blah blah blah, that saying everybody in California deserves to burn and all that. A lot of them are not even real Muslims. It's a bunch of fake legions of bots. And so I don't know what psyops that is, but it's just a bunch of that's what it is. So one can make the argument that Israel is doing it, hiring the bots, trying to influence people to hate Muslims. Like, oh, that's detestable. Muslims approving California burning down. That's great. So is it Israel doing it? Probably not. Is it Muslims doing it? Probably not. Is it probably something like a different major state just experimenting to see what happens and if people's opinions can be changed? If it appears that a lot of people have the same opinion, it's influencing, social influencing experiments. Some of them could just be regular traditional companies, just it's data to collect. So social media itself is a place where there's a lot of manipulation. And it's getting harder and harder to tell if I'm arguing with a person in chat or if it's a damn bot. Yeah. Much love for Holland and other places. The infrastructure of an entire country was built due to politics and funding. That's a different can of worms. But yeah, Autumn says it's cold this morning in Silverton, Oregon. Yeah, it's not too warm either in Portland. The positive can be negative or positive energy. It's true. Mostly karma, though, is about your next life. It's not supposed to affect you in this one. That's what most Westerners don't get. There's very few religions where good deeds in this life are supposed to result in good rewards in this life. It's usually afterlife. That's why it was so offensive when this Indian guy took over Google or whatever, and he found out that women weren't being paid nearly as much as men. And he said, oh, but the women are getting a different benefit at Google. They are gaining good karma. Oh, okay. Was it Google or Microsoft, this dude? I can't remember. So it's like, oh, great. And so there's a lot of commentary. I just can't wait for my next life when I'm reborn. And oh, man, it'll be in a mansion or something thanks to being completely underpaid by a giant mega corporation of mega profits. Yeah. That was a bad PR move. What the heck? You're not a bot. You're too opinionated to be a bot, honestly. Besides, I've already legit checked you out. You have real videos. Yeah. You're right. Like virtual tours, the trolls too. Love the controversial topics. It's really difficult to know if somebody brings up controversial topic for no reason or okay, it's about time to chain up in New Orleans. It's hard to know who's saying inflammatory remarks just to cause chaos in my chat. There's a lot of that happened, and I woke up one day after sleeping 20 hours when there was a crazy, I think I was live 3 days in a row with park fire or something. So here I am, emotionally devastated, seeing, once again, seeing my friends and family in front of it. And almost everywhere I grew up that didn't perish in the Dixie Fire. That dog is wearing the cutest outfit. Suddenly at risk and on fire. So having a hard enough time dealing with that myself. So I stayed awake 3 days, covered it, said, guys, can you handle the chat for 24 hours or something? Be there to guide people through it. I have no idea how I'm going to sleep, but I'm going to go out. And so they went, yeah. I came back and the mods were quitting. I said, this was the worst day of our lives. And you suck, Catherine. I went, what? What the hell happened? Whatever it was, a bunch of trolls came and attacked them, and they had a hard time banning people as fast as they could click. So it was a chaos situation. I still don't even understand exactly everything that happened. The video went over 20 hours and deleted the chat and everything. So I still don't understand what made some of them rage quit. They're gone, man. Like, what did I do? And they're like, we had to moderate your chat for 20 hours. No, you didn't. You 7 of you take shifts, like I said. Wait, did all 7 of you stay awake for like 26 hours? What the hell are you doing to yourself? You suck, Catherine. No, I don't. You guys take breaks, take shifts. Oh my God. What did I do? You failed to ban all the trolls. Well, who are they? Oh, we didn't stop to note that down. Okay, then what am I supposed to do? Magically ban the trolls. Who are they? What's their names? We didn't take notes on that. Okay, what am I supposed to do? But they do come out when I'm away. Sometimes I do fake little breaks, and I'm just watching the whole time. The troublemakers show up. They think they can go and screw around with the mods. 12.5 hours later, we still haven't taken any look. Can we talk about that video now? I have been. You never... you weren't there the first 5 hours I was talking about it. When you arrived, we were just about to talk about it, and an arsonist drove up and down Highway 15, and so that was that. I'm not going to do it looking like crap. Probably going to be a true reaction video that I have to do. I'm just really hoping I don't have to do that video. I hope he retracts his statements. I just don't think it'll happen. But okay, it's 40 minutes past. I was supposed to call a doctor when they opened at 9. Now they're probably like, oh yeah, really? You can't cancel now. Okay, we are going now. So am I a troll now for waiting for this conversation, or am I just dumb to be waiting to have had this conversation for this long? I don't like the way you phrase that. I think you're overtired. You're extremely patiently waiting. No, I didn't know that you wanted to talk about it again. I thought I was clear. I don't know if you're away or something, that we can't address that. That you showed up right when chaos occurred. You understand I was tired at 10 p.m.? It's 10 a.m. of the next day. I wanted to go to sleep at 10 p.m. I barely slept the night before. No, I'm sorry, I can't handle that right now. And we had 4 hours of solid chaos of new fires starting and arsonists running up and down the freeways. You've eaten 3 meals, I haven't. I had 4 pieces of bacon and a half serving of pasta, that's it. I had 1/4 of a Monster Energy drink and 1/2 of a tiny thing of Pepsi. I totally forgot to eat. You may be up for that conversation. I am definitely not. I'm really hoping he retracts his statements. Otherwise, I am going to have to do something and say, look, the lynch mob or whatever, the anger you're stoking is not right. Retract your statements, dude. It's just the right thing to do. I ate chicken curry sandwiches last night for dinner and some potato salad. Honestly, there's way too much chat. The more you chat, the more I'm not going to follow it. So, I mean, if you want to get my attention, I don't know when you're talking to others versus me. I skim, I go back to what's going on. You don't have any idea how many multiple monitors and phones, radio. Current open tabs right now is 306. Plus the notifications from them. I have the notifications for watch duty for every single western state and every county. I have pulse point notifications for most. I'm looking at stuff, trying to monitor chat, trying to make sure that show is still going, trying to monitor the volumes of everything, and then trying to follow conversations as an afterthought. And mostly the mods just tell me if somebody is really trying to get my attention, and I really mostly just have the time to interact with people asking fire questions until there's a lull and we can have longer conversations. But in general, if there's a big channel, you super chat to get the streamer's attention. That's what that's for. You want me to answer a question, you put $1 in and I'll answer the question. There's many streamers who just will not interact with chat unless you pay. I try not to be like that. People don't pay, that's fine. I answer the question. Trust me, I love to talk about everything, and I'm a much better debater than people realize. If I turn on debate mode, Catherine, it's a different Catherine that you would see. This is a very watered down, sanitized, family friendly, sanitized and safe sanctuary for friends. Catherine with the damn gloves off. You can see that. Okay, it's elsewhere. When I really get mad, man. When I say I'm feeling rage, I'm just not showing it. I'm serious. I saw these fires and I have thought things that I'm ashamed of thinking right now. Because I'm enraged. I just listened to a lot of people die a couple of weeks before. If somebody's not gentle with me, I don't have a lot of patience with them. You don't understand where I'm coming from. I'm motivated because my friend died in a fire with his girlfriend, with my brother nearly dying with his girlfriend and kids in paradise, with my aunts and uncles coming real close to dying in fires. My motivation is I'm here, even though I hate doing this, there's a second of it. Because the government is not doing a good enough job, and neither is the media, and the system's broken. If I am not here, somebody might die. So I have an incredible amount of pressure to be here. And I'm not complaining. I'm here because I want to be. I do hate every second of tracking fires. I don't want to see them ever again. I've always hated fire. I just don't like it. But here we are. I would rather be doing this. That's why I'm doing it. The best bumper sticker ever from my philosophical sage teacher. He was a Socratic sage. First day I walked into his class, he says, anybody who doesn't want to be in my class, get out. First words out of his mouth. He says, there are some things, some truths that you are going to adopt or you don't pass my class. There's a couple of universal truths and you will need this to know how to think the rest of your life and behave. One is you are always doing what you'd rather be doing. A bumper sticker that says I'd rather be golfing or I'd rather be sailing is fake. You'd rather be commuting to your work, even though you moan about it, because you'd rather do that than face the consequences of not doing it. So you are always doing what you'd rather be doing. Even if you don't like what you're doing at the moment, you would rather be doing it. So you are very empowered by that realization. So he didn't allow anybody in the class to have a dissenting opinion because a dissenting opinion is fake. It's an illusion. He wasn't about that. There's a lot of people who think they have to, and so the word have to and must be struck from your vocabulary. There's only two things in life you must do. Die and make choices. That's it. You are always doing what you'd rather be doing, so pick your head up, get energy, and quit complaining and whining and lying to yourself and taking away your own energy by saying, I have to do this. You do not have to do anything but die and make choices. That's it. But what if somebody says, but what if somebody has a gun to my head? Like I said, as the teacher says, die and make choices. So you still have a choice to comply with a gun to your head. Now you don't have to do anything because you don't have to live. You are not going to live forever. You are going to die. So you better start living your life in the way that you wanted it. Do you have, he asked the next question, do you have principles? Do you have principles? Or are they fake? Principles such as, I will not tolerate X, Y, or Z. Whatever they are, slavery, whatever it is, so you're opposed, right? Do you have principles? Will you refuse to do things, no matter what the consequence is? Will you freaking refuse? If somebody tells you to do something terrible against your own moral compass, do you have the balls to refuse? Say no. If you don't have principles you're willing to die for, you do not have any principles at all. So if I hurt myself staying up days at a time, forget meals or whatever, yeah, it's good that I should remember to take care of myself, but it is a choice. It's its own sacrifice. There's people right now that I should be with. I'm not. I'm here. Because of how important it is. The importance is get the evacuation info to people because the official system is broken. Give people early warnings. We have saved lives. We will again. Give people survival advice. Help them make evacuation plans and open the eyes of the public to the real dangers, which is the power companies that don't give a damn if you live or die. You will not see any change until you demand it. Snow slider. So, too many people, though, think they got caught up in the illusion of, I have to, especially if there's a gun to their head or something. But you know what? That doesn't fly at the Nuremberg trials. Somebody else said to do it. I just didn't want to, commit atrocity. Somebody else, I was just following orders. That doesn't work. If it doesn't work, you will never live with yourself. But that's how a lot of evil gets perpetrated. People who are otherwise good feel that there's duress they are under. I have to do this or I get fired. I have to do this or I might get fired. I have to do this or whatever. The Dixie Fire would not have happened if the PG&E employee said, screw this job, shove it. I'm going to shut the power off, prevent another Paradise disaster. But he chickened out. PG&E says you can only keep your job, shut off the power if you visually confirm a fire. So he chickened out, goes up to the canyon, sees the fire, has no cell phone reception, in almost exactly the same place the Paradise Fire happened. And the Dixie Fire did go on to pretty much go a hair's breadth from killing dozens of people in multiple occasions. Fire crews and other ones, and civilians. Greenville was basically the mass death event that just barely wasn't. Does he feel good today? He kept his job? I mean, I'm sure PG&E fired him anyway. He had to go testify and all this stuff. Make the decisions you can live with yourself and be proud of in this life or the afterlife, no matter what your belief system is. All you have to do is die and make choices. Even though I hate every second of looking at fires, monitoring them, and knowing about them, I'd rather be doing that than being with loved ones right now. It's heartbreaking. I have a lot of regrets. A lot. You have no idea. When I waited to speak to, I'm not going to depress you right now. I waited too long to speak to some people, and I found many, after fire season, I'll do this and that. It's been very difficult. So I just don't take crap from anybody. If you do stand for truth and not just dictatorship, okay, cool, right? Hope your principles and have real ones. Hang on a second. Yeah. If you're insulted by what I just said, this moving speech, I don't know that. I don't know. I could say it different. But you're not being kind right now. So, the what the fuck seriously stuff you're doing, can you be kind to me? I've asked it once, I'll ask twice, not a third time. We miscommunicated, and if you want to make a bad guy out of that, you can say that once. You can say I'm a bad guy once. But the rules have been here for years. Don't mind about them if you walk in and they're not to your liking. I'm not going to screw fire victims to change my rules, or destroy my own mental health, or cause chaos for my mods. Like I said, chaos is that way. We're the very calm, nurtured support group that's pretty chill. Except for passionate outbursts, in moments of crisis, then we zen, calm, then we're pretty chill. Yeah. Never take anything personal, always do your best, and never make assumptions. Great words to live by. I've had arguments and bitterness, and people have on the channel, and then they're friends later. As I try to tell people, it's extremely difficult to moderate this because everybody is traumatized like they've been in war. Wow, that mitten he was flinging around looked like a pistol, didn't it? This is how cops shoot innocent people on accident, man. Cell phones with a glove next to it can look like a damn pistol. See, look at that. And when it's floppy, it doesn't look like it. But when the index finger was hanging out next to the black cell phone in his hand, it looked like a pistol before he began waving it. Ooh. It's obviously a glove now, but whoa, that was a thing. Snowing in New Orleans, man. And I need a vacation. That's the coolest thing, though. Some people are getting married because they met in my chat. Good things do come together here. I wish everybody met just for nicer reasons, but when people sign up to mod, they oftentimes they don't get that they are going to be dealing with fire traumatized people. They could be the kindest folks on earth, but under stress, they're losing their minds and going to snap. If they can't snap on the officials, they might just do it on anybody else random on YouTube. And lose their cool. But we try our best to understand that and understand that many are intoxicated. That's just the way they deal with tragedy. But we serve people even though they are not their best moments. And oftentimes they do come back and they calm the heck down. They're different, yeah. But it's a difficult situation when mods think they'll just be hailed as heroes and hero helpers and get all this praise. Yeah, that'll happen on the nicer days. You will get hell from the people losing their minds because these fires are just like war and people die. So we're dealing with war traumatized victims, kind of is the best way to put it. They may not act grateful. You shouldn't care about that. You should care you help them, even if they don't act grateful at the time. I'm sure that they'll think back and go, oh dear, regret their behavior, if they were really aware about it. So that's like what I gotta explain to people. If you're gonna mod, man, and you're gonna police mod, be aware of that. Be compassionate. It's the worst moments of their lives. So, but you get the rewarded feeling. You get to know that you help people in the worst moments of their life. And now it's 10, so I'll give you an extra hour. I was delighted by this. Look, I was hoping it'd just be a cool down time. Jurassic Park? Look, it's Jurassic Park. Look. Okay, I can't rewind that. Oh my god, that is the coolest decal. Show you something before I leave that's funny. You know how hold on to our butts is our thing? It's our Samuel L. Jackson quote. I found one. Oh my god, friends. This is my little sticker. Hold on to your butts. Decal. It's gonna go on the Victory laptop. Man. Hell yeah, Jurassic Park. Apathy. I'm not sure what Tara is saying. It was from Holland or something? Mull your emote. Never action apathy. I don't know what that is. Kitty Cats is like confirmed snow in the south. In Byron, Georgia, it's snowing right now. No way. And I've heard about the oranges freezing over. Are there webcams for like Macon or something? My kin is from Georgia. You guys got a webcam that I can relax to later? Weatherbug, Macon. I went through Dublin, Macon, Valdosta. I went to Tallahassee. Man, I did a little bit of genealogy. Holy mackerel. Sponsored downtown Maine. There's Dublin over there. Oh, is this live? Is it snowing? Oh. It'd be very cold. Oh, there it is down here. Okay, so it's not snowing in Macon. Where is it snowing? You can literally hear that sticker. Hold on to your butts. God, it's iconic. Let's wrap it. Yeah, K2B, isn't that freaking awesome? You will send me a mushroom? Yeah. I talked to you last minute because I value you. If you're feeling unvalued, that is not what I meant. But I felt a little accused when the whole miscommunication thing became like, I've been waiting patiently, and how longer I gotta wait? Remember, I can't mind read and know about your tone. So when people seem to be upset, I don't know if it's joking upset or furious with me. It's hard to tell. You haven't been here long enough to see the hate stuff that we see. Me, mods, fire victim. The scum of the earth shows up. Devlin. Devlin's cool. God, I'm gonna go back to the south. There's one thing that makes me afraid though of the south. Just like I'm afraid of the rainforest. I decided to go exploring the jungle and swamp, and they warned me, don't go out there beyond the fields as a kid. And I went, what? I totally knew better. I go out into the woods of California all the time, but there's more dangerous things in the woods and swamps of Georgia. Of course, I'm an indestructible kid, so I go, oh, whatever. I know gators are only in ponds and streams. It's not gators you gotta be worried for. Snakes, we have snakes in California. I know you're gonna say snakes. Well, yes, snakes, but also, I said, that's it. I'm good then. And I didn't listen to anything else. So I ran out to the woods and played. And we had stick swords. We're doing our thing. And that's when I looked behind me on the trail. Stick sword fighting became so disappointed there's no snow in these camps. Stick fighting became ground to a halt. It became kind of like a running hide and seek thing. I looked behind me. Mind you, I'm not deep into the woods. You can kind of still see the house from this point, right? We were going to go deep, man. We were going to go see the things in the woods and the forts that the other kids had, right? Well, I looked behind me and then something hit my face. It was soft, but somehow wrong. Not a leaf. Not fabric. Soft, but somehow just so wrong it shouldn't be there. What is this? Sticky, soft. I turn around. My face is stuck in a giant spider web, and the giant spider was coming down to investigate. It had all kinds of crazy stripy colors on its abdomen and gigantic legs. All I know is that the legs, if they spread out, were probably wider than my face. Mind you, I'm a child at the time. It had a weird zigzag thing in the middle of its web, and I screamed and never went outside into the woods except for one occasion much later in life. Oh boy. I can't do the spiders. The bugs. There's something about not having a true winter, except, hey, maybe if it snows, the bugs will actually die, right? But it's year-round bugs. It's year-round bugs. Yeah, yes, you knew it. But not banana. Oh, God, banana spider, I'd be dead. Truly, literally, honestly dead. I'm not one of those people who uses literally wrongly. Okay, I mean literally, I would be dead. Banana spiders kill grown men. Their venom is pretty crazy. And hopefully they haven't really established in the United States. Where's other Georgia webcam? Snowing. Florida Yacht Club. Give me the snow. Hit me with the snow. Tennessee. This is mountain. I'm sure that's supposed to have snow. You know it. It's the damn spiders. When I came running and screaming back in the house, you should have the knee-slapping, uproarious laughter of the elders, man. My face is red and embarrassed as a lobster. Oh, yeah. I went real quick. Locals, whatever they're saying about the dangers, you freaking listen. Banana spiders are territorial. Females lay their eggs up in the banana clusters, so places like Ecuador where they actually harvest bananas, they carry them over their shoulder, and if the female's really angry, she attacks, and bites people in the neck, and that oftentimes kills grown men. So those are crazy. So I don't believe they web either. I think they active hunt and seek out. They may just make. Okay, I don't want to talk about spiders anymore, but not all spiders web. Some of them just walk around hunting and pouncing on stuff. Here's Jacksonville. Hey, I got better. I didn't say her name on the microphone, so I didn't turn off your heater. Kitty Cat says it's very light now, but it's supposed to pick up in a bit. If it does, I'll get a video and tag you on the Twitter. Cool. Excellent. KTV Productive says we got 10 inches of snow Sunday night up here in New Hampshire. Unfortunately, what a mess. Doesn't New Hampshire have the windiest spot in the nation? That weird mountaintop that's like the most severe winter in the whole country. Mind you, I really don't know anything about New Hampshire except that. But I pride myself for knowing that. The Donkey Bud says, as a society of Jurassic Park Jeep owners, really? I had one for a bit. Down here, the Jeep trend is the little rubber ducks. Okay, that is where that comes from. How did that originate? Because there's a game called Project Zomboid where people modified the game, and so it's been going on for 12 years. Shoot, I just said 8 minutes ago I'd stop streaming. Looks like flag's being whipped. It's Jacksonville. Unless this is sort of a weird time-lapse thing. Alright, we're not looking at that. Back to New Orleans, where the blizzard is in full swing. Okay. Remember the craziness of the snow in August last year? We thought maybe the fire season would end soon in California. Yes, there was snow in August in various places in California. Can't make it up. And then it went away and went back to being hot as hell and dry. All right, I'm going to show you what. I just was shutting it down, but look at this real quick. So there's the cloud cover causing the snow. Looks like it stretches from Augusta, Georgia, sort of getting a tickle of it, to New Orleans, almost to Galveston. So you have this cloud cover meeting the moisture. I wouldn't be surprised if tornadoes spawned. Don't they spawn because of the hot Gulf air clashing with the cold air of Canada? So usually Tornado Alley is like in between. And I would imagine that's a lot of hot meeting cold right there. So hold on to your butts, everybody. Hell froze over. Not New Orleans, but hell did. We're having freak weather. I meant that as this is rare. Not that New Orleans is hell. It's cool. Now zoom out. Australia's on fire. Oh God. It's their summertime. We usually help out with their fires this time of year. This is there. Now, mind you, one wildfire stays on this map for like 2 weeks. It's not that updated, but it's their summer. We're supposed to be there helping them out. But hey, it's red January. Cold is cold and wind is windy. David Ottness says, I have 74 years in Alaska. No comment. Cold is cold and wind is windy. Okay. Mount Washington, yes, that's right. That's it. You're from Laconia? Wow. I love the Okefenokee Swamp. It's sweet. Now, Florida itself is not that weird for it to have snow. It's very weird for Louisiana. Because of the way that there are mountain ranges out here, the Smokies and whatnot, and Appalachians. So there's cold weather that can roll off those mountains and get pushed into Florida. So you got the orange harvest. When they have a freeze, the weirdest thing happens. They go out and they spray down the trees with water. You would think you wouldn't want that in a freeze, but it actually will save them somehow. I don't know how that works, but they want a thick coating of ice on the oranges. Again, don't ask me why. I know nothing about agriculture. I've only been to the Agri-Rama once or twice in Georgia. I think it's still around, isn't it? Wheels, bro? That's wrong. You need sled, man. You need skis today. Wheels ain't what you do. I know you're in New Orleans and you don't know about skis, but bro, let me tell you, there's these things. They're like wheels for ice. They're called skis and they slide. Now that you've finally seen ice, you could try it yourself. I could heckle total strangers that don't know I exist all day, man. Sorry, it's the other screen. But let's see here. Sorry, I forgot the radar. So I don't know if you're gonna get the moisture for snow. It doesn't seem to be really going towards Georgia so much as away. It's hard to tell. Some of the Gulf moisture is coming in, though, like towards Panama City, Biloxi right now. Since there's no real mountains and stuff, it's totally bizarre for New Orleans to be snowing. When's the last time it snowed? It's 30 degrees in Byron, Georgia. Wow. It's 16 where you are. You'll trade it for a balmy 34. Yeah. Okay. Yes, exactly. Kitty cat, good advice. People in the hurricane belt, no. Keep your phones charged in inclement weather. Just keep them on the charger. You know the whole protect battery thing that keeps the phone from going beyond 85% or whatever? Don't turn that on. It's fake. It's not going to protect your battery. So actually what really protects your battery is putting it on fastest charging mode, having fast chargers, and keeping it at 100% and plugged in as much as you can. More modern phones are going to bypass the battery period and run off of the power, therefore saving your battery from the constant charge cycle. But if you have the 85% thing, the protect battery, it doesn't work. It just constantly goes to 84% and charges, 84% and charges. Don't do that to your phone. Yeah. Go all the way to 100%, just never mind the crap. I've been in places so cold that electronics stopped working. That's a story for another day. Another day. David Otness, I'd love to hear your stories. While building the Trans-Alaska Pipeline in January of 1976, I worked for a 12-hour night shift in negative 75 degrees without wind whatsoever. Wow. Hey, Tracy, you caught me as I'm going to sleep. Sorry, I have to call a doctor, go to sleep. I keep delaying this. Wow, negative 75. Do you know whereabouts that temperature happened? I don't doubt it. Kamchatka Peninsula has a lot of that stuff routinely. Vladivostok and all that. New fire, no. Wait, what? That was a series of arsons. You can go back to watch the beginning of the stream. Who knows if the media will actually mention it. So you guys, if you could do something for me, watch the Lilac and Wildfires news, local news down there. Look, Tracy, it's snowing in New Orleans. I don't know that this has happened much before. I know in 1912 there's some crazy cold snaps and Niagara Falls froze. I froze your lungs. Whoa. Yeah, David, I heard rumors. Maybe you could say whether or not they have any merit, especially building I-5 when they needed a freeway to connect Alaska to the mainland for war reasons. And They were trying to put it through Canada and the Yukon and stuff. Men who were not really used to the cold, maybe Southerners or who else, drafted to make the freeway or highway. They would go out in the bitter cold, walk into a warm hut or something where there would be a fire. They'd take their gloves off, put their hands near the fire, and pass out, just faint dead away. Just from leaning over the fire and putting their bare hands by it. Because the human body has one response to extreme, sudden, rapid temperature change, and that's faint. You have to remember this in a structure fire. Do not stand up. You will faint. The temperature is oven temperatures and worse towards the ceiling. In a structure fire, that's why you crawl out. If you stand up, you faint. The extreme rapid temperature change. Just a random fact. Fitness Life says maybe maintains inner moisture, like if dry cold air hits the oranges without ice coating, would it be worse? Yeah, I don't know about the oranges. Is the snow in New Orleans like pigs flying? Yep, they sprouted. They're flapping around. We've been tracking their movements on Flight Radar 24. The pig cluster is it's over Nova Scotia right now. Yeah, it's that level of weird. It's so weird, it's fascinating to watch. And people's reactions to it. Some people are dressed, let's just say, AMA, like against medical advice. Use a first responder term. Yep, lots of pigs flying. When you have back-to-back El Niños and La Niñas, you do not have normal weather in the United States or the northern hemisphere. You don't. The ocean is what controls our freak weather events. Whether or not it's hot and cold, why, who knows? Does climate change cause the El Nino and La Nina cycle to change more frequently? Or is this a bunch of weird string back-to-back years? It's just kind of one of those odd things that happens every once in a while? I don't know. But freak weather is caused by El Nino and La Ninas, and that's basically it. Welcome to La Nina. Hurricane Andrew and some of the worst were El Ninos. Yeah. But you get extremes with each one. GIs often froze their esophaguses in winter maneuvers in Alaska. The alcohol would not freeze, and they'd take a hit of negative 50-degree liquid. Oh my God. Oh, that makes so much sense for a couple of things that I read about that didn't make sense. Yeah, so the 1929 Everest expedition with George Mallory and Irving. They just found Irving's foot, by the way, on Everest. Whoa. His mummified foot. Yeah. So he was the big missing person from the 1929 expedition. Now, somebody walked by in a fur coat. They were totally prepared. Now that's thinking. However, it looked like it was a waistcoat rather than a ankle. Yeah, that's not quite prepared, but it's some of these people are more rational than others. The flip-flop people, that was not good. But then again, that was earlier. I haven't seen them for a bit. Yeah, it happened frequently. Yeah. Ruthie B, this is my second stream. We've gone 6 hours and 3 minutes, so 12, 13, 14, 15. I've been streaming for 18 hours. Yeah, it's time to go get breakfast. Yeah, Andrew Irving, that's right. They just found his foot. That's a big topic for another day. But he was the big missing person. They found the mummy of George Mallory in 1999 or so, still intact up there on Everest. Freeze-dried. So during the Everest expedition, they filmed it because Britain thought they'd be successful. They had a big crew. multiple climbers. They went over there in 1928, 29, and they really thought they'd do it. They brought a camera crew and they filmed a movie the whole time just to have their two best hopes push up to the very top alone. Where Sandy Irving, he was really young. He was like 24 or 28. I mean, George was like 28 or 32. They're young and fit and never seen again. The camera shows them their last bit. There's debates on if they were by the Hillary step, the first step, second step, whatever. So there's this epic argument: did they make it to the top or not? Blah 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 blah. Doesn't matter. Real mountaineers say if you don't come down from a mountain, it doesn't count. You have to live on the return trip, or you did not break a record. I like that idea. I wish people would stop fixating on it like it matters. But nationalism and irrationality. The whole irrationality of somebody has to be first to just step there and say my country did it. Okay, if some people can't break through the stupidity of that, then okay, whatever. To me, I'll just be like, okay, whatever. And guess what? It's not important that humans step foot everywhere. It just doesn't matter if we do or not, or who does it or when. It doesn't matter. Don't die for it because it's stupid. But hey, I don't control other people. I can only make recommendations and watch stupid stuff happen, but everybody's got an opinion like that. It's just an opinion. I understand the climbing bug. It's a compulsion and it's an instinct. Humans are there to explore and push limits, and technology improves, maps improve, and people are born like that, and they just do the way they're born. He had the famous quote, why climb Everest? Because it's there. People are like that. They want to do it. It fulfills them. But the whole nationalistic part just makes me disgusted. People really risking their lives because my nation, I can't let my nation down. Sick all the way around. Anyway, he said it's because it's there. So I get it. What? Yeah, David says I'm surprised the number of people with good winter gear, though. Yeah. Yeah. Tourists. Are they tourists? Or do they just vacation elsewhere where it's actually snowy? Yeah. They just had earthquakes close to Everest. I haven't been able to even look at that. I've just been watching fires. That's it. Didn't see any inaugurations or whatever. I missed all of the Olympics with the Paris thing because of fires. Somebody told me about the crazy opening ceremony, and I didn't even believe her. I was like, that's just made up and fake. No, it was that bad. It was that blasphemous and weird and bad. Okay, we're going to see people falling pretty soon. You don't try to play around and moonwalk on ice and stuff. You'll find out how that works. Yeah, there was a God, Nicole Kramer says, what's going on in the world in Turkey? 60 people have already burned to death in a hotel. Did that just happen? What? They found Hillary a few years ago and identified his body by the name on his clothing? No, Sir Edmund Hillary's still alive. You're thinking George Mallory. Hillary got the credit, and he did it in the 50s. So we're talking about the 1929 Mount Everest attempt. It ended in failure, and I watched the movie. It's an amazing movie. It's very refreshing. You'd think, oh man, imperialist Britain, they'll only care about white people and not the Sherpas. They won't bother filming them or recording their names. They won't bother even showing women. It'll be male dominated. It'll, all these things I thought about going into it. I thought it would be a chore to watch the movie. It's kind of his morbid curiosity more than anything, a silent film. I was so wrong. It was downright progressive, heartwarming, and sad. And they spent a lot of time filming the native cultures. And respecting them and showing what women do to take care of their kids. And they even were very, very sentimental and nostalgic about their pack animals. And they spent a lot of time on a baby yak or something that was born and filmed it like crazy. It's a silent film, and they have a sad narrative. It's been restored, and so it's called The Great. Well, you can watch it together. It's out of copyright. The Great White Death or something like that. The Great White. No, it's called The Epic of Everest. The Great White something is about Antarctica. So they really thought they'd do it, and they just never came down off the mountain. They never did a body recovery. They kind of went up a little bit. But the reason it was Sandy Irving and George Mallory on Everest at the final attempt was the crew that tried the days before with Noel or whoever else was in it, came back and had to be carried. He almost died of a frozen throat. His larynx froze, and he coughed part of it up in critical condition. So Sandy took his place. I really thought this notification on my watch was some fundraiser. It says Rally Against the Storm with January Choice. It's trying to get me to buy something. It's a sale. Whatever. Yeah, right, Dad. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay, Russell. I knew what you knew that you knew, but I just want to make it clear who I was talking about. Hillary thinks they could have made it, possibly. I mean, Conrad Anker proved that you could do it without gear. He was the one who led the body recovery thing. There's a couple channels on about Everest that once I started studying the Mallory disappearance thing and went down that disaster rabbit hole thing, it never really made sense to me. But if you realize that hard alcohol doesn't freeze, that's what most people sip to kind of like warm up and keep going. If it's negative 50 and you drink it, your larynx can freeze. Oh my God, that makes so much more sense. Did I watch Goonies 40th anniversary? No, I was sitting here with Fires. I was going to go to the movie theater with my mom. Is it still in theaters? C-Probe flew to Astoria with me the other day and without me, and I missed that too. It was the day before yesterday. I've always wanted to go back to Astoria. Of all the ghost towns of Oregon, Astoria is an A. It was one of the first I started studying. So you can ask me anything about Astoria. I am a walking encyclopedia for its earliest history. I think I stopped around the 40s. So I guess I'm not an expert on what happened to Astoria post-war, but ask me anything about it before. Oh, blow your mind. I ended up reading Washington Irving's huge book. I read all of the earliest explorers in their journals. And I took that book and I was reading it inside. And I found out where Fort Astoria, the original fur trade fort, was. First American settlement west of the Rocky Mountains. We're talking 1810 here. I found out where it originally was, found out that there was a Model T manufacturing plant or some major old car plant that was built on top of it. The warehouse was purchased and is now a brew pub called Fort George. So I went to Fort George, took the book out, spread it, and I was reading about what happened at the fur trade fort. Oh yeah, a lot of epic stuff happened. Sitting at the place where it happened, I was like, whoa. So when it says the Tonquin was anchored in the bay, I looked over. It's an amazing view anyway. Seeing the cargo ships, they're tiny on the Great Columbia. They're huge, but they're tiny. And hundreds, thousands of cargo ships could fill the bay and the mouth of the river and not crowd it. Yeah. As a possibility he wasn't hitting the bottle. I mean, I don't blame anybody in a snowy hell for ever hitting the bottle. It could have been the oxygen. If the oxygen tank gets too damn cold, I can't imagine how it is to breathe super concentrated cold oxygen. So it was a brand new thing. That's why they thought that they'd fly to a swift victory. Oh, with oxygen, we could just zip right up there. And they had a climbing style which was suited to Everest, which is get the hell up and get the hell down really quickly. Go ultralight, remain flexible, acrobatic, and keep moving. They were wearing amazing clothing like tweed shirts for overcoats and stuff, but they were wearing 7 layers of silk. That's actually one of the best insulators possible. So people assume it wasn't adequate, whatever. All the people on Everest today, they don't need the big puffy looking like the Michelin man. You could just wear what they wore in the 20s and be just fine. They summited the Matterhorn doing that. It's just fine. Look at the gear of the 20s climbers. It's the down hoax. That's the warmest thing for a bird, so it's the warmest thing for a person. No, it's not. Everybody is an overloaded pack mule, taking one trudging step at a time, when your life depends on getting up and down extremely quickly. So now that George's body was found, of course, we know what happened. And I have kind of a working theory of what happened to Sandy. They were probably roped together. There was a broken rope around George's waist, and his foot, he fell. The ice axe of Sandy was found up on a rock later, decades later, just sitting there like somebody was going to go retrieve it on a flat rock. So he set it down. He probably braced himself for when the rope was going to go taut and he could hold George. So he probably braces himself. And maybe for a bit he's holding on to George. But that rope snaps. I don't know if it snapped when George's weight hit the end of it. When it did, though, George goes free fall sliding. He was found causing death a giant hole in his forehead, which is consistent with an ice axe. They try to arrest their fall, but if you lean over your own ice axe, you're trained not to do it, but it's a habit. Something in a crisis, I don't know. George had just shattered his leg by falling, and his right ankle was at a wrong angle. So he's dealing with incredible pain. He tries to self-arrest anyway with his ice axe. George does, as he's sliding down. And he's digging through the snow until his ice axe hits rock, and then that's when it's going to bounce. Boing! That's why you can't lean over your ice axe. So that punched a hole straight to his forehead. You're leaning over a spike, dragging it, and it hits rock. Bam! He instantly died, so his agony was brief. But what happened to Sandy? Since he never retrieved his ice axe, set it down for an emergency, didn't retrieve it. He likely was imbalanced when the rope snapped. He's got all his weight on his back. He likely falls on his back. And now he has no ice axe to arrest his own fall, and he starts sliding. So we don't know if Sandy died quick or not, but Chinese climbers probably found his body. Probably buried at sea, so to speak, by throwing it off a cliff. That could be because they thought it was respectful, or because they wanted to hide things. It's a debate. But the Chinese were going up a specific route, and if they found Sandy's body on it, then they couldn't claim to be the first. There'd be this ambiguity: did China take that route and first via that route, or did the British? So there's perhaps political pressure for them to get rid of the body. But you know what Sherpas do is they do burials at sea, sort of, which is really not much more than dumping bodies too, so who knows? So I don't know we don't know how Sandy died, but it's quite possible that he did just freeze to death. The people who described the old dead corpse, that's probably Sandy, who are now dead and can't explain, they said they had found a sort of a mummy on its back with a black face. So it could be he just died instantly. And, well, usually black faces is where blood pools, like if you're face down, but frostbite or whatever, I don't know. He could have just been on a cliff lower down and no way to get back up. Yeah, you have to go work on music? Me too. Let's go. Russell Settle says they're using big drones to get the trash off Everest. It's like a garbage dump, Camp 4. Wim Hof got to 24,000 something-ish in shorts. He got frostbitten foot and had to stop. Imagine if he'd worn flip-flops or boots. You know, the Wim Hof guy is a genetic freak. Look, guys, look at the screen. Do not, that's a bad idea. You can't stop a bicycle on ice. Just please, guys, don't do that. Especially not taking passengers, guys. Okay. All right. When I start to get stressed out watching this, it's no longer fun. Especially when I find out people are taking bicycle rides, their pets, t-shirts and stuff. Yeah, go downhill, try to brake and see what happens. Yeah. Well, they're right now trying to take people closer to the summit and shave weeks off of their acclimation thing and to just helicopter them closer to the top. So there's been a riot and threats of sabotage and stuff where the Sherpas are like, you're taking our job. Oh, God. It's just thousands of people that do it every year. I don't get it now. It's, my opinions are relevant. If people want to do it, okay. They should be masters of their own lives and fates and can die the way they choose or risk their life the way they want. Okay. As long as they're in the right mind. They don't leave behind underage kids or something. But that's what upsets me. When parents of underage kids, their kid begs them not to go, they do it anyway, and they get themselves killed. That bothers me. That poor dog. Guys. He's no longer happy about the situation. Yeah, take a selfie with the poor dog, but get him inside. It's not like he's a long coat dog, okay? He's miserable. Or she. I'm sure they will soon, but guys, he's not wearing a coat like you are. Oh well. It was relaxing while it lasted, right? Russell Settle says that Irving Foote traveled at least a mile down the mountain in the ice and the glacier. Yeah, that was 1929, so almost a 100-year journey. So the real dark aspect of that is, why is it just a foot, you know? I just have one word for that. You can read between the lines. Splat. It's just one thing that happens to a body when it falls from a great height. But there's you know what? In the future, they'll say about us, contemporaries in this era, since they won't have a lot of bodies that are preserved a couple thousand years in the future. They'll find the mummies on Everest and be like, "Oh, this was a sacred. We had one world religion. It was our one most sacred place on Earth. They can't really understand us, but for some reason, we deposited our dead there. And for some sacred communion with God, everybody climbed to the top, just because there's no reason to risk their lives. They must have been ceremonially trying to get closer to the gods, and the dead must have been left there because it's such a holy and sacred place that we found it fitting that our culture just decided to go put dead people on there. You know, they'll say something weird like that, but that's just because those will be the only mummies that survive from our era. Yeah, David Otten says I have to see a jazz band sashaying down the street next. This is why this is a little addictive. You never know who's going to come in front of this. But hey. Ruthie B says I watched a few Everest documentaries. Amazing feat. Sad though, not able to locate bodies. Dead bodies claimed Mount Everest. Actually, there's only one missing body that I know of, and that's Sandy. They just found a part of him. I don't know that anybody else is missing without trace, but that's a good thing to maybe find out. They were everywhere. People were just stepping over bodies on the way to the top, and it got out of hand. So the Sherpas began doing sky burials, which basically means we dump you off a cliff or into a crevasse. I don't think that's cool. But bringing the bodies down intact is more dangerous than just dumping them, so I can't ask them to risk their lives for it. Yeah. Russell Settle says they just rescued a climber that fell 60 meters, 60 yards down an ice crevasse. It's on YouTube. I don't know that I want to watch that. That's stuff of nightmares. I don't know if I want to look up this deadly turkey fire either. Turkey. The worst thing about visiting another Turkish ski resort. The worst thing about being in some third world countries and it's not America. Whatever, sad music. 66 dead, 51 injured. What the hell happened? 2 of the victims died jumping in a panic. Cause under investigation? It's so intact. It must be people fell asleep and died in their sleep due to the smoke. I just would imagine that people woke up way too late. See, here's the politics crap that should get off of there. God, it's sad. The places I went that just had fire death traps. I mean, we really appreciate what we have in the United States. We still, in the United States, need to do better. Structure fire deaths are stagnant. Well, the accidental deaths are going down in the United States due to safety improvements from everything from vehicles to appliances to people smoking less and blah, blah, blah. In general, the causes of death that are not, they're optional are going down. So what that's doing is causing fire deaths in the United States to just start rising to the top of accidental death. Mostly from structure fires. Wildfire death is actually still pretty rare if you consider all of them. It happened after 3 a.m. I'm just going to take some wild guesses on disaster bingo. No fire alarm system, so if anybody knew a fire happened, they had nothing to pull. Or if they did pull, it didn't work. If it did work, it wasn't loud enough. That's 3 things that can happen with a building alarm. It happened at night where most people are sleeping. Bing. People who slept up until the moment they died in their sleep from smoke inhalation. For those that woke up too late. Then they got lost and died in the hallway for a lack of fire escapes, which appear non-existent. There's a lot of snow putting out around the building, so God, if it was taller around the building, they could have cushioned their fall. Horrible. It's so intact with so many dead, it's the smoke. And then inability to reach people, wake them and or just drag them out, because there's a point of smoke inhalation and carbon monoxide where somebody can't wake up. Or if they do, they can't really move. There's a airplane fire landed safely, and the onboard plane fire put so much carbon monoxide in the cabin that as soon as the doors opened, people near the doors took a breath of fresh air and stuff, and crawled out. Few people exited that airplane. It was a modern passenger jet, and then it flashed over. A lot of people are still in their seats. Some still buckled in, or some only had the strength to just unbuckle, but they couldn't rise because they don't have enough oxygen. Carbon monoxide will bond with your red blood cells. Oxygen will try and bounce off and can't do it. So they can be in a very low oxygen state once they've inhaled enough of this stuff, and unable to move fast enough to get out or open a window even. So why did people sit there and burn to death in an airplane? They couldn't move. They tried. This is another reason to not be a smoker. You already have a lot of carbon monoxide already in your bloodstream. You're much less likely to survive a fire. It will take a lot less to totally saturate your bloodstream. You'll be one of the first people to go down. Just think about that. I wonder if they had done better records, they could make connections like that. I just bet, it's not just people with poor health, but maybe smokers in that airplane were the ones who couldn't rise. I don't know anybody with lung problems, but yeah. Let's see here. That high death toll is that is really surprising, but we'll find out why later. I hate being right, but those will be the reasons. There won't be any sprinklers. There will be fire hoses that people grabbed and they didn't work. They never tested them, or they were rotten or moth-eaten. They're just not present. There'll be a lack of fire doors. There will be hallways that are open with windows at each end, so the fire goes right through one side of the building to the other, or at least the attic. It would be engulfed. I'm just assuming that would happen. No, I think it would have been totally lost. I'm just going to guess smoke. There may be other weird factors at play, such as carbon monoxide leak before fire. That is something that occasionally is what happens if people are just kind of thankfully dead already. But that's so unusual. Okay, let's look at. Let's go get. Been live for 12, 13, 14, 18 and a half hours, guys. When the worst of the winds are over, I was there when fires broke out. We let people, gave them their evacuations when they needed them. In the middle of the night when the media was not there and officials had no answers for anybody. And we brought it home that this is one of the clearest cases of arson I've ever seen. I really hope that they find the drivers of the Toyota and the suspect vehicle, or they'll repeat this stuff. This is the most horrifying stuff I've ever seen. The intent to kill is so obvious. Lighting fires, brush-ridden hills, thick hills of thick brush, homes at the top and homes beyond it. During Santa Ana's, they'll just drive a fire that's faster than anybody can react. We saw a house on fire before I even heard the fire was lit. It was already on the cameras, and then later it came down on the radio. I was really confused. I'm like, why is this house on fire? I didn't know there's a camera in front of it right there. But for that fire to break out here, and the other one just a little bit down the road, pray that they're caught. Till then, we have to be on edge, California. Gotta be on edge. Okay. So let's see here. By the way, Wim Hof is a genetic freak. You can't just take his classes and become like him. You can kind of. He's a guy that sits in ice water and he's fine for hours. Like Icy Creek in the wilderness, strips down, sits in it, and he's fine. So it turns out that he may have Denisovan DNA, the mysterious Neanderthal-like cousin species that was somewhat recently discovered. That was kind of a missing, not a link, but a cousin. So Denisovans may have adapted, for example, to Everest, and they have the they seem to have had the using oxygen more efficiently kind of genes. So when the Tibetan and Nepalese and other people of Tibetan plateau go up there in the distant human past, probably mixing with them is how they developed the superpowers. However, Denisovans span much of Eurasia, so there's plenty of like Caucasian types and Asians that, like Southeast Asians, that seem to have a lot of their DNA as well. So you have some of the best pearl divers on Earth, and sea gypsies in the Southeast Asia. They can do the same thing. They have oxygen. They use oxygen more efficiently, so they hold their breath for insane periods. Now, there's not only superpowers like that, which may come from Neanderthals and Denisovans, but there's also the one where these people are impervious to cold, the kind of guy who just doesn't need a coat. All winter, he's still wearing t-shirts and jeans. Not just obesity explains that sort of stuff. They're genetic freaks. This is using it in the non-derogatory way, like a freak of nature. It's a compliment. So he had a twin brother. So his twin brother never trained like he did, even though Wim Hof has this, like a school for learn how to be tough like me sort of thing. His brother can do the same stuff without any training because they're genetic freaks. So the study of them has turned more towards genetics than mind over matter or Zen Buddhism or whatever the hell that. I mean, a lot of people can train hard and start generating body heat in a weird way via meditation and this or that, breathing techniques, blah, blah, blah. Not everyone can, and it's very easy for those who are already genetically predispositioned for such things. Yeah. Maybe people will wake up a bit after what has happened in California, not just to the fires. That's the only thing we can hope for with disasters, really. Russell settled what has happened in my home state of California, so it's different. I grew up in the 70s and 80s. I don't know, Russell. I don't have answers. The only one sentence answer for that is California is a paradise ruined by management. And with that, I will finally leave you. Thank you, friends, for being here. We've been live. We got all the way through the worst of the wind. There's still some wind for the next 24 hours. I'll probably be passed the hell out. I make a deal with my body. You can sleep as long as you want. If I'm awake for days on end, I need to be awake. You need to be there for me. Deal is, when it's over, sleep as much as you want. Now I'm going to go eat healthy food, a lot of it. Relax by looking at something that's not fires. Take a walk. Well, it's still dry out there and sunny. Barely cold, but dry and sunny. And that's what I'm going to do. Thank you, friends, for being here. Thank you for your kind donations keeping me afloat. Hit the like button on your way out, please. And remember, hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell if you want to know whenever we do go live. Oftentimes it is during a crisis or a red flag event or something. Ooh, what is that? Oh man, I just saw something. That looks like mine. Like ancient mine ruins, like 1800s. That is not a natural terrain feature. Oh man, where's this? I don't know where that's pointing. Where's this camera? Where's it playing? Ah. Okay. I'll visit that later. I'm always ghost towning. When there's a mine, there's probably a town. Yeah. Yeah. It's still a great time to be alive in many ways. We just gotta get through this hump. Thank you, friends. And you know who you are. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. I'm so sorry. I still don't have the list. I was compiling that when the January 7th crap all happened. The big thank you stream reading lists and names of people I really should have done that a long time ago. But wow, you know what happened. So you know who you are. You know you're special. Share this stream. Hit the K logo. Go to the channel page and share that with anybody you think might need wildfire information, tracking, and survival advice. Yeah. So we'll see you next time, friends. I hope to take a few days off. I'm not going to really hope. I really hope. And then I'm going to a dang hot spring. Hopefully the Goonies movie is not out of theaters yet, because man, that's a great movie. Yeah, it's cool. The Color Cream says, take care. Thank you, friends. Love you all. Good day.